Chapter 1 My Salty Life in the Pirate World. Early morning. The sea breeze blows softly on my face, with a bit of saltiness, but it is not annoying. Lin Yu took a deep breath, picked up the fishing tools, and walked towards the coast. Along the way, it was particularly gratifying to watch the town revive in the morning sun. It seems that I am the first to arrive today. When we arrived at the coast, there was not a single angler there. Fishing is a leisurely thing, and few people get up early in the morning to go fishing, which is why he takes this kind of thing so seriously. As he spoke, he started to talk about things. This was the happiest moment of his day. After setting up the fishing rod, Lin Yu lay down on his creaky armchair, put his hands behind his head and crossed his legs, and the day's work began. N-A. Oh. Lin Yu hummed a little song happily. The white clouds in the blue sky gather and disperse, and the waves beat rhythmically against the rocks on the shore. Everything is calm and warm. Lin Yu spoke leisurely, but he suddenly stopped mid-sentence, and then turned his sharp eyes to the sea not far away. Something strange was brewing on the sea not far away. Soon, a huge figure emerged. Poseidon type, real or fake? Doesn't this kind of guy live in the windless zone? How come it appears here? Lin Yu jumped up from the chair. Seeing the huge body of the Poseidon approaching at extremely high speed, its target was pointed directly at Lin Yu. I've spent the entire morning being disrupted by this guy like you. Lin Yu clenched his hands into fists and murmured quite concernedly. However, fortunately there are no other people around, so it doesn't hurt to use some power. As he spoke, Lin Yu suddenly raised his head, and Conqueror's domineering and powerful pressure was radiated wantonly in an instant. This Conqueror's domineering amount is simply unheard of. The Poseidon, who felt the domineering power, was instantly frightened. The huge figure trembled and looked at Lin Yu with cold sweat all over his body. Get out of here. What I want to catch is a small fish. I'm not a big guy like you who sees nothing but no use. After finishing his words, the Poseidon quickly retreated without looking back, and its huge figure quickly disappeared on the sea. The sea soon returned to calm. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, looked left and right, and then sat back on the chair after confirming that no one was there. By the way, this is the first time I've encountered a Poseidon in this kind of sea area. What's going on outside? It's so chaotic. Lin Yu muttered to himself troubledly. It seemed that the good mood just now was completely gone. It wasn't until the sun set in the west and the last of the afterglow faded that Lin Yu packed up his fishing tools and went home. Before going home, he would always go to the island's tavern for a drink, so that the day would come to an end. It's not completely dark yet, the lights in the pub have been turned on, and a faint light shines through the cracks in the door and windows, teasing the men after a tiring day. Lin Yu pushed the gate of opening and was immediately filled with the noise in the tavern. Hey! Lin Yu, you're here. You agreed to treat me to a drink last time, so don't forget it. A drunken middle-aged man sitting on a high chair greeted Lin Yu when he saw him coming in. Lin Yu waved his hand frankly and responded, Cass. I'm afraid it won't work today. I didn't catch a single fish. What? Ha 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 ha. I saw you went to the beach early in the morning with your things and came back after sunset. How come you didn't catch any fish? It's unreasonable. The short-bearded man leaning on the chair beside him said with a gloating tone. Who knows, maybe the fish don't want to be caught by me today. Lin Yu scratched his head and responded indifferently, and then came to the front desk of the wine table. A full glass of bubbling beer was placed in front of him. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then grinned and said, Xiao Ai, I don't have any fish to buy you a drink today. I owe you this drink for now, and I'll give you a double portion tomorrow. No need, Mr. Lin. You often visit the store and are a regular customer. Today I treat you as my treat. Please drink with open arms. Xiao Ai first glanced at Lin Yu and found that he was looking at her with a slight smile on his lips. He immediately lowered his head with a blush on his face. Thank you, Miss AI is very cute today. Lin Yu picked up the wine glass and said to Xiao AI with unstinting praise. Hey! Xiao AI-chan, you are too partial. Yes. I didn't bring enough Baileys today, can I drink for free? The drunkards in the tavern started to make noises. Lin Yu took a big sip of beer, turned around and said with a bad smile, didn't bring enough Bailey? He handed it over to your mother-in-law again. Be careful. I will tell your mother-in-law when I go back that you hid some. There must be some. You feel so good, ha 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 ha. Lin Yu, you guy. The man became anxious upon hearing this. This scene immediately made everyone in the tavern happy and burst into laughter. Even Xiao AI was still blushing. They couldn't help but cover their mouths and smile. Cheers! Lin Yu raised his glass alone to this carefree day. Although life is vulgar, it still needs a sense of ritual. This is Lin Yu's only remaining habit as a time traveler. After a few glasses of wine, I drifted away from the hustle and bustle of the pub. Memories come flooding back to me. I don't know when, a tall and straight-looking man with an unshaven face came in. He sat down next to Lin Yu without saying a word, ordered a glass of rum, and drank it without saying a word. Hiccup ha ha ha. Good wine, really good wine. The visitor wiped his mouth and shouted boldly. This voice instantly brought Lin Yu back to reality from his drifting away. Lin Yu turned his head and looked at the person who came. At first glance, it seemed a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Seeing Lin Yu staring at him, the man also grinned cheerfully. Cheers, brother. As he said that, the man drank another bottle without thinking about himself. Seeing this, Lin Yu's competitive spirit was stimulated. He picked up the already full cup in his hand, took a quick sip, then poured another cup and drank it in one gulp. Putting down the second empty wine glass, Lin Yu looked sideways at the visitor, as if he were a winner. The man raised his eyebrows, picked up 2 bottles of wine, put them into his mouth at the same time, and drank them all in several gulps. Chapter 2: A Fateful Encounter. It's late at night. All the drunk people in the tavern have gone home. If they don't go home, their wives may not be able to sit still and will come with hammers. Ha 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 ha. What a pleasure. Lin Yu and the newcomer sat on the ground with their arms around each other's shoulders, leaning against the wine table. You're really nice. If I could have met you earlier, I would definitely get you on board. The visitor put his arm around Lin Yu's shoulders and said with a blushing face. Get on the ship? Are you a pirate? Lin Yu also put his arm around the man's shoulders and asked. Ha 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 ha. Yes, I am a pirate, the most heinous one. This man was so frank that he was full of pride when he said the word pirate without any scruples. I see. Lin Yu smiled slightly, looking calm. Everyone is an adult, and there is no need to avoid being kind or evil. Do you hate pirates? The man asked. It's not annoying. Lin Yu replied. That's it. The man replied. What about you? Do you hate being the most heinous pirate? Lin Yu asked knowingly. In order to pursue the dream of the sea, it doesn't matter if I am called a bandit. If I can gallop on the sea, even if I will eventually die, my life will not be in vain. After saying that, the two looked at each other and smiled. Screw the pirates, screw the demise, it's just wine today. As they spoke, the two raised their glasses and drank until they were all gone without leaving a drop. When the night gets a little deeper, Lin Yu and the others were the only ones left in the tavern, and even Xiao Ai, the waiter in the tavern, couldn't help but lie on the table and fall asleep. Bang! The wooden door of the tavern was kicked open. His grandma is so unlucky that Laozi capsized in this ghost sea. Hey, hey, hey! Hurry up and serve some wine. Several tall people with disheveled hair and fierce faces filed into the tavern. The simple and small tavern was instantly covered by the figures of these people. Hey! Who's the boss? Where the FK is the boss dead? If you don't come out, believe it or not, Laozi will smash up your store. It's really bad. Seeing no one responded, a rough guy in the lead roared menacingly. Ah, it's coming, it's coming. Xiao Ai woke up with a start, and then Kaid became timid. After a while, Xiao Ai walked over quickly with a wine tray. The big man sitting on the chair didn't even look at it. He waved his hand and knocked over the wine plate in Xiao Ai's hand. The wine instantly spilled all over her body, and the cup fell to the ground and shattered. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Xiao Ai hurriedly bowed and apologized. Are you looking down on us? Bring the wine barrel to Laozi. The big man stared at Xiao Ai and shouted with his eyes almost popping out. I'm very sorry. All the wine in the tavern has been drunk today. The ones that were just knocked over were the only ones left in the store. Xiao Ai was trembling with fear, knowing that these unreasonable people would never give up. At first glance, these people are water thieves running around nearby. They are different from pirates. They usually come out at night and rob houses. No wine? Ha 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 ha. If there is no wine in a tavern, then what kind of tavern does he open? The leader of the big man said sarcastically, and other companions immediately laughed and echoed. That's right, you dare to open a tavern without alcohol. You are so audacious. Seeing as you are a good-looking waiter, why not switch to a brothel? The income will definitely be better than opening a tavern without alcohol. Ha 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 ha. Those water thieves are full of foul language and are really the scum of the scum. Xiao Ai cowered in fear, biting her lips and unable to say a word. Tears had begun to roll crazily in her eyes, ready to burst out uncontrollably at any time. At this time, no one noticed that Lin Yu and the two people sitting on the ground had black lines on their heads, and their anger was growing wantonly from the inside out. Suddenly, the man next to Lin Yu stood up suddenly, and then walked up to the water thieves without saying a word. Good evening. The man's face was red and he looked like he was very drunk. Hey? What kind of drunkard are you here? Get out of here, you're blocking Laozi's sight. The water thief yelled at the man impatiently. Don't you want to drink? I have some, how about you? The man approached the water thief and said mysteriously. If you have some wine, why don't you bring it out? As he said that, the leader of the water thieves approached the man and said viciously, if you dare to play tricks, we will throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Here. The man straightened his back, patted his belly quickly with his hand, and said seriously. Seeing this, the water thieves immediately stopped, and the scene was very quiet for a while. Hateful. The leader of the water thieves punched the man in the face. The man staggered back a few steps and flopped on the ground. Ha 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 ha. Got beaten. The man sitting on the ground smiled as if nothing happened. I have experience in dealing with this kind of scum, it's up to me. Lin Yu stepped forward and patted the man on the shoulder. Do you also want to be the first? The water thief leader raised the muscles on his face and asked fiercely. The other water thief associates also stared at him with seriousness. Ordinary people would have been frightened and stopped just by seeing this battle, but Lin Yu walked over with a cynical smile as usual. Listen to me. After saying this, Lin Yu picked up an empty wine bottle and unexpectedly smashed it on the head of the water thief leader. With a snap, the crisp sound of the wine bottle colliding with his forehead was heard. When the water thieves saw this, they jumped up instantly and rushed towards Lin Yu. The scene was in chaos for a while. Of course, Lin Yu didn't use his domineering force, otherwise he could have dealt with these scum in a few strokes. The man who was drinking with Lin Yu sat on the ground and just raised his head and laughed, as if he was in a dream. Lin Yu, who was unarmed, was defeated by the gang of water thieves and could only use tables and chairs to deal with those shady people. Seeing this, Xiao Ai on the side picked up a glass of water and threw it on the face of the man who was sitting there laughing with relish. Wake up quickly, Lin Yu needs help. Xiao Ai shook the man's shoulders anxiously. The man shook his head and suddenly woke up. Ah! By the way, I have to go to Rogtown to surrender. If the date is wrong, those Marines will write a 2,000-word essay to blackmail me. At this moment, I saw him grabbing a wine plate on the ground and opening his eyes slightly. Domineering attachment. God avoids. With a bang. The entire wall connecting the tavern to the street collapsed instantly. Smoke and dust were everywhere, and it was a mess. Except for Lin Yu, who was still standing, the bodies of the water thieves were all lying on the ground, unconscious. Lin Yu and the man sitting cross-legged on the ground looked at each other with bared teeth and smiled as if they had reached some kind of agreement. Go to hell. Suddenly, a dark figure jumped up from the ruins. It was the leader of the water thieves. He was seen wielding the chopper in his hand and slashing at Xiao Ai. Seeing that the blade was about to touch Xiao Ai's neck, it was too late and too fast. Stop! Lin Yu and the man sitting on the ground shouted at the same time, and then the two used Conqueror's domineering force. Chapter 3: The Difference of Fate. Conqueror's domineering collided fiercely, and the dark pressure surged out like a tide in an instant. The water thief leader and Xiao Ai fainted on the spot. Oops! The fuss seems to have gone too far. Lin Yu scratched his head and asked the man sitting on the ground apologetically, "Are you okay? I was really surprised to meet the owner of Conquerors on such an unknown island." The man grinned, and this scene instantly reminded Lin Yu of something. "You are One Piece Roger." "Yes, this is Roger." The man stood up from the ground and said while dusting himself off. "You have a really good drinking capacity, and you're well deserved for your reputation. But your domineering power is nothing more than that." Lin Yu smiled evilly, his eyes full of provocation. "Really? I still have some time. Do you want to have a battle? I'm really looking forward to a battle with an unknown master like you." Roger smiled back at him. "Forget it. Let's think about how to repair this wall. If the two of us duel, we will definitely attract some troublesome guys." Lin Yu waved his hand. "That's right, ha 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 ha." Roger scratched his head and laughed. When people with the qualifications of a king compete against each other, even nature will be affected, and both Marines and pirates will set their sights here. As a result, Lin Yu's leisure life will be completely broken, which is something he absolutely does not want to see. Early the next morning, Lin Yu and Roger were seen transforming into masons, working in front of the collapsed wall of the tavern. "I watched the news, and I heard that you have completed the grand route, found the world's wealth, and been given the prestigious title of One Piece," Lin Yu said to Roger while picking up the wooden board next to him. "Really? This guy is really awesome," Roger blatantly said to himself. "I won't let you brag like this." Lin Yu stopped what he was doing and said seriously. "Hiccup, haha. That has been a long time ago for me." He took out a photo from his arms and said, "Look, it's cute." In the photo, a young woman in her prime is standing in the sun with a smile as bright as a flower. What deserves attention is the baby in the woman's arms, which is very cute. "Very cute, is this your son?" Lin Yu nodded and asked knowingly. "Yes, he smiles exactly like me. Just like this, hiccup ha ha ha." Roger pointed at himself, and then grinned. "Have you chosen a name yet?" Lin Yu asked. "Not yet. I have been thinking these days that the name is very important and will accompany him throughout his life. In the future, when he becomes as famous as Lao Zi, people will laugh at him if his name is Tu Lam. Roger touched his chin and said with a typical father complex. "Ace, what does this name mean?" Lin Yu pretended to say it casually. "Hey? Ace. Ace." Roger seemed to be full of interest when he heard these two words, and kept mumbling them over and over again. "That's a good name. Ha 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 ha, my friend, thank you so much." After a while, Roger said in approval as if he suddenly woke up. "I think he will definitely become famous in the future." Lin Yu didn't want to say too much, but he couldn't help but blurt out. You must surpass this useless lousy like me. Ha 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 ha. Roger opened his mouth wide and smiled greedily. That day, the sun was warmer than usual. If you go fishing at the beach, it must be the best choice. But due to an unexpected encounter, the two of them could only squat in front of a messy tavern to repair the wall. However, for Lin Yu, this feeling didn't seem bad. I have to go now. The two of them stood in front of the tavern with their waists crossed, looking at the tavern, which was repaired and riddled with holes, but fortunately it still looked good. You are in such a hurry, how about you stay and fish with me for a few days? Fishing in the sun is very pleasant. Lin Yu knew that the person who wanted to leave would have to leave sooner or later, let alone the person who would usher in the age of discovery, but he still tried to retain him. No, there are very important things to do. Roger refused as he expected. Then I support you. Lin Yu respected his choice. Friend, it's nice to meet you. Roger put his hands on his hips and grinned. Let's drink together another day. Lin Yu knew that this day might never come again. That's settled. Roger hugged his shoulders and agreed. The two came to the seaside, where a small broken sailboat was parked. This was the tool for starting the dream, and it should also be used to end the dream. You just drove this thing here. Lin Yu pointed at the boat in front of him in disbelief. Yes, it is my old friend. Roger said proudly. I originally wanted to wish you all the best, but now that I've seen what's going on with this little guy, I don't dare to say any blessings. Lin Yu scratched his head and smiled. I want to give you something before I say goodbye. As Roger said, he took out a small compass-like object from his pocket. What is this? Lin Yu weighed it in his hand and asked immediately. It's nothing. It's an exquisite little toy. If you are interested one day, you can follow the direction pointed by this thing and have a look. You might get something unexpected. Roger said meaningfully. Do you still have this little hobby? Lin Yu said with a smile. But keep it well, this is my life's work. Ha 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 ha. Roger responded with a smile. Okay. Lin Yu realized something and put it away as he spoke. Goodbye, friend. I'm glad to meet you on my last journey. God is still very kind to me, ha 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 ha. Roger drove the boat gradually away, and the sound slowly dissipated on the sea. Lin Yu didn't wave or say anything else, he just stood on the beach for a long time. 3 days later, the scene of Roger's execution in Roger Town spread all over the world, and the era of great pirates came. That day, Lin Yu lay in the room with the newspaper and did not come out all day. Goodbye, Roger. Lin Yu looked at Roger's frank and familiar smile on the newspaper and said the goodbye he had prepared for a long time. The days went on as usual. Whether it was the death of One Piece Roger or the arrival of the Great Pirate Era, it seemed that it had nothing to do with this small island. This nameless island has no treasures, no gold or silver, just a group of simple people. Neither pirates nor marines care about this place. Until early that morning, with the shelling, the tranquility of this small island was completely broken until it was shattered. Chapter 4 Operation Marine. Marine Headquarters, Intelligence Department. General Zifa, the last place where Gold Roger stayed has been found. It is in the East Daxia Sea, not far from Roger Town. A Marine intelligence officer reported to Marine Headquarters General Zifa Hui, who was wearing sunglasses and smoking a cigar. Gold Roger, this is undoubtedly the word that gives Marine the most headache right now. The place you go to at the end of your life must be your hometown. This is human nature. Zifa analyzed calmly, then turned his eyes, looked at his student beside him, and asked him. What do you think? Sakaski. That must be his lair, a place where justice is hindered and evil begins. Crazy people will always follow the so-called heroes in their mouths to understand, imitate, and even innovate on top of them. As teachers of justice, we can only do one thing, and that is. Zifa stopped abruptly when he said this, and his sharp eyes stared at Sakaski through the cigar smoke. Erase. The muscle lines on Sakaski's face were as sharp as a steel knife, and when he said these two words, there was an extremely frightening light. It's time to pour cold water on people's fanatical minds and give those crazy scum a dose of sedative. Zifa waved his hand and said in a fierce voice. After Roger was executed in one piece, faced with the crazy emergence of pirates, Marine also took action, announced various reward orders, and dispatched Marines around the world. But all this has had little effect. In just 1 week, news of destruction by pirate groups has emerged one after another around the world. Originally, people thought that the execution of One Piece Roger would be a devastating disaster for pirates, and the fear of being dominated by pirates could finally end. However, no one would have thought that Gold Roger would say such a seductive sentence at the end of his life, which would instantly change the world. He did it by turning the world upside down. The turmoil of the Great Pirate Era is about to get out of hand, and at this time, the Marine headquarters is feeling even more pressure. There must be a bigger move to scare these crazy pirates and not let them get too arrogant. Just a week after Roger was executed, Zifa, the general of Marine headquarters, led his 3 best students to an unknown island in the East Daxia Sea. Such a battle has naturally attracted the attention of all forces around the world. Everyone unanimously guessed that Marine's destination was One Piece Roger's hometown, and there must be something important there. Basically everyone knows that Roger was born in Rogtown in the East Daxia Sea, but no one knows the specific location of his hometown. Of course, for such a famous figure who is feared and targeted by many parties, he will definitely not reveal his hometown. Otherwise, those who hate him but are not his opponents will stab him in the back. What will Marine do? The eyes of the world are focused on this. You know, although One Piece Roger was executed, the powerful crew behind him are still there. If these crew members reunite to defend Roger's hometown, it will be another unprecedented battle. The pirates who were ready to move quietly started their movements and rushed towards the East Daxia Sea. Some of them want to watch a show, and some want to take advantage of it. In short, this will be a great opportunity to become famous in one fell swoop. At the same time, the small island, which was watched by the whole world, was still as slow and quiet as ever. The disputes in the outside world have not shaken here at all. Here women are busy with housework, men are busy with making a living, and children are busy playing and getting into trouble. The ordinary life makes people forget their worries. Early that morning, Lin Yu got up on time, picked up his fishing gear, and walked slowly to the beach. When he walks on the street, he always has a smile on his face and greets early risers, and everyone responds with a smile. Although he was not born and raised here, he lived like a fish in water here, and no one treated him as an outsider. The children will call him Big Brother when they see him, and even the puppies on the street will wag their tails excitedly when they see him. Everything is so natural and nothing goes against the grain. Maybe this kind of life should be the life he lives. To him now, the life in the original world is like a distant dream at the end of the world. Neither humble nor arrogant, leisurely and contented, that's fine. When I came to the shore, I took care of my things as usual, then sat down on the chair, and the day's work officially began. The weather was a bit strange that day. Sometimes it was covered with dark clouds, and then it became clear and cloudless. The wind was also blowing dizzyingly, blowing from the north for a while and then from the south for a while, which made people confused. Lin Yu, who was sitting on the chair, was also full of irritability. He was not in his usual happy mood at all. The blood in his body seemed to be flowing uncontrollably. He tossed and turned while lying on the chair, and finally sat up from the chair suddenly. Looking at the distant horizon, his eyelids could not help but twitch. It seems like something big is coming. Lin Yu, who noticed something strange, muttered to himself in an ominous tone. Chirp! Suddenly, the sharp sound of an object cutting through the space sounded in his ears. Lin Yu's keen eyes flashed with light, and then he picked up the fishing rod next to him. Armed color domineering, attached. A ball of dark air, like a burning flame, instantly enveloped the fishing rod. With a gentle wave of his hand, the fishing rod shot out as fast as a bow and arrow. The next second, there was a violent explosion in the air, and strong flames were released in the air, and the scene was shocking. Standing at the port, Lin Yu had eyes as bright as a torch and clenched his fists. Several marine warships could already be seen on the sea level in the distance. Without saying a word, he was greeted by cannonballs when he came up. This was different from the previous marines. Just as Lin Yu was thinking quickly, the second, third, and fourth shells came one after another. When Lin Yu saw this, he opened his eyes slightly and used Conqueror's domineering force. The dark cannonballs flying in the air at high speed stopped in an instant, and then detonated on the spot in mid-air. The shock wave caused by the explosion spread rapidly, and a chaotic momentum rushed towards his face. Lin Yu did not take a step back, but stood still with an unchanging expression. A series of explosions attracted the attention of the island residents. What's going on? Who's having S**X? It's not a pirate coming, is it? Some residents began to run towards the coast, wanting to find out. They saw Lin Yu's tall figure, standing amidst the barrage of artillery fire, his face unchanged and fearless. On the sea not far away were thousands of marine warships approaching. There are only two words to describe that scene. Shocking. Chapter 5 Kizaru's light speed kick is coming. When the explosion sounded again, the horrific scene of flames engulfing the sky frightened the island residents who came to find out what was going on. Run! It's an airstrike! Everyone screamed and fled. No one knows what happened. Why did marine warships attack civilians? This seems to be something that goes against common sense. Shouldn't Marine be here to protect us? Mom? Mom! Childish cries echoed on a beach. Lin Yu looked back and saw a little girl sitting on a pile of sand in the distance, crying helplessly in the chaotic scene. This is Xiao Tianjiu, a cute and sensible little girl. She even shared her favorite candy with Lin Yu. Little sweet wine. Get out of there quickly. Lin Yu clenched his fists and shouted with all his strength. Brother, brother. When Xiao Tianjiu saw Lin Yu shouting to her, she opened her arms and ran towards him. Danger! As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of artillery shells struck from the air. Even if Lin Yu could use Conqueror's domineering power to detonate these shells in the air, the cold shock wave would still swallow the little girl. In desperation, Lin Yu fell to the little girl's side in a flash, quickly held her in his arms, and used his body to resist the incoming shells. Bang! 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 The shells landed on the coast, and flames struck. Several houses on the edge of the island were not spared, and raging fires burned instantly. Ah! My house is the work of half my life. Looking at the house engulfed by flames, the owner let out a miserable cry. And in the center of the explosion, if you look carefully, you can find a tall and sharp figure. He is Lin Yu. Back off! Lin Yu shouted majestically, waved his big hand filled with dark domineering power, and raised a strong and powerful wind, taking away the flames all over him in an instant. Brother! Xiao Tianjiu in her arms said these two words pitifully and cutely with tears in her eyes. Seeing Lin Yu and Xiao Tianjiu safe and sound, people felt happy for a while. That's great, they are all fine. Lin Yu is really a secretive guy. Confirmed, Lin Yu is a real man. Xiao Yu, you don't have to pay back the wine you owe me. Not only that, I also want to treat you to a drink. People praised Lin Yu. Marine won't stop, this is just the appetizer. Lin Yu looked back and saw that the sea was already full of warships. This is not Buster Call, so what could it be? Looking back on the cause and effect, I can only relate it to Roger coming here a week ago. It was me who caused everyone's problems. Lin Yu blamed himself. Everyone retreat to the center of the island. Please believe that I will protect this island. Lin Yu turned his back to everyone, stared at the countless warships on the sea, and shouted heartbreakingly to the residents. At this moment, Lin Yu's figure was like a ray of sunshine shining through the thick dark clouds, so tall and powerful that it was convincing. If all this happened because of him, then let him face it. Injuring others is what he hates the most. I only want to live a peaceful life, but it seems that this wish cannot be realized. In that case, let's go for it. Faced with such a passive situation, Lin Yu's usual mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The reason is simple. Since he can't live a peaceful life, then let's turn the world upside down. Bet all his dignity as a time traveler. A fierce aura ignited around Lin Yu like the chaos of a demon. The strongest domineering spirit is not just a dry word, but the kind of contempt in the face of all power. Buster Call? General of Marine Headquarters? Humph. In front of Lin Yu, everyone is his younger brother. Come on Marine, let Lao Zi see the lame power you hide behind bright words of justice. At this point, Lin Yu's eyes turned into naked contempt. To put it bluntly, Lin Yu didn't pay attention to the countless warships in front of him. At this time, on the leading warship stood the initiator of this battle, General Zifa, and behind him stood his three most proud students. They are Sakaski, Porisalino and Kuzan. Our attack was unexpectedly hindered. Zifa stood on the bow of the boat with his arms crossed, his sharp eyes fixed on Lin Yu's figure on the coast. That proves that we are right. There are indeed Roger's followers on this island. Porisalino put his hands in his trouser pockets and said with a frustrated face about his analysis, because once it is determined, the next work will become tedious and complicated. He came here with his teacher, not because he wanted to carry out true justice like Sakaski, nor because he wanted to be a good student like Kuzan. He just wanted to go through the motions and then leave in style. Teacher, cannonballs can't deal with them, let me go to fight. Sakaski also stared closely at Lin Yu on the island. They were not far apart, and the other person's eyes made him feel very uncomfortable. He was obviously just an accomplice of a pirate, a despicable and filthy helper of the gang, but why did he show such a firm look full of justice? It was so high-sounding. Wait a minute, Sakaski, don't be anxious. The enemy only showed one card. If you act rashly, you may fall into their trap. You must know that the opponent is a heinous pirate. This is not a one-on-one fair duel. Zifa said suspiciously with a delicate mind. Okay, teacher. Sakaski was unwilling, but he could only obey Zifa's order. Polosalino, I will send you to explore the road first. If you find anything, don't attack rashly. Come back and report first. Zifa looked at Porisalino, with a meaningful look in his eyes, as if he had seen through his little thoughts of desertion. Copy that. Porisalino scratched his head reluctantly, and then turned into a ray of light and flashed to the island. Lin Yu glanced and noticed Porisalino, who arrived in an instant, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth again. Is this the future General Kizaru? He already looks wretched at a young age, and there is really not much change from his appearance 20 years later. Hey! Good morning. Kizaru didn't expect that the person who resisted the bombardment just now was so young. Did Marine send you to lead the charge? Lin Yu asked unceremoniously. Wait a minute. Sensing the smell of gunpowder in Lin Yu's words, Kizaru waved his hand and continued. Fighting and stuff like that are what I hate the most. It would be best if we could solve the problem like playing a game. Kizaru said helplessly. What suggestions do you have? Lin Yu asked. How about you just surrender? This will save you a lot of unnecessary steps and everyone can call it a day and go home early. How about that? Kizaru spoke his mind calmly. Chapter 6 Zifa and his three most proud students. Lin Yu's firm eyes said everything. Surrender? Daydream. It seems it's hard to be kind. Kizaru scratched his head with a look of helplessness. As Marine's lobbyist, you are really incompetent. Lin Yu said sarcastically. Actually, I'm not here as a lobbyist. The order I received is to bring all of Roger's henchmen to justice. Kizaru changed his expression of helplessness and cynicism just now, and said seriously with an expressionless face. After all, he is also a dignified Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General. Being ridiculed like this cannot be justified in terms of face. As he said that, Kizaru quickly turned around and at the same time flew up and kicked Lin Yu in front of the door. Lin Yu subconsciously stretched out his arms to resist, and the powerful force dragged his body along the ground for several meters in an instant. You are the first person to be able to block my light-speed kick at such a close range. Kizaru praised him indifferently, but felt distressed in his heart, thinking that this was another strong man, and there would be no benefit in entangled with him. Lin Yu put down his arm and said with a normal expression, "Not bad power." Kizaru looked at his calm face, his eyes showing extremely confident frankness, and cursed in his heart, "Fart, you don't take this power seriously at all." As a lieutenant general, Kizaru's power is comparable to that of a general, all thanks to his heaven-defying shining fruit ability. Relying on this ability, although he is lazy and not good at taking initiative, he was quickly promoted to lieutenant general, and now he has become a popular candidate for general. However, his most proud ability only received a lukewarm comment from Lin Yu. If this was put on someone else's head, he would have to fight to the death with Lin Yu. But this happened to be a calming agent for Kizaru. He was here to spy on the situation, not to fight, so he would not fight if he could. This was also his purpose. You can see clearly, we have hundreds of warships, and you are only alone. Why do you want to be our enemy? Unless you have a group of accomplices behind you. Kizaru was halfway through his words, deliberately hesitating to speak. At the same time, he observed Lin Yu's expression, and then continued as if pursuing victory. It seems that I guessed it right. Where are your accomplices? Let them come out and surrender together. If everyone surrenders together, you will not be a traitor. After Kizaru finished speaking, he showed a successful smile. He thought he had expected everything and persuaded Lin Yu. However, after hearing this, Lin Yu had a weird smile on his face. "I'm sorry, you guessed wrong. There are no pirate associates on this island, but just a group of ordinary people who live in peace with the world." Marine, who claimed to be full of justice, actually came to bully the residents of a small island. He was really unscrupulous and embarrassed. This was what Lin Yu meant. "Oh. It seems like you are determined. It's really a headache." Kizaru pouted, his expression clearly showing his vulgarity. The conversation has come to this point, and there will be no result if we continue talking. Kizaru put his hands in his pockets, turned around and walked away gracefully. Lin Yu was left alone. This Kizaru was really perfunctory. He ran up to it, kicked it, said some useless nonsense and then gave up. It was really novel. Lin Yu was also speechless. When Kizaru's figure landed on the warship, everyone turned their attention to him. "That's a strange guy," Kizaru said to everyone. "Pora Salino, is this the only information you got?" Sakazuki said sarcastically. "Still a top master," Kizaru added seriously. "So you just ran away?" Zifa said the most disdainful words in a difficult manner. "Teacher, this is just a reasonable retreat," Kizaru argued. "So where are that guy's accomplices?" "They are all lurking in every corner of this island." "Tell me their locations," Zifa asked. Relying on Kizaru's ability, this kind of investigation couldn't be easier. However, Kizaru hesitated and paused before speaking. "The strong man on the island is just that guy, the rest are all civilians." When Kizaru said such words, he undoubtedly poured a pot of stinky shit on Marine's head. It was simply a great shame and humiliation. "Pora Salino, what do you mean? Are you questioning our Marine?" Sakazuki looked at Kizaru with sharp eyes. "No, I'm just telling the truth. Kizaru responded to him with the same sharp eyes, showing no panic at all. That's enough. Please clarify the situation for me. Now is not the time to make a fuss. Zifa put out the cigarette butt in his hand and stopped them impatiently. Teacher, let me go. Capture that Roger's accomplice. Sakazuki clenched his fists and focused his anger on Lin Yu, who was not far away. Please wait a moment, let me meet the guy below. When Zifa was about to nod in agreement to Sakazuki's request, Lieutenant General Kuzan, who had been silent, demanded. And after saying that, he jumped off the warship without waiting for anyone to respond. Why is this guy Kuzan so active all of a sudden? Sakazuki said unhappily. The moment Kuzan landed on the sea, ice formed under his feet. He just stepped on the ice and walked slowly towards Lin Yu. At first glance, I thought winter was coming. Aokiji's ability to create mysteries has really been developed since he was young. Lin Yu stood there and muttered indifferently. If you have an island's residents behind you, your best decision is to give up resistance and surrender, so that you can protect the people you want to protect. Aokiji walked up to Lin Yu and said righteously. He has a youthful look on his face. He has not experienced so much vicissitudes of life and is calm now, and he looks like a little fresh meat that is so tender that it can squeeze out water. That's what I think. If I defeat you all, I can still save the civilians on this island. Lin Yu said shameless words with a calm face. Aokiji couldn't help but laugh after hearing this, and at the same time, the coldness on his body suddenly became a bit stronger. A man must be responsible for what he says. When Aokiji spoke, a strong cold air came out of his mouth, which was extremely oppressive. Do what you say. Lin Yu said every word without fear. As soon as he finished speaking, Aokiji suddenly raised his hand that turned into an ice blade and attacked him. Lin Yu raised his arm, his domineering energy instantly attached, and he took his attack. The moment the ice blade hit his domineering force, it immediately shattered and broke. However, the broken ice blade did not lose its effect, but shot into Lin Yu's chest in the next second. Lin Yu took a few steps back. With his domineering body protection, he was not injured. I won't do it casually like poor Asalino did. Immediately afterwards, Aokiji did not stop. With a move of his fingers, 2 ice spears suddenly appeared in mid-air, and the next moment they stabbed Lin Yu's body. Lin Yu was shocked. Oh no! Chapter 7 Aokiji's Ice Age. The ice gun attached with domineering energy shot towards Lin Yu. At the critical moment, he clenched his domineering fist and spun his body to block the ice spear. Aokiji opened his eyes with a surprised expression. Lin Yu's series of reactions were unexpectedly fast and smooth. At such a young age, this guy has already used his domineering power so passionately and has a very high level of combat surprise. I really underestimate him. Aokiji stared at Lin Yu seriously and thought, at this time there was no contempt in his eyes. Boy, your reaction is quite fast, but don't be complacent. Aokiji first praised Lin Yu, and the next second the ice under his feet spread to the surroundings. Ice Age! Aokiji shouted. Seeing the sharp ice coming like a tide, Lin Yu raised one foot and stepped on the ground hard. The vibration caused suddenly stopped the freezing attack. At the same time, Aokiji held an ice skate in his hand, slid sharply across the ground, and quickly went around behind Lin Yu. Lin Yu counterattacked decisively before the opponent attacked, turned around and attacked with a domineering fist. Aokiji, who originally wanted to attack with his sword, had to switch to defense. It's just that his defense was too fragile. The moment he came into contact with Lin Yu's fist, Aokiji's skate and himself were instantly shattered. Ah! Lieutenant General Kuzan was attacked from the front by Haki. This is truly unprecedented. Yes. I have never seen Lieutenant General Kuzan in such a mess. The Marines who were watching the battle on the sea not far away couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw the scene of their battle. What is that Kuzan guy doing, mother-in-law? Sakazuki couldn't help but said bitterly because he was overtaken by Aokiji. I've told you before that guy is very strong, but none of you listened. Now it seems Kyuzen is going to suffer. Kizaru on the side leaned on the mast and analyzed with a leisurely look. Don't be deceived by the picture in front of you. Kyuzen is a slow starter in the duel. Look, the situation will reverse soon. Zifa, who was standing on the bow of the ship, had lit another cigar at some point. He calmly watched the changes in the battle situation on the coast. After Lin Yu crushed Aokiji, fine ice crystals flew all over the sky, like dancing butterflies, shining with crystal clear light in mid-air. Lin Yu frowned, realizing that these dazzling lights were like death stares, staring at him bloodthirsty. Just as he was about to retreat, he realized that his feet had been blocked by ice. In this moment of slackness, the ice crystals flying in the sky seized the flaw, quickly gathered, and soon enveloped him. A shiny ice sculpture appeared in front of everyone. Aokiji's figure formed from the frost, and then he said proudly, "The arrest is complete." Looking at this scene, there was a cheer on the marine warship. As expected of Lieutenant General Kyuzen, he can deal with Roger's accomplices with ease. Of course, he is the candidate favored by the warring States General. At the same time, on another part of the sea far away from the island, several pirate ships were parked quietly. Oops! I didn't expect this kid to be so capable, but I didn't expect that he couldn't even defeat a Marine Lieutenant General, and One Piece Roger's associates are nothing more than that. On the bow of the pirate ship, a bearded pirate put down his telescope and said disappointedly, "That's pretty good. You must know that he is fighting against Aokiji. He is no ordinary lieutenant general. He is one of Zifa's favorite students." At this time, a young, fair-skinned, aristocratic pirate looked at the distant coast with sharp eyes and commented reasonably, Hey! You have all jumped to conclusions too early. The battle is not over yet. Roger's crew has not appeared yet, and the fun is yet to come. Ha 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 ha. A man with a big belly and a face like a heel spread his hands and said in a harsh voice. Lin Yu's battle was about to end under the watchful eyes of many forces. At this time, a figure landed on the coast impatiently. Kyuzen, the order from above is to punish this heinous guy on the spot. Your approach is too conservative. Let me help you. The person who came was none other than Sakazuki. Before Aokiji could say a word, he swung his fist and launched an attack, as if he was retaliating for the tyranny of Aokiji who had just robbed him of the opportunity to fight. The hot fists of magma fell on the ice cubes that Lin Yu had melted like meteors. The moment the magma came into contact with the ice, a thick white smoke erupted. Okay, that's solved. Sakazuki stared at Aokiji with a special look in his eyes, as if he was showing off to him. You seem to have intervened in my battle for no reason. This is unjustifiable, Sakazuki. Aokiji's face was full of displeasure. He usually didn't like to celebrate success, but he seemed to be very concerned about Sakazuki's appearance and stealing his limelight. The sanction of justice, does it make any difference whether you take action or I take action? Sakazuki argued naturally. Aokiji is full of black lines and is very repulsive to Sakazuki's views. The relationship between the two has always been very delicate. In addition to the incompatibility in their fruit abilities, there is also the opposition in spiritual concepts. Okay, let's leave quickly. This place will soon turn into a sea of fire and a hell on earth. Sakazuki said easily and calmly, as if he liked the word hell on earth. What about the villagers on the island? Aokiji asked a childish question that he knew he was asking. Those are just Roger's accomplices, they will not be regretted if they die. Sakazuki turned around, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Sakazuki, you and I both know that those are just a group of unarmed people. Aokiji shouted emotionally, pure justice blooming in his chest. At this time, he was not calm and sophisticated enough, and he did not know that the justice shouted in his mouth could never move others. His power is still too weak to prevent the disaster in front of him, so he works so hard to win the position of general and change Marine's decision-making. He has always kept his concept of justice in his heart, until he saw a group of scholars on O'Hara Island being massacred not long ago, and the senior management of Marine headquarters defined an 8-year-old girl as a heinous devil, and then to today's actions. He couldn't calm down. What kind of justice does the righteous Marine uphold? Is it bloodthirsty justice or massacre justice? Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Hey! Kyuzan, please see your position clearly. You are the Lieutenant General of the Marine headquarters. It is your bounden duty to obey orders. If the superiors define them as demons, then they are demons, regardless of what you and I say. Sakazuki clenched his fists, his whole body boiling fiercely, as if he was ready to attack Aokiji at any time. Aha! This hot bath is really nice. It's so comfortable. Sakazuki and Aokiji were startled and looked back. When the smoke and dust cleared, Lenyu's tall and straight figure stood proudly on the spot, without any damage on his body. This is impossible! Aokiji and Sakazuki shouted in unison with their eyes widened. Chapter 8 Battle against the 3 Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Generals. Lenyu looked at the shocked Akainu and Aokiji in front of him with jealousy. The show is about to begin. Bang! Lenyu was surrounded by scattered chi, and rushed forward like a tiger descending a mountain. The speed is so fast and unpredictable. The fist attached to Haki emits burning red light, hitting Aokiji and Akainu. The 2 people who were caught off guard were knocked away at the same time and landed on the coast 10 meters away. This reversal was seen by Marine not far away, and also by the pirates further away. They had only one feeling, that is, shock. Extremely shocked. If the 2 Lieutenant Generals Aokiji and Kizaru are not yet absolutely recognized for their current strength, Akainu's strength has already emerged in the world. His methods of dealing with pirates are obvious to all. His methods are so powerful that they almost make all pirates hate him. However, today, Sakazuki, who upheld absolute justice, was punched away by an unknown young pirate. I'm afraid that the reputation and majesty that Akainu has accumulated over the past few years will be wiped out with this punch. Ha 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 ha. I really love this guy to death. He actually made Akainu crumpled. Ha 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 ha, it's so damn happy. This guy is really good. Hey, has anyone heard of his name? I've never heard of him. Could he be a new member of the Roger Pirates? Definitely not. There are only a few of Roger's crew members. This one doesn't look familiar at all, and I've never heard of it. Try to recruit him, he is definitely a capable player. Ha 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 ha, if you walk around on the ship and beat the sailor who passed Sakazuki, it will be very impressive if word spreads. With just that punch at that moment, Lenyu suddenly became a figure that the pirates talked about. Some people are happy and some are sad. At the same time, the sailors on the marine warship really can't believe the scene just now. Isn't that guy dead? Why can he still stand up for no reason, and even beat up Lieutenant General Sakazuki and Lieutenant General Kyuzan at the same time? It's fake. This guy is too strong. Who is this guy? It's impossible that you haven't heard of a pirate with such a powerful force. Look for the pirates on the reward list, and look for the characters with hundreds of millions of belly rise. No. This person is not included in the reward order at all. Uneasiness has arisen among the Marines. If a pirate on the island has such strength, then coupled with the Roger crew members who are hiding in the dark and have not appeared on the scene, wouldn't the situation be reversed? You know, they have mobilized half of the combat personnel in the Marine headquarters. It can be said that this operation can only succeed and cannot fail. But what was shown to them now was that they were defeated just by the resistance of one pirate, and the possibility of successful combat was greatly reduced in an instant. This is really interesting. Even Kizaru, who was leaning on the mast and looking nonchalant about the battle, was stimulated by the scene just now. Pora Salino, watch your words, this is war, not playing house. Zifa looked at Lin Yu on the coast seriously, and at the same time corrected his posture to Kizaru. Teacher, are we prepared to fight against such a strong person? Kizaru put his hands in his trouser pockets, with a messy expression on his face as if he was swaying in the wind. What do you mean? Zifa turned his attention to Kizaru. Our large-scale operation has already spread all over the world. Roger's restless crew members must also know what is about to happen here. Do you think they will remain indifferent? Kizaru analyzed seriously and sharply. Zifa smiled slightly. Hey. You don't have to worry about this. It's something that everyone can think of, how could we ignore it? Kizaru was stunned. Could there be any action from above? Why didn't he know about it? Zifa glanced at Kizaru, sneered at his confused expression, and then spoke generously. Things have reached this point, let me tell you. While we were taking action, Sengoku and Garp were not idle, and they also started taking action with us. Mr. Sengoku and the hero Garp are here too. Kizaru heard this in confusion. Of course they didn't come here, but were watching Roger's remnants elsewhere. Zifa grinned his unshaven mouth and squeezed out a rough smile. In other words, Roger's crew will not come here. Kizaru suddenly thought. That's right, we have made a complete plan for this battle, and we are bound to win it. This is a battle as important as the execution of Roger. We must let those pirates see the fate of being one piece. The final result can only be it's been cut down to the roots. Kizaru didn't know whether to call this brilliant or unreasonable. In order to set an example and warn the world, it is probably impossible to calculate how many manpower and material resources were mobilized and how many innocent lives were harmed, and he was too lazy to calculate. The world is so cruel and cold-blooded, that's why he has no energy for anything and always looks lazy, because he knows that no matter how serious you are, you still can't change things that shouldn't be changed. Poor Salino, you are shaken. Zifa stared at Kizaru sharply. He knew his student very well. He could see what he was thinking and what thoughts he should not have. No, I was just distracted. Kizaru prevaricated. Instead of getting distracted, it's better to go down and help Sakazuki and the others. This farce should be over. Zifa said knowingly. Without saying a word, Kizaru turned into a dim yellow light and galloped towards the coast. The three most popular lieutenant generals in the marine headquarters are facing off against a pirate who was unknown before. This battle is really beyond people's expectations. This should be a duel with a great disparity in power, and it should end with the three lieutenant generals quickly ending the battle. But the result now is that Lin Yu faced the combined siege of the three lieutenant generals with ease, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the garden. The three powerful Logia fruit abilities all appeared, but they were not able to break Lin Yu's domineering body protection. It was too shocking and unexpected. This kind of power is already at the level of Roger Rayleigh, but there was no relevant information about this person before. Can such a strong man really be unknown, huddle on such an unknown island, and live an ordinary life? Really, it's incredible, beyond ordinary people's understanding. Zifa, who was standing on the bow of the boat, became more and more anxious, smoking cigars one after another. Even he would be overwhelmed if his three students joined forces at the same time. But the young boy in front of him, a guy he had never heard of before, seemed to be able to do it with ease. Damn it, if we delay it any longer, no one knows what kind of reversal will happen. Finally, Zifa broke the railing next to him with an angry punch. Then he turned around and ordered to the sailor who was delivering the order. Order all warships to aim at the island and bombard me hard. He couldn't wait any longer and needed to end this cleanup operation immediately. Fire now? But the lieutenant general and the others are still on the island, the messenger said in surprise, unable to believe his ears. They are all capable people, nothing will happen to them. Zifa said cold-bloodedly. But the messenger was still hesitant. Are you going to disobey my order? Zifa looked over with a stern look. which frightened the ordering soldier so much that he trembled and turned around to start passing on the order. Chapter 9: The Whitebeard Pirates Attack. Ice Age. Dark Hound. Light Speed Kick. The three lieutenant generals all unleashed their skills and swept towards Lin Yu like a destructive force. Drink! Lin Yu exclaimed in shock, and his whole body looked like a knight from the Dark Knight, elegant and calm under the domineering attachment. Bang! The elemental attacks collided together, causing a huge smoke. Everything was blurred, and only Lin Yu's figure was clearly visible. TCH. Can you guys not attack at the same time? Your power will be eaten up by your abilities. Akainu shouted at them through gritted teeth. It's up to you not to interfere. Aokiji responded unhappily. My attack is clearly ahead of you, so don't take me with you. Kizaru said seriously. At this time, they were still interested in arguing. Lin Yu on the side seized this opportunity and took the initiative. The four of them went back and forth, falling into a state of anxiety. Others seemed to think that these four people were not engaged in a life-and-death duel, but rather as if they were practicing. In fact, it's just because neither side can break the other's defense. The three lieutenant generals are upright and young, and their abilities have been developed not only to perfection, but also to a very proficient level. Coupled with the blessing of domineering, they are even more powerful. On the other hand, although Lin Yu was not a person with fruit abilities, facing his super domineering power, the three of them still couldn't break the defense for a while. This directly caused the battle between the four people to become a meaningless war of attrition. It is a joke in itself that three high-profile lieutenants worked together to attack an unknown pirate. If we continue to fall into an anxious battle between you and me, then if word spreads, it will be a joke within a joke. The three of them still have to hang out in this area. They still have to establish authority among the Marines. What a fart this time! The more the three of them thought about it, the more frustrated they became, and then they mobilized all their strength to rush towards Lin Yu. The three lieutenant generals turned into three groups of elements and surrounded Lin Yu, trapping him firmly in the middle. What is this called? A fight between trapped beasts? It's ridiculous. Lin Yu looked at all this with a sneer. Chirp! 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 The sharp sound of bombs tearing through the space came anxiously. Lin Yu looked keenly, and saw countless bombs coming like rain, overwhelming the sky, and could only be described as FK. You actually took advantage of others' duel to shoot cold arrows. You Marines are so aboveboard. Lin Yu originally wanted to paralyze the three opponents in front of him when he said these words, so that they would not intervene to stop the bombs from the air. But just as he was about to pull away, Akainu's attacks followed by Aokiji and Kizaru's attacks. The successive attacks broke his wishful thinking. Hey! The bomb is coming, why don't you get out of the way? Lin Yu shouted anxiously, forgetting that they were Logia ability users. Stupid guy, artillery shells are ineffective against us. Akainu answered him nonchalantly. Hateful. Seeing the bomb coming, Lin Yu couldn't get away. If it were a little later, the consequences would be disastrous. There are still so many residents on the island. Lin Yu's heart was already in his throat. Clang! Bang bang bang! As a sharp wave of air passed over the head, the bombs flying in the air suddenly exploded one after another in an instant. One after another bombs exploded high in the sky, and flames scattered in all directions. Putting aside the war, the sudden appearance of flames filling the sky was really damn romantic, and even a little ambiguous. Lin Yu and the others couldn't help it for a moment and wanted to put their hands together and make a wish. Who is it? Lin Yu and the three lieutenant generals came to their senses and looked at the town on the island at the same time. The weird air wave just now was definitely man-made, like a slash. Ahahahaha. A burst of rude laughter came first with quite a charm. Immediately afterwards, a domineering figure suddenly fell from the sky. When it landed on the ground beneath its feet instantly sank and shattered, causing rocks to rise. That's not all. At the same time, several figures of various colors fell down, some holding knives and some holding guns, with different postures, and their arrogant and domineering expressions showed that they were extremely unkind. Ah! This is the Whitebeard pirates. The people on the marine warship, including the pirate group who secretly watched the movements here from a distance, showed equal amounts of surprise at the same moment. How could it be the Whitebeard pirates? Shouldn't they be Roger's crew to defend Roger's hometown? You know, Whitebeard and Roger are famous rivals. The two groups of people have forced each other into desperate situations several times. So how could Whitebeard come to defend Roger's hometown? It doesn't make sense, it really doesn't make sense. But the people in front of him were obviously Whitebeard and his men. At this moment, the most crazy person is Zifa. He thought he had anticipated everything, but he ignored Whitebeard, a troubled and unstable element. Zifa knows that although Roger and Whitebeard are enemies, they are also friends at a certain point. Although they fight each other, they respect each other more in their hearts. This relationship is the most fatal. He once saw that after a pirate was arrested and asked to confess his enemy, he did not reveal any information about the other party until his death. These damn pirates are tougher than guns when it comes to emotions. Damn it! Everyone with stars on their shoulders, come with me. Zifa knew this, so he could no longer sit still and wait for death. He dropped his cigarette butts, and after giving orders behind him, he jumped off the warship without hesitation. The coast is very lively now. Lin Yu, 3 lieutenant generals and the Whitebeard pirates. These people are not convinced by me and I are not convinced by you, but they all just stare at each other. Ah ha 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 ha. Boy, you have good skills. Whitebeard didn't even look at the 3 lieutenant generals. He just stared at Lin Yu closely and chatted with great admiration. Looking at the middle-aged Whitebeard, his gentle and simple face shows both frank justice and an indescribable murderous aura that is not annoying. This murderous look matched with the gentleness in his eyes did not seem inconsistent, but rather complemented each other, making people feel appropriate and even want to get close to him involuntarily. There is indeed a unique charm between the eyebrows. Compared with Roger, he is a little less innocent, but more calm. Is this Whitebeard? The man who acts as a father everywhere. The domineering slash you just performed was pretty good. Lin Yu not only thanked him for his help just now, but also repaid the compliment he had given him now. His answer was a pun, which was very appropriate. It did not make people think it was deliberate flattery, but he also expressed all the meaning that he should have. Ah ha 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 ha. Since they are all good, we should compete and see who is better. Whitebeard's belligerence in the face of strong men emerged. Not today, let's try another day. Lin Yu looked at the rows of warships not far away and calmly refused. That's right, I forgot that there are still a bunch of annoying bugs here. Whitebeard looked at the 3 lieutenant generals nearby and said without concealing his contemptuous attitude. Chapter 10 The reason why General Zifa broke his arm. Whitebeard, don't be too arrogant. Since you showed up today, let us arrest you together. This will save us having to search for you all over the world. Akainu clenched his fists and stood majestically, his eyes wild. Where did this come from? Marine, you are so shameless. Where are Garp and Sengoku? Go get them. Whitebeard glanced at Akainu contemptuously. I am the Lieutenant General of Marine Headquarters. How dare a mere pirate leader be so arrogant? Akainu said, and he fiercely spread out his posture to attack Whitebeard. Wait a minute, Sakazuki. You are no match for him. Zifa's voice sounded majestic. Looking back, a group of aggressive marine leaders followed Zifa to the shore. Zifa stepped forward with a serious look on his face. Whitebeard, are you sure you want to intervene in this war that has nothing to do with you? Doesn't it matter? Ha 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 ha. Sorry, General Zifa, this has been my territory since I set foot on this island. Whitebeard said calmly. Whitebeard, think about it. You are now an enemy of Marine headquarters. Can you bear the consequences? Zifa threatened coldly. Ah! I'm a pirate, haven't I always been your enemy? Whitebeard picked his ears with his fingers and said impatiently. You see clearly, there are only a few of you, and we have hundreds of warships coming this time. Zifa pointed at the warships behind him, but he had no idea in his heart, because he knew very well what Whitebeard was capable of. In a real fight, these warships were not enough for him to handle at will. Ahahaha! Zifa, your threats really make me lose my temper. Go and call Garp. We haven't finished the fight last time. While Whitebeard was talking, he fiddled with the big sword in his hand, and then slammed it on the ground. With his tall figure, he was as majestic as a Buddha. Zifa also had a bad temper. When he heard that he was completely ignored, he instantly became extremely angry. I will be your opponent. Zifa pulled off his cloak with one hand, revealing a body full of scars and muscles. Boring. Whitebeard stood there indifferently and spat out these two words coldly. Cut. Zifa gritted his teeth, rushed forward with a whoosh of his strong body, and punched Whitebeard's head. However, his body was robbed by Lin Yu midway. The fists of Zifa and Lin Yu collided together, and the dark domineering energy spread instantly with a shrill scream. This kid is really good. How dare a person like this come up to catch General Marine's attack? The people around Whitebeard praised Lin Yu. Hey! Boy, get out of here. As for the general, let us handle it. Beerus, the foil swordsman of the Whitebeard pirates, said kindly to Lin Yu. Whether it's a general or a marine, it's just a piece of cake. I only ask you one thing, help me rescue the residents of the island. Lin Yu said to Whitebeard and the others leisurely while resisting Zifa's attack. Hey, this guy has a pretty cool tone. With this kind of temperament, he won't live long in this world. Comments on Beerus' accident. Ha! Whether you live a long life or a short one, you have to live a valuable life. If you can die well, I don't care if you die early. Ever since Lin Yu traveled to this world, he had taken a dim view of life and death. You're right. Not only are I going to take away the villagers on the island today, but you and I are also going to be taken away. It would be such a waste to let you die here. Whitebeard admired Lin Yu very much and said happily. What? Lin Yu and Zifa were startled at the same time and shouted in unison. Whitebeard! Stop uttering such arrogant words. None of you will be able to leave today. Akainu couldn't wait any longer, waving his hot arms to attack Whitebeard. Whitebeard glanced coldly and slashed with his knife. The moment Akainu's magma fist came into contact with Whitebeard's sword, it instantly exploded in all directions as if it received an irresistible force. Damn it! Akainu held his arm and backed away. Blood flowed from the arm where he had just punched. He was injured. Your name is Sakaski, right? I remember you. Practice for a few more years and come fight with me. Whitebeard said with compassion when he saw that Akainu was still staring at him, unwilling to admit defeat even though he was injured. Kizaru and Aokiji on the side were surprisingly calm and did not rush forward. They knew that with their current strength, they were no match for this mythical man on the sea. A small impatience will mess up a big plan. A man must be able to bend and stretch to win the final victory. Are you kidding me? Marine's dignity will never be ruined in my hands. I will stake my name as a general on the line and hunt down all of you pirates. Zifa used all his strength to knock Lin Yu away and rushed towards Whitebeard. Edward Newgate, take your life! Zifa roared like a giant beast. Whitebeard stood there, witnessing the blow that cost his life, and said impatiently. It's so noisy. This nonsensical attitude has flaws all over it. While speaking, he also assumed his classic sword-wielding posture. Teacher, it's dangerous. At this time, seeing Whitebeard's posture, it was like a tiger descending from the mountain. Aokiji and the others sensed something was wrong and shouted to Zifa at the same time. However, it was already too late. Zifa's rampaging figure had already approached Whitebeard. In an instant, the two figures passed each other, and the sword light exploded along with the scattered domineering energy. In the end, Zifa fell in a pool of blood, and he broke an arm. Zifa, you should really read the sentence "Impulse is the devil." This arm should be a lesson. Whitebeard said compassionately. Seeing this scene, Aokiji and the others rushed to Zifa and helped him up. At this moment, Zifa's face did not show the pain of losing his arm, but only shock. Is this the gap? Is there always an insurmountable gap between Whitebeard, Roger, Garp, Sengoku, and these people? How can I cross this gap? I really want to become stronger and destroy them all. These hateful pirates are obviously evil people. Why does God give them such powerful power? Why doesn't it give me such power? Unfair, unfair. Zifa's thoughts were like falling into an abyss, falling down and down. Teacher, teacher. It wasn't until he heard his students call that he gradually came back to his senses. Retreat. The battle has failed. Zifa came back to his senses and looked at Whitebeard with desperate eyes. It's wise of you to admit defeat. Whitebeard finally said these words, then turned and walked away. Pain swelled on Zifa's face. He failed twice today, once when an arm was cut off just now, and again when Whitebeard gave him these words before leaving. Chapter 11 Oolong Incident. At night. The sparkling sea is swaying in the moonlight, very lively and playful. The tall and straight hull of the Moby Dick was like a prehistoric beast, moving forward slowly. Everything seemed very quiet. On the bow of the ship, Lin Yu stood facing the wind. He couldn't sleep. The originally planned life was shattered in an instant. He is now Marine's #1 enemy, Roger's accomplice, and Whitebeard's accomplice. Overnight, his domineering appearance against the 3 lieutenant generals has spread throughout the world. People looked at him like a beast. A new star made his debut with a bang. Will he be the next Roger and turn the world upside down? It's really exciting. This is a resounding sentiment from all over the world. Now that things have happened, where should he go? Looking up at the bright moon, Lin Yu took a long breath and said a long-lost tone of voice. Grass. Can't you sleep either? There was even a response. Lin Yu turned around when he heard the sound, and teenage Shanks stood behind him with a mature look. It turns out to be Shanks. Thank you very much this time. Lin Yu showed a bright smile. No need to show this deliberate smile of thanks, I am not doing it for you, but for my Captain Roger. With that said, Shanks walked up to him, sat down on the deck holding the straw hat Roger gave him, looking both willful and cute. Lin Yu also sat on the deck. Looking at the thin body next to him, it was hard to imagine that in the future he would be one of the 4 emperors dominating the ocean. As for why Lin Yu wanted to thank little Shanks just now, it starts with Marine's execution of the island annihilation operation. When a large number of Marines, led by General Zifa, marched toward a small island in the East Daxia Sea, all forces in the world speculated that Marine's destination was Roger's hometown. This huge news, of course, also reached Shanks' ears. Shanks stayed in Rogertown for a week after witnessing Roger's execution. He walked in despair through the streets and alleys of Rogertown, and Captain Roger's voice and smile kept reappearing in his mind. It wasn't until he heard the news that he cheered up and immediately thought of an idea. Gather the gang to save Captain Roger's hometown. This is a reason that no one can refuse. Mr. Rayleigh, Mr. Jabba, I can finally see you again. Shanks smiled excitedly and showed a long-lost smile. But then he thought that since Marine dispatched troops to the captain's hometown openly, he must have expected that restless crew members like them would appear. Maybe they are secretly planning and waiting for us to show up. Although he is young, Shanks, who has a delicate mind, immediately thought of the conspiracy contained in it. He suddenly became dejected again. He couldn't think of anyone other than the big guy who would be willing to defend the captain's hometown. Seeing the captain's hometown be destroyed, this is the wish of most people. Captain, what should I do? Shanks raised his head, tears blurring his eyes. When you are sad, just look up at the blue sky, Shanks, and you will forget your sadness. This is what Roger told him, and he still remembers it, but why is it useless? Captain? Shanks looked up at the sky, feeling sad like a tide and couldn't stop it. Maybe it was because what he saw when he looked up was not a blue sky at all, but endless white clouds. White clouds covered the blue sky, making it impossible for him not to feel sad. These damn white clouds. White cloud. Shanks seemed to have thought of something and continued to mutter silently, "Whitebeard pirates." At this time, besides the big guy, who else is willing to do something for the captain? It has to be Whitebeard. He and the captain are both the greatest enemy and the best friend. Whitebeard will not allow anyone to destroy the hometown of his best friend and best enemy. Shanks told himself this. At that time, the Whitebeard pirates were also in the East Daxia Sea. When Shanks came to Whitebeard alone and made that suggestion to him, Whitebeard said it well prepared. "I can help, but you have to agree to a condition." "What conditions?" Shanks asked without thinking. He had already realized that even if he was missing an arm or a leg, it wouldn't matter if his life was taken away, as long as he could agree to his proposal. "Join my pirate group," Whitebeard blurted out. "No problem." Shanks didn't hesitate for even a moment. "Then, little ones, set sail," Whitebeard shouted cheerfully. Afterwards, a tall and thin man with a pineapple head named Marco poked Shanks and said to him, "Actually, the captain originally planned to stop Marine." In this way, the Whitebeard pirates unexpectedly appeared on the island, stopped the Marine led by Zifa, and indirectly saved Lin Yu and the residents of the entire island. Afterwards, Lin Yu also explained to them that it was not Roger's hometown, and he only had a relationship with Roger before his death. Everything is the result of Marine's imagination, who is eager to find opportunities. This was a self-inflicted fight. Everyone smiled at each other and didn't pursue anything. For the pirates, as long as they fight to their heart's content, no one cares whether it was an infringement or not. "Perhaps all this is fate, ha 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 ha," Whitebeard occasionally said romantically. He thought he had got 2 good crew members for free, but little did he know that neither of them had their hearts in the ship. When knowing all this, the most sad and disappointed person was Shanks. He originally thought he could do something else for the captain, but in the end it was just a misunderstanding. "Captain Roger." Shanks, who was sitting next to Lin Yu, finally couldn't restrain his fragile and immature heart and cried heartbrokenly. Roger has been chasing dreams all his life, never stopping for a moment. Now he has reached the other side. If he looks back and sees you crying, he will definitely not be happy. Lin Yu said softly, his words were meticulous and contagious. "When Captain Roger gave me this straw hat, he said he would watch me grow until I became a man, but now Captain Roger is no longer here. You are already a man." Lin Yu stared at him with admiration and praised. As a dignified man, he has cried 3 times over one thing. What kind of man is this? Shanks let out his heart's cry. "What are you doing here?" A vigilant voice came. The 2 of them looked up, and saw a dark-haired young man with a serious look on his face, standing in the dark with his arms crossed, standing in front of them. Chapter 12 Young Blackbeard Teach and Shanks. Oh! It turns out to be the little fat black man. Seeing the person coming, Shanks wiped away his tears, stopped his sadness for a moment, and responded with a more or less provocative voice. "My name is Teach, not a fat little black guy." Teach corrected Shanks seriously. Upon hearing this name, Lin Yu's body trembled and his eyes opened subtly. Is this guy the future Blackbeard Teach? I really can't tell. Facing the young Teach, the slightly immature and tough face is difficult to associate with the sinister black beard in the future. What are you looking at? Teach noticed that Lin Yu was acting strangely towards him. No, we just couldn't sleep. In order not to disturb others, we ran to the deck to enjoy the breeze. Lin Yu said immediately. It turns out you can't sleep either. I haven't been able to sleep for many years. With that said, Teach slowly walked over and sat down cross-legged beside Lin Yu without any notice. Just like that, under the moonlight, the three of them sat there, feeling the endless blowing of the night wind. It was eerily quiet. The captain likes you very much, but I don't think you will stay on the ship. After a while, Teach's sharp voice came. Why do you say that? Shanks asked, unconvinced by what he said. It can be seen from your eyes that you have no expectations for this place. Teach said easily, as if it was a very simple thing to do all this. Lin Yu looked at Teach. He was very confident, and this confidence was like a flame in his heart, and I am afraid it will become more intense in the future. I'm afraid his arrogance in the future will have a lot to do with this. Are you leaving too? Don't you plan to stay on the ship? Shanks asked Lin Yu. That's right, I will get off the boat as soon as the residents on the island are delivered to the place. Lin Yu nodded. It's not that he hates pirates, let alone the sea, he just has no interest. Besides, he has been targeted by Marine and is regarded as the most wanted criminal. Wherever he stays, he will cause more trouble for that place. He plans to flee alone until one day the world forgets him and he can return to his previous life. A carefree life is what he pursues. Then where will you go next? Shanks seemed to be paying special attention to Lin Yu. I don't know, just go wherever you go. How can a Marine's most wanted criminal be in charge? He can go wherever he wants. Lin Yu shook his head and said with a clear view of everything. How about this? I plan to form a pirate group. I invite you to join and give you the position of deputy captain. How about it? Shanks looked at Lin Yu expectantly. Lin Yu smiled slightly, and then shook his head slowly but decisively. Shanks knew that a silent rejection was the most decisive, and he immediately showed a disappointed expression. Don't worry. You will definitely find your own partner and carve out your own world on this sea. Lin Yu encouraged Shanks. You are a formidable opponent, red-haired one. I am also optimistic about you. Next time we meet, we will have a fight. The outcome between us has not yet been decided. Teach sat aside and said to Shanks with an element of arrogance. Encouraged. Thank you, little black fat man. Shanks' polite kide then fell into his own fantasy, imagining his future self, majestically leading his friends to gallop on the endless sea, just like Captain Roger. I told you my name is Teach, Teach. Don't call me little black fat guy. Teach slammed his fist on the deck and emphasized with temper. Don't you also call me redhead? I have a name, Shanks, Shanks. Shanks said, imitating Teach's tone. Okay, I know you Shanks, next time we see you on the battlefield, I will beat you up. Teach clenched his fists, looking aloof and jealous. Humph, whoever is afraid of you, I recognize you, Teach. I won't be merciful when we meet next time. I'll beat you all over the place. Shanks replied unequivocally. Lin Yu put his hands behind his head and looked helplessly at the two arguing. In the coming days, the two would indeed meet on various battlefields as they said. And they really don't show mercy and risk each other's lives. This made Lin Yu feel sad. Everything would be wonderful if it stayed in the initial stage. Once things get worse, all bad factors will come out to cause trouble. The human heart is full of strange circles, and hatred will arise if you are not careful. It is better to stay away from the crowd and away from disputes, Lin Yu thought. The night got deeper, so deep that even the moon was gone. Shanks lay beside Lin Yu and fell asleep without knowing when. Lin Yu put his coat on him, and the night wind continued to blow to prevent him from catching a cold. In this way, Lin Yu and Teach sat there awake until dawn. The two of them didn't say a word, and Lin Yu was curious about what Teach was thinking. At this time, I can already feel that Teach is very scary. Seagulls flew across the sky, and it was dawn. Their destination is an island on the Grand Route. Looking up, you can already see most of the island's outline. This island is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. It is very hidden and has high security. The island is full of birds and flowers and gentle animals, making it a very pleasant paradise to live in. Soon, the boat had sailed to the shore, and after it was parked, everyone got off the boat one after another. The air here is so good, full of sweetness. Look, those flowers are blooming so beautifully, I've never seen them before. It's heaven. The villagers' eyes shone brightly, and they praised him without hesitation. Hiccup. This is my territory. Neither marine nor pirates will interfere with this place. You can live here to your heart's content. Whitebeard said cheerfully, as if giving someone an island was a very happy thing. The captain originally wanted to keep this island for his retirement in his later years, but now it is given to you. The young Marco on the side said stingily on behalf of his captain. Marco, you are talking too much again, the captain is not such a stingy person. One of the crew members laughed and accused Marco. I never said the captain was stingy, stop talking nonsense. Marco's face turned red with anger. Hiccup, ha ha ha. Today is the first day on the island. Don't be busy with settlement issues first. We have to have a party first. Getting drunk is the top priority. Whitebeard said seriously with a bit of childlike willfulness. Everyone present raised their hands in agreement. Chapter 13 Destination. Cheers, brother. Ha 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 ha. One more drink, friend. On the island and in the forest, people cheered one after another, and everyone drank happily. That's what pirates are, wine, companions and parties. In the world of pirates, there is no absolute hatred, no absolute interests, and no absolute friendship. But that doesn't stop them from partying. Uncle Whitebeard, I want to toast you. Shanks, already slightly tipsy, came to Whitebeard. Whitebeard was sitting on the ground majestically, holding a big mug that had just been filled with beer. Kid, you're not qualified enough to toast our captain, ha 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 ha. The crewman beside Whitebeard said mockingly to Shanks. Just because I am the future One Piece. Shanks suddenly roared, and everyone stopped and looked at him quietly. Ha 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 ha. This kid actually wants to be One Piece. Do you think that having been on Roger's ship means you can be One Piece? You're so naive. Then everyone burst into laughter. Being One Piece requires the courage to conquer this ocean. Do you have it? Kid. Whitebeard stared at Shanks closely, as if trying to find out if that kind of courage existed in him. Not yet, but there will be in the future. I plan to disembark from your ship today and go find my crew. In the near future, I will fight with you in this area. Shanks used all his strength to say this. At this time, everyone stopped laughing. He said he was going to get off the captain. Someone said in confusion and shock. You must know that getting off the ship with the Whitebeard pirates is an extremely serious matter. Whitebeard suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared at Shanks with dignity. What did you say, kid? I didn't hear it clearly. Say it again. When Whitebeard said this, his tone was low, his face was full of black lines, and he was filled with murderous intent. Hey! Boy, you are not allowed to anger the captain. Stop talking, you are drunk. Someone reminded Shanks this way. However, Shanks gasped, responded to Whitebeard's anger with fearless eyes, and spoke in a fierce tone. I said I would get off the ship, form my own pirate group, and fight against you. As soon as he finished speaking, the angry Whitebeard punched the tree next to him. There was a roar and the towering tree fell to the ground. Everyone was frightened. No, the captain is angry, and the consequences will be serious. There was only one person in the audience, drinking beer casually while watching this realistic farce. This person was Lin Yu. An insightful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that with Whitebeard's character, how could he be serious with a kid? Doing this is probably to test Shanks' determination. After all, this sea is full of infinite beauty, but it also has infinite dangers. If you don't have full determination and the courage to go all out, you won't be able to go far at all. Boy, the comrades who got off the boat are traitors to me. Do you know how I treat betrayers? One word, death. Whitebeard suddenly stood up, and his powerful aura spread out, like a tiger descending from a mountain, making everyone present take a breath. If you can't go to sea alone, there's no point in living. Just do it. Shanks clenched his fists and stood calmly on the spot, full of strength, not afraid at all when facing the majestic Whitebeard. Everyone saw that the situation was about to develop in a bad direction. But no one dared to say a word, and the beautiful banquet suddenly became depressing. Hiccup, ha 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 ha. What a stubborn boy, a bit like Roger. I already knew you wouldn't stay on the ship for long, and my place is not your home at all. Whitebeard suddenly laughed and said frankly. The whole audience breathed a sigh of relief. It's true, Captain, it was really scary just now. The crew couldn't help but complain. If you want to leave, you can do it at any time. You can take whatever you want. I will satisfy you with whatever I can give you. Whitebeard sat down on the ground again and said generously to Shanks. All I need is a small boat, Shanks said succinctly. Okay, I'll give you a boat. What else do you want? No more. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Aren't you toasting to me? I did it. As he spoke, Whitebeard grabbed the wine glass next to him and drank heavily. This proves that Whitebeard has recognized Shanks. Shanks also raised his glass, drank the wine in the glass, raised his hand, threw the glass away, and turned around to leave. After boarding the boat sent by the Whitebeard pirates, Shanks looked back at the crowd on the island. He wanted to find Lin Yu's figure in the crowd. However, after looking for a long time, I couldn't find any trace of Lin Yu. I only saw Teach crossing his arms, looking at him in a daze, looking aloof. Shanks didn't wave goodbye to the only friend who saw him off. He will be an enemy from now on, and saying goodbye will make him lose face. He drove the boat gradually away, his figure became more and more blurred, and finally he was submerged in a wave of waves and disappeared completely. Shanks had never found Lin Yu in the crowd, but he had been staring at him the whole time. Lin Yu is a person who is not good at saying goodbye. He has always hated parting, but life is full of parting. You can't stop it. The only way is to take a break when parting and hide where the other person can't see you. You can avoid saying goodbye. Under normal circumstances, after saying goodbye, the chance of actually saying goodbye may not exceed 80%. What Shanks said today may seem like fantasy to others, but everyone laughed and forgot about it after hearing it. But it was extremely shocking to Lin Yu, because he knew that in the future, Shanks would do what he said today. Lin Yu bid farewell to Shanks sincerely. He raised his wine glass and silently paid tribute to Shanks, who disappeared on the sea. After drinking up the wine in the glass, Lin Yu sighed slowly and heavily. He raised his head and saw a little bit of blue in the sky through the dense treetops. Then, Lin Yu murmured like this. His name was Shanks, and one day his most beloved captain died. He was heartbroken and walked around every corner of the town that day, his heart broken bit by bit. As a man, he cried 3 times for the captain's death. He never cried again since then, because nothing could be more painful than losing the captain. Goodbye, Shanks. Lin Yu said the word he hated most, goodbye. But what was even more annoying was that it was many years later when I saw him again. Chapter 14: The Peak Showdown with Whitebeard. At the end of the carnival, I looked around and saw that a lot of people were drunk. The remaining ones who drank well also had rosy cheeks. Whitebeard saw that his crew members were all talking nonsense, but Lin Yu, who was sitting cross-legged not far away, was still drinking beer leisurely, like a normal person. "Hey! Brother, I see you haven't stopped. Why don't you look drunk?" Whitebeard walked to Lin Yu, put his arm around his shoulders and asked. "Maybe I have something on my mind, and if I can't resolve it, it's hard to get drunk," Lin Yu said as he kept drinking. "What's on your mind? What else are you worried about?" Whitebeard looked at the villagers who had been resettled and wondered what Lin Yu had on his mind. "I can't explain it, it's just a feeling of loss." Lin Yu sighed. His peaceful life was broken, and he became Marine's most wanted criminal. The future life will definitely be difficult. The things he hates most come to him in pairs, so how can he not be troubled? "Brother, when you come to a banquet, the most taboo thing is to feel depressed. Listen to my advice, put your worries aside, have a good drink, and wait until you wake up." Whitebeard is also quite good at enlightening people. "Ha ha ha ha, I have this kind of personality. Troubles easily ferment in my heart. You don't have to worry about me," Lin Yu said generously and lonely. "Okay. Since you insist on worrying, let's have a fight." Whitebeard wanted to enlighten him in another way. "Us? Stop making trouble, it will destroy this island." Lin Yu knew very well Whitebeard's ability to destroy the world. "Don't worry, I will control my strength. If you don't even have this little self-control, wouldn't you be looking down on me?" Whitebeard dismissed his concerns and continued to extend his warm invitation. "Come on, let's have a showdown between men. Unless you are scared, you will definitely agree. You have said so, what other reason do I have to refuse?" With that said, Lin Yu stood up from the ground. At this time, everyone's eyes were attracted. This scene was like a dose of sobering medicine, which immediately made everyone sober up, turning from drunkenness to excitement. "It's a pleasure to see my dad fighting with others. This kid looks very cool. He dares to compete with Dad. Let's wait and see how he loses the duel in embarrassment. Don't underestimate this guy. He can even receive Marine General Zifa's fist without any pressure. This guy shouldn't be underestimated. Humph. Let's talk about it if we can take Daddy's punch." The crew of the Whitebeard pirates basically had no hope in Lin Yu. Only the villagers who were rescued by Lin Yu cheered for Lin Yu. "Come on, Lin Yu." Xiao Ai, the former tavern waiter, hid in the crowd, looked at Lin Yu from a distance, clenched his palms, and cheered for him in his heart. Baybeard and Lin Yu then came to an open space behind the island. The two of them didn't talk nonsense and immediately started their posture. What an interesting battle this will be. I'm really looking forward to it. Whitebeard's fighting will is already ready to try. "Dad, do you want to get your weapon?" Someone in the crowd reminded Whitebeard. "No need." Whitebeard looked at the defenseless Lin Yu and immediately and decisively refused. "This is a fair matchup. Boy, you take the first move," Whitebeard said cheerfully, staring at Lin Yu. "Then you're welcome as a junior like me." Lin Yu's body immediately attacked, and his figure was as fast as a ghost. Whitebeard grinned and let out a low-pitched smile, as if he was very satisfied with Lin Yu's attack. The next second, the fists of the two collided fiercely, and the powerful domineering force spread. Whitebeard stared at Lin Yu closely, opened his eyes, and at the same time used Conqueror's domineering force. Originally, he wanted to greet Lin Yu, but Lin Yu also released Conqueror's domineering energy, and the strength was like a king's aura that crushed the opponent. "Ha ha ha ha. Sure enough, you have won too," Whitebeard said happily. After saying that, he took a step back, retracted his fist, and at the same time began to accumulate strength, and the ability to shake the fruit was finally activated. "Boy, the real attack is coming. If you don't use all your strength to deal with this blow, you will be beaten far away," Whitebeard reminded kindly. "Thanks for the reminder. Lin Yu smiled relaxedly and clenched his fists at the same time. The dark domineering energy adhered strongly and slowly. This time, the armed domineering energy was a little different from before, exuding a faint yellow-hot light. "Look, Dad is about to use that trick," the onlookers said excitedly, while their bodies unconsciously took a few steps back. "Drink!" With a roar, the two fists collided again. Fierce domineering energy surged out like a tide, and the explosive power caused cracks in the space around them at the moment of contact. Even the space was torn apart by the strength of the two, but their bodies were not damaged at all. They can also see the smiles on each other's faces. Not only that, the domineering power quickly expanded outwards, shaking the entire island. "Look, the clouds!" I heard one person in the messy crowd pointing to the sky and shouting in fright. People looked up in response and saw the clouds in the sky rolling outwards rapidly with them as the center. Even the clouds in the sky are afraid of the battle between two people. It's so shocking. Is this a king-level battle? I remember the last time such a battle happened was 2 years ago, when Dad had a conflict with the Roger pirates. There was an incredible sound from the crowd. "This man's name is Lin Yu, right? I've never heard of it before, but as soon as he came out, he was fighting against the general and his father. This guy's hiding is quite deep." There was more talk about Lin Yu in the crowd, changing from the ridicule just now. Dad and him seemed to be laughing. Suddenly someone pointed at the two people who were dueling and said, "They must have been looking forward to this moment for a long time. The strong desire the strong." People's emotions have also been aroused, and the exciting battles are extremely enjoyable to watch. Looking at Baybeard and Lin Yu, both of them showed their heart-to-heart feelings for the first time in a long time. Hiccup, ha 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 ha. Apart from Roger Garp and the others, this is the first time I've had so much fun playing it. "You're really good, kid," Whitebeard said, unable to conceal his inner joy. "Really? I feel the same way. The pain that was boiling in my chest just now seems to be gone." Lin Yu responded with a sincere smile. The fists of the two collided together countless times. The fierce and brilliant power was like a meteor passing through, full of ultimate beauty. This highly entertaining duel was not over until both of them exhausted their energy and fell to the ground. Chapter 15 Shishibukai Plan, Zifa resigns from marine position. The blue sky is already cloudless. Baybeard and Lin Yu both collapsed to the ground, looking at the blue sky above their heads heartily and beautifully. "It seems like I'm back to my carefree days all of a sudden." Lin Yu showed a frank smile on his lips and murmured happily, "Boy, you should go sailing, find a group of friends who belong to you, and then fight against me on this sea," Whitebeard said enthusiastically, as if he couldn't wait any longer. "Ha! What's your hobby?" Lin Yu said with a smile. "The strong ones should be used as opponents." "This is interesting," Whitebeard said frankly. "Ha ha ha ha." Lin Yu excused himself with laughter. "I'm telling you, brother, if you say it, you will definitely make a name for yourself in this ocean." Whitebeard had great hopes for Lin Yu. "I just want to go out and hide from the limelight for a few days. When the world forgets me, I will return to this island and live a peaceful life." Lin Yu closed his eyes, recalling the meaning of a peaceful life. "Brother, listen to my advice. You have already stepped into this dispute between pirates and marines. It will be difficult to escape," Whitebeard said earnestly. "How will you know if you don't try it?" Lin Yu said with a smile. "Others are trying to make a living and fight hard, but he is trying to escape from it all. I really don't know whether I should call him a coward or a person who sees through the essence of the matter. You make me unpredictable, brother. Depending on your ability, you can turn the world upside down, but you insist on hiding your name and living the life of an unknown bird." Whitebeard really couldn't figure it out. Everyone has his or her own personality. "I don't like bustle and hustle and bustle, I only like peace and quiet," Lin Yu said soothingly and deeply, as if he had seen through everything, but did not disturb him. This kind of aloof mentality was admirable and unpredictable. Okay. This is all I have to say to advise you. If I say more, I might sound like a mother-in-law. Whitebeard said calmly. Thank you. Lin Yu responded politely. I think you won't stay on the ship anymore. You don't bother to follow the path of a pirate, and now you are wanted by Marine. Have you thought about the next path? Whitebeard asked. Let's walk around. Mainly avoid Marine, but also take the opportunity to wander around the world. One day, the world will forget me. Lin Yu said confidently. Forgetting is a long process. Are you really ready? The two listened to the sound of the waves, looked at the deep blue sky, and chatted slowly, as if the world had been left behind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Marine Headquarters, Marie Joya. In a luxurious room, 5 people in suits were sitting or standing. Their postures were different, and their appearances were very different. Their unsmiling faces looked as serious as if their father had just died. These 5 guys are the current 5 elders, the closest henchmen of Draco Im, the direct leaders of the Marine Headquarters Fleet Admiral and the General. The Buster Call just launched against O'Hara a while ago, and the public execution of One Piece Roger to the world, were both execution orders directly issued and signed by them. They swear allegiance to the Celestial Dragons, and all decisions they make are for the Celestial Dragons. For this reason, they dominate Marine and can commit crimes all over the world at will, and every time they cover up all the negative things they do. They give the world the impression that they are representatives of justice, but little do they know that they can define their justice at will, and even give their evil deeds a guise of justice to confuse everyone. This is undoubtedly the most disgusting scum. Of course, in the world of pirates, everything is a matter of standpoint. It can only be said that the standpoints are different, and it is difficult to simply define who is good and who is bad. Zifa's plan went bankrupt, and Marine's last fig leaf was torn apart. The 5 elders started talking, with a serious atmosphere and a serious tone. The atmosphere in the air really dropped to freezing point. Things are becoming increasingly difficult to control. Those D-clan are really annoying. I heard that the person who stopped Zifa this time was a young man who had never been known before. It's really not a good sign for such strong men to turn against the pirates one after another. We can't let them continue to be arrogant. We also need some fresh blood. I have to say that there are too many old guys in Marine. It's time to clean up the internals. Zifa's 3 students, Sakazuki, Aokiji, and Kizaru, they are 3 good ones. What should Zifa do? He should be allowed to retire early. Then it's decided that General Zifa's position will be eliminated and he will be demoted to Lieutenant General. I'm afraid he won't do it if he's at the same level as his students. Humph. He has no choice. He should die to apologize for bringing things to this point. If Marine is not short of people now, he should be allowed to pack up and go home. Okay, then this matter is settled. The Shishibukai plan can also be put on the agenda. It is absolutely ironic to use pirates to deal with pirates. Do you have any candidates for the first Shishibukai position? As for this kid, both in terms of strength and current influence, he is on the cusp of the storm. 5 elders picked up a newspaper, and it showed Lin Yu's domineering figure. Marine Headquarters, Government Hospital. On the hospital bed, former Marine General Zifa was lying with an angry look on his face. Why? Zifa shouted angrily. Calm down, Zifa, this is a direct order from the 5 elders. Next to Zifa is the current Marine Fleet Admiral Cyborg. I saw Cyborg leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, facing Zifa, with a cold and worried look on his face. I have nothing to say about demoting me, but the Shishibukai plan to recruit those heinous pirates as companions is nonsense. Zifa covered his face with his remaining hand. Even so, he could see the huge hatred on his face. Pirates are evil, and they will remain evil throughout their lives. In the face of evil, what Marines should do is never compromise, and fight against this evil to the end until they are completely destroyed. This is the justice in Zifa's heart. The only way to deal with pirates is to kill them all. Zifa, you are too arbitrary. The way to solve things cannot just rely on brute force. Sometimes it also requires some conspiracy and strategies. Cyborg analyzed calmly. But to deal with pirates, you must use the most primitive method, which is to kill them all, otherwise they will come back sooner or later. Pirates cannot be trusted. Are those guys in Five Elders so stupid? They actually put their hope in pirates. On the head. The more Zifa spoke, the more excited he became, and the more he spoke, the more eloquent he became. Shut up, Zifa, watch your words. Although you have been demoted, you are still a Marine at Marine headquarters. Don't forget your identity. The expression on Cyborg's face suddenly became extremely cold, as if he was about to hit someone at any time. This rebuke instantly brought Zifa back from the edge of angry collapse. Neither of them spoke for a while. I resign. Finally, Zifa said these three words. Chapter 16. The boat sets off and encounters a storm on the way. I really want you to stay on the ship, Whitebeard said to Lin Yu affectionately. Lin Yu greeted and pushed the boat into the sea, while turning back and smiling at Whitebeard. We will meet again. This sea is very big, and sometimes it is also very small. Hiccup, ha 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 ha. See you soon, brother. Whitebeard waved to Lin Yu. Lin Yu sat on the boat and waved to Baybeard, waved to the villagers behind Baybeard, and waved to his once ordinary life. Say goodbye to everything, but I will come back, for sure. Lin Yu firmly believed this. Mr. Lin, when can I see you again? Suddenly a figure struggled through the crowd, rushed out and shouted heartbreakingly at Lin Yu. Lin Yu saw the person coming. It was Xiao Ai, the tavern waiter. He smiled knowingly and responded with a fresh voice. I'll go outside to hide from the limelight. When the world forgets me, I will come back. You have to run a tavern on this island again, because I want to drink the wine you brew as soon as I come back. Lin Yu's words were like a series of long-lasting confessions to Xiao Ai. She covered her mouth and was too excited to speak. She just nodded desperately. This charming little girl may have fallen in love with someone she shouldn't have fallen in love with. Next time, I should really fall in love with her, Lin Yu thought, while sliding the paddle in his hand. He slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. Dad, do you really want to let this guy go? He may become our strong enemy in the future. Teach, who was smaller but more imposing, said to Whitebeard. Becoming a strong rival? That's what I want, hi, ha ha ha. Whitebeard said cheerfully, followed by a hearty laugh that resounded through the sky. A few days later. The sun is dazzling and the sea is calm. Seagulls flew innocently through the sky without even dropping a drop of bird poop. Lin Yu hadn't eaten for 3 days, and he had given up aimless sailing since yesterday. Just lie in the boat and let the boat do whatever it wants. Maybe I could just drift all the way to hell. Soon a sudden rain broke Lin Yu's leisurely thoughts. The blue sky changed from scorching sun and clear sky to dark clouds at a speed beyond imagination, then to light rain, and then to heavy rain. Lin Yu sat cross-legged in the boat with an innocent look on his face. It feels like being teased by someone, but you don't know who is teasing you. It makes people feel itchy and unbearable. I don't know when the rain will stop, just like I don't know when a woman will change her mind. The boat seemed overwhelmed by the wind and rain, and seemed to be falling apart. It's true that misfortunes never come singly. With a click, a thunderbolt flashed across the sky, vaguely illuminating the world ahead that was obscured by the rain curtain. That was a ship just now. Lin Yu saw in the flash of light just now that there was a ship approaching not far ahead. As expected, the road is boundless, so Lin Yu used his last strength to row in that direction. Soon a huge hull appeared in front of Lin Yu. Hey! Is anyone there? Lin Yu made a miserable scream, but the sound quickly disappeared among the rain and thunder, and no one responded to him. Damn it! Lin Yu rolled up his sleeves, climbed directly, and reached the deck in 3 strokes. All his physical strength had been exhausted, and he could only lean on the deck with a distracted gaze, waiting for someone to come. The rain was still falling, hitting Lin Yu's face, blurring his vision. After an unknown amount of time, he vaguely felt a figure approaching. Kung Pao chicken, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and another portion of rice, no, 2 portions of rice. Lin Yu was so hungry that he started talking nonsense, forgetting that he had traveled to the pirate world. However, what awaited him was a head-on blow. When a thunderbolt flashed across the sky again, you could clearly see a flag with a skull flying on the top of the ship. This is a pirate ship. Captain, what should we do with this guy? A young man asked 2 men with fierce looks. Throw it into the sea and feed it to the fish. One of them said, a young and domineering man with dead fish eyes and a dead-eyed expression. Hey! Don't answer the question, the captain is calling me, you can't answer randomly. The other person said indifferently, looking condescending. This is my ship, of course I am the captain, the young man emphasized fiercely. Do you want to fight? The other man said without mercy. The sharp dispute woke up Lin Yu. Where is this? Lin Yu couldn't help asking, and at the same time found that he had been tied up. Captain, this kid is awake. The little guy pointed at Lin Yu, who opened his eyes and shouted. Everyone in the cabin looked at Lin Yu, all with fierce expressions. Lin Yu knew that he had arrived at a den of thieves. Is there anything to eat? I haven't eaten in several days. Lin Yu was unmoved by their looks. As soon as these words came out, everyone was caught off guard. That's not right, Captain. When people see us, shouldn't they beg for mercy and pretend to be pitiful? A young man looked at the 2 captains in confusion. Don't you know what we do? A cold-faced man raised his face and stared at Lin Yu intimidatingly. You should be able to guess some. Lin Yu said calmly. Tell me about it. You are all dressed sloppily, with fierce expressions on your faces, and your whole body smells like scum. You must be pirates. Lin Yu joked with a smile, forgetting even 3 points of hunger. Captain, this guy insulted us, the little guy turned around and said seriously. No, he is right. Aren't we scum? The young captain said calmly. We are complete scum, scum who do all kinds of evil. When others call us scum, that is the greatest recognition of us. Another captain added. Captain, what should we do with this boy? The boy asked. Untie him and give him something to eat. Captain, can I ask a question? Wouldn't it be an insult to our dignity as pirates to loosen our bonds and feed a thief who sneaked aboard? The minion asked hesitantly. The eyes he looks at us are clear and transparent, and his words are sincere. Even if he is not a fellow pirate, he must be a scum who is about to join the ranks of pirates. Don't worry. Captain, I am the best judge of people. Hey! I'm the captain. When the other person saw what he said, he immediately said unhappily. The little guy obediently untied Lin Yu and handed him a piece of meat. Lin Yu couldn't help but salivate as he smelled the aroma of the meat, and finished it off in 3 strokes, 5 by 5, and 2 by 2. Hey, this guy looks so rough when he eats, he looks like an old pirate. When the people around him saw Lin Yu's eating appearance, they couldn't help but say. At this time, Lin Yu raised his head and saw the people around him clearly. First of all, the slightly childish faces of Crocodile and Moonlight Moria caught Lin Yu's eyes. Chapter 17 Young Pirates. You actually know us, he. It seems that we are quite famous. You must have gone to sea to follow in our footsteps, right? The young and proud Moonlight Moria opened her hands and said with a smile. Chasing you? What a joke! Before Lin Yu could speak, Crocodile on the side sneered. Hey! You emotionless sandman, this is my ship. You'd better speak with caution when facing the captain. Moria glanced at Crocodile with a serious look. Whoever is the strongest is the captain, so the captain is me. Lao She replied coldly and confidently. The two are at odds with each other, and neither one is convinced by the other. When they were young, Lao She and Moria were really full of energy. Although they looked a little greener, they were also less worldly and more sincere. Then there's nothing to say. Now that the rain outside has stopped, let's take the opportunity to have a big fight. Whoever wins will be the captain. Okay, today I will show you how powerful I am. The two hit it off immediately, and soon came to the deck and started their posture skillfully. Hey! Newcomer, do you want to place a bet and have some fun? I saw the gangsters on the boat gathered around in an interesting manner, betting on who would win. One of them kindly asked Lin Yu to join them. The captain is fighting, and you are still interested in betting on who will lose and who will win. Lin Yu said as he leaned over. Hey! We have long been used to it. Every few days, these two will have a fight. No matter how hard we try to persuade them, they will naturally stop when they are tired. The minions are also helpless. Since they can't stop it, they can only watch it as a business program. Lin Yu also thought about the skills of these two young people, so he sat cross-legged on the deck and prepared to watch the show. Lao She still has his hands at this time, and Moonlight Moria is not so bloated now, and they are both in their best years. Hey he he he! Take the move! I won't show mercy! Moria shouted confidently. Feel free to come over here. Lao She was not afraid at all. The two then fought together. The figures coming and going overlap and intersect with each other, no one has the upper hand, and no one is at a disadvantage. After many competitions, both sides already know each other's moves and skills very well, so fighting back and forth is as boring as trying to trick each other. Damn it, how did you know I was going to hit that place? TCH, you still know the direction of my attack. The two of them seemed very troubled. Let's see how you deal with my move. Lao She said, using a sand knife, slashing towards Moria. If this move hits, Moria will fly into two pieces. TCH, I expected it a long time ago. Moria waved the sword and easily changed the trajectory of the sand knife. Seeing that this attack was a draw again, both of them were shocked at the same time. Not good. I saw the trajectory of the sand knife changed and shot straight towards the sail of the pirate ship. Soon enough, a domineering figure suddenly appeared at lightning speed, and with a flying kick, the sand knife was dashed away handsomely. The figure fell to the deck with the sand rain all over the sky. Yes, this domineering and outrageous figure was Lin Yu. Ah! What a fast speed! I broke Captain Shaw's sand with one kick. Is it true? That posture just now felt so familiar. A group of minions gathered together and looked at Lin Yu with reverence. One of them took out a newspaper and shouted in shock. He is the boy who dealt with Marine General Zifa in the East Daxia Sea. As soon as these words came out, all the minions were shaken, and now the hottest figure in the ocean was standing in front of them. Even Moria and Lao She were surprised. After a while, everyone on the ship gathered around Lin Yu and listened to him talk about the situation at that time. It's a pity that you are not a pirate with such skills. Why don't you join me and be my partner? I will go to Wano country to deal with Kaido soon. When Kaido is defeated, I will become the daimyo of Wano country and let you do it. How about General? After Lin Yu finished speaking, Moria excitedly invited Lin Yu. You should also see that this guy just wants to use you. Kaido is nothing. After Roger's death, Whitebeard is the king of this sea. Only by defeating him can he be recognized by the sea, so you interested in forming an alliance with me, and let's go deal with Whitebeard together. Lao She also invited Lin Yu equally affectionately, not forgetting to step on Mariah by the way. Hey, hey, hey! I was the one who made the invitation first. You, the guy who came from behind, step aside for me. Besides, I want to use him. I take a fancy to his ability, but I also want to be friends and partners with him. That kind of thing. Moria couldn't stand people saying that he was sorry for his partners. Lin Yu saw that these two people always argued about everything they did. They seemed to be inseparable from each other, but they seemed to like this kind of argument. They were really a pair of treasures. Ha 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 ha. I just came out from Whitebeard. Speaking of which, I still owe him a favor. If I turn against him immediately and deny him, it would be a bit unreasonable. Lin Yu refused reasonably. Hey he he he. I heard that there is no Sandman, you are out of luck. When Moria heard Lin Yu's words, he immediately laughed happily. However, before his laughter died down, Lin Yu spoke again. As for Kaido, things in Wano are very complicated. I have no interest in getting involved, and I also recommend that you don't go. Lin Yu stared at Mariah and said to him earnestly. Ah ha 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 ha. Stinky bat, your wishful thinking has also come to nothing. Now it was Lisha's turn to laugh at Mariah. Shut up, smelly Sandman. Moria said fiercely. Then where are you going next? You must know that Marines are arresting you all over the world now. It is too dangerous to be alone. The only way to win is to stay together as a team. Lao Sha stared at Lin Yu and said these thoughtful words. It is true that, as you said, it is safer to stay together for warmth. But just because I am safer, I cannot put others in danger. To put it bluntly, I am now a broom star and a scourge. Anyone who has anything to do with me will become the target of Marine's attention, so acting alone is the best way. Lin Yu threw out all his thoughts, not only reasonably expressing the reasons why he could not accept their invitation, but also showing his upright heart, which seemed both respectable and admirable. What a pity! If possible, you must be a good partner. Moria said disappointedly. Lao Sha looked at Lin Yu, without any additional words to persuade him to stay, or words of pity. For him, as a man, it was too shameless to say these emotional words, but his eyes had already said everything that should be said. Lin Yu also felt this hot look and nodded at Lao Sha, which was a silent response between men. Oops, Captain, we found a marine warship ahead, but it's strange. An observing minion shouted to everyone, but his voice suddenly became confused at the end. Chapter 18 Encountering a marine warship on the road. Hey he he he. We finally encountered a warship, boys, this is your chance to make a name for yourself, get ready to fight. Moria opened his hands, stood on the bow of the boat facing the wind, and said unscrupulously. Lao Sha was also gearing up and seemed eager to try. These guys are really arrogant, I won't just mess with them. Lin Yu muttered and retreated to the corner. Captain, there is something unusual about the warship ahead. The little guy who was observing with a telescope said with uneasiness in his voice. What's wrong? Moria asked. There seems to be a person hanging on this incoming marine warship. The little guy said, slightly surprised. Ah! This is still so fresh. Moria took the telescope and looked at it. That's the pirate Daw's Bones. After seeing it clearly, Moria said. Daw's Bones? Is he the bald slayer who has become famous recently? I heard that the bounty is 30 million belly. Old Salvador said knowingly. He. He must have been defeated by Marine and hung on a warship to show off to the public. Fortunately he met us and taught Marine a lesson and at the same time rescued him. Moria said generously. Marine is still as uncomfortable as ever. Lao Sha clearly sneered at Marine's approach. Chirp. There was a sharp sound, the harsh sound of the cannonball rubbing the air. Oops, Captain, Marine found us. As soon as the little gangster's voice fell, a cannonball landed next to the pirate ship, instantly creating a splash of water several meters high. Marine is really unethical. He didn't even say hello when he came up, he just waited on me with cannonballs. It's really rude. Captain, what should we do? What should I do? Of course I'll reciprocate and beat him so hard that his son of ABCH will lose his soul. Ha 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 ha. The pirates were not afraid at all. They laughed and loaded cannonballs and fired at the marine warship. Lin Yu crossed his arms and leaned on the mast, lowered his head, listening to everything around him, with a look of shame on his face. How could this be an upright war that would cost lives? It was simply a dance competition between the square dancers at the east end of the village and the west end of the village. It's really a bit of a joke. But it's also quite interesting. It's also a good experience to watch the battle between pirates and marines up close. Lin Yu thought this, and at the same time, an interesting smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Bang bang bang! 3 cannonballs were fired from the pirate ship at extremely high speed and rushed towards the marine warship. However, before the cannonball could reach the warship, it fell into the sea halfway. "Captain, our range is not enough." The pirates were extremely anxious. "Then drive closer and shoot the little ones." The mighty captain stood on the bow of the ship, waving his big hands and commanding calmly. The pirate ship accelerated and got closer and closer to the warship. At this moment, the commander on the marine ship is Deus, who comes from the marine headquarters and has the rank of Major General. He is an animal-type ability user with the form of a canine fruit pug. "Report to Major General Deus, the enemy pirate ship is approaching our warship." When Deus heard the report from his men, his face trembled slightly, and then he sneered. "Humph! I'm afraid they didn't have enough range. So they came up on purpose to compete with us." Returning to Major General, "It is indeed like this. We just exchanged fire and the enemy's shells fell into the sea without even touching us. Ha 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 ha. Self-righteous pirates are seeking their own death." As Day spoke, his eyes looked with supreme contempt as he looked at Daw's bones, who was hanging on the side, as if he was admiring the beast he had preyed on. "Major General, our artillery shells have been loaded. We are just waiting for the pirate ships to approach and wipe them out in one fell swoop." "Okay, let's fight like this and let them have a taste of what it's like to never come back." Des laughed triumphantly, then stared at Daw's bones with contempt, and continued. "Today is such a good day. Someone can come and accompany you." On the pirate ship's side, Moria still stood majestically on the bow, waiting for the opportunity to come. His eyes widened and he began to give orders. "Stop advancing, prepare cannonballs." Moria gave an order, and the minions responded quickly. However, as soon as the pirate ship stopped, several cannonballs were fired from the marine warship. Marine seized the opportunity and didn't give Moria and the others a chance to react. When they stopped, they fired a wave of cannonballs as soon as possible. "It's all up to me." Facing the rain of shells, Lao Sha's eyes flashed sharply. Then I saw him spreading his palms, and a stream of quicksand blew up in the center of his palms. "Sandstorm!" A domineering roar came from Lao Sha's mouth. A powerful air current carrying sand roared away. The artillery shells in the air suddenly lost their direction, flew away in all directions, and then exploded independently one after another. As expected of Captain Sha, great. The minions cheered. "Idiots, now is not the time to party, give me a fierce counterattack." Moria became angry because she was upstaged by Lao Sha. Bang bang bang. The pirates began to fight back, shells were fired, and explosions occurred one after another. Only one shell was seen hitting the right wing of the marine warship. Marine on the warship suddenly became busy. "Reporting to Major General Dice, the pirates hit our right wing." A marine ran over and said to Deus in a loud voice. "Idiot, I saw it and didn't go back to put out the fire." What a complete idiot! Seeing the warship being frustrated, Deus suddenly became angry. The scolded sailor stepped aside dejectedly. "Ha ha ha ha! Good fight!" Dawes Bonus, who was being hoisted on the boat, saw the scene in front of him and shouted sarcastically. "Is it your turn to speak here?" As Deus said, he pulled off the rope that tied Dawes, and he fell heavily on the deck. Deus walked over and stepped on his face mercilessly. "I'll kill you pirates later." "Oh no, pirates have attacked our ship." A sailor pointed at the deck and shouted in horror. Deus heard the sound and looked over, only to see Mariah holding a big knife and grinning unscrupulously, and Lao Sha, who had a frighteningly cold face, standing there majestically, like gods descending from the earth. Chapter 19 DAW's Bonus. They are Moonlight Moria and Crocodile. They are both pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. Deus said through gritted teeth. If he could arrest these two people at the same time, he would be sure of success in selecting the general at Marine headquarters this time. "Hey, hey, hey! Are you here to save your fellow pirates? It's so touching. The pirates are really like a family," Deus said sarcastically, while stepping on Dawes' face with a little more force. "Hey he he he! We are here to cause destruction, do you have any objection?" Mariah responded to Deus's sarcastic remarks with a nonchalant expression. "Oh. So it's not to save my colleagues. It seems that I think highly of you pirates who do all kinds of evil. You are so ruthless that you even betrayed your own people, so how could you come to save any of your colleagues?" After Deus finished speaking, he raised his head and laughed. "This guy's face really disgusts me. Pirates can be killed, but they cannot be insulted or trampled on. So, get your stinky feet away." Lao Sha couldn't stand this kind of behavior, so he almost ordered Deus. "Well, I'll take it away. I'm just tired of stepping on this one. Let's step on the heads of you two guys for a change." Deus took off his shirt and his muscles were rioting wantonly. After a while, a huge human-shaped pug appeared in front of everyone. "Major General Deus has activated his ability, quickly retreat," the somewhat knowledgeable sailor said to everyone. Marines retreated in unison. Moria and Lao Sha were excited for a moment when they saw the animal fruit ability user, but when they saw Deus transforming, they were suddenly disappointed. "What is this?" Moria pointed at Deus and said in shock. "A dog," Lao Sha said coldly to Kide. "What kind?" Moria asked. "I don't know, it should be ABD." Lao Sha replied. "I see, I have no experience in dealing with dogs, do you?" Moria asked. "Neither do I, but I heard people say that you need to hit a dog 7 inches. Lao Sha replied. "Oh? Isn't it 7 inches if you don't kill a snake?" Moria was confused. "Anyway, beating animals is the same." Lao Sha replied casually. "So where are the 7 inches of the dog?" Mariah asked again. "Who knows, maybe it's on the butt." Lao Sha said randomly, and then the two of them laughed together. "You two guys, stop talking so shamelessly." Des finally couldn't bear their arrogant conversation and rushed forward with an angry roar. "It seems like the dog is in a hurry now. A dog will jump over the wall when it gets anxious." While the two were resisting Deus's crazy attack, they still couldn't help teasing each other. The battle didn't seem too thrilling. The three of them were well organized and it was quite reasonable for them to come and go. Deus's attacks were fierce and cumbersome, but Moria and Lao Sha were indeed very graceful, sometimes dodging and sometimes resisting, appearing a little careless. They did not take the initiative to attack and seemed quite polite. At first glance, I thought I was teasing a dog. These two are so strong. They were able to deal with Major General Deus without getting hurt. Major General Deus is in danger now. How about we go up and help? It's not good to just watch like this, right? I advise you to give up such an idea. Major General Deus is extremely devoted during the battle and does not distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. If you go up to help, you may only be torn to pieces by the Major General. The Marines who were watching were talking a lot, but no one dared to step forward to help. Have you two had enough fun? You keep chirping and you can only dodge and resist. Why don't you take advantage of me? Dai's eyes glowed red and he gritted his teeth and said. We haven't had enough fun yet. Why are you in a hurry? Moria said with excitement. This is the first time I see such an interesting mad dog, so of course I have to tease him a little more. Lao Sha said for the first time in line with Moria. Then the two looked at each other and smiled, reaching a consensus. Damn it! Deus's muscles all over his body were twitching. He was extremely angry and without saying a word, he jumped towards the two of them again. At this time, no one noticed that a figure also came to the warship, and he walked quietly to Da's bonus. Hey! Are you okay? I'll get you out now. It was Lin Yu who spoke. He knew that Daz would be one of Lao Sha's indispensable partners in the future, and his appearance here today was inevitable. In this case, let me add fuel to the fire. Lin Yu thought this way. No, please help me open this sea tower stone chain. I still have essential things to do. When Daz spoke to Lin Yu, he stared at Major General Deus with hatred in his eyes. Lin Yu naturally saw the murderous intent in his eyes. He could also predict the reason, but he still couldn't help but stop him. Leave it to them both. Your body can't bear it. He killed a boatload of my comrades right in front of me. If this revenge is not avenged, I will feel sorry for them. Daz said through gritted teeth, his face flushed red from holding back, and it could be seen that he was trying his best to endure the pain and hatred in his heart. During the few days he was hung on the warship, he regretted immensely. He regretted bringing those people on board. He really hoped that he was the only one who died, and that all his partners could return home. Seeing that Daz's words had reached this level, Lin Yu was absolutely unable to do anything more to persuade him. I saw that his hand was armed with domineering force, and he easily took off the sea tower stone chain from his hand. Daz stood up from the ground. Although he was scarred and in rags, he stood nearly 2 meters tall, projecting a swaying figure like a ghost from hell. At the same time, he exuded an extremely oppressive force. The momentum cannot be underestimated. Men's grievances must be resolved. Don't look at them from the perspective of a secular virgin. Come on Daz, go and avenge your comrades. Let me pave the way for you. Lin Yu cheered for Dazi with porcelain words in his heart. At the same time, a domineering light flashed in his eyes, and then the figure disappeared from the place. The next second, Lin Yu's figure suddenly appeared domineeringly between Mariah and the others. Hey! The three of them were startled at the same time, wondering what Lin Yu's sudden appearance meant. Lao Sha, Moria, please stop for a moment and make room for a friend. With that said, Lin Yu didn't wait for them to react, took the hands of Lao Sha and Moria, and jumped out of the battlefield. Hey! What are you doing? The two people who were confused looked at Lin Yu blankly. You are just playing for yourselves, while others are busy with business. Lin Yu motioned for them to look at Daz. When Lao Sha and Moria saw Daz, who was wrapped in the flames of revenge, they understood everything instantly. Okay. Let him give up this dog. Moria clapped his hands and sat down on the ground. Lao Sha didn't say a word, let alone sit on the ground, but looked at Daz with admiring eyes. Deus seemed to have noticed Daz behind him. He turned around and said in an unusually disdainful tone. Ah! What do you, a defeated general, want to do? Do you want to fall at my feet again? Daz didn't say a word, waved his knife, and the domineering figure rushed towards him like a ghost. Chapter 20 Partners. Everyone on the warship was stunned when they looked at Major General Deus, who fell to the ground. Daz's bonus figure flashed past without leaving any trace, not even giving Deus a surprised expression. Instant kill. Hey, hey, hey! Isn't this criminal a defeated general of Major General Deus? Why did a criminal who was tortured for 3 days suddenly become so strong? All the Marines on the warship felt very incredible. They didn't know that during the past few days while he was hanging, Daz was only thinking about one thing, and that was how to kill Deus with one blow. Daz shook off the blood on his hands and looked back at everyone coldly, like a Shinigami wandering out of hell. At this time, the Marines on the deck also reacted, raising their guns and pointing directly at Dawes. At this time, Dawes, who was facing a crowd of guns, smiled. Being able to die after taking revenge would be too timely for him. "Friends, now I can go see you without any guilt," Dawes said to himself. "Shoot." The Marines pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. Dozens of gunshots rang out one after another, and Dawes had given up resistance. At this moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared from different directions, blocking him from the speeding bullets. "Your companions will not approve of your wasting your life." Lao Sha turned around and said to Dawes in a domineering and warm tone. "Since you are protected by your friends at the risk of your life, you should live well. You guy, please wake up." Moria woke up and shouted to Dawes. "What you have to do is not to give up your life, but to breathe in the air, live happily, and live for your partners," Lin Yu said to Dawes with sincere feelings bursting out from his heart. Dawes opened his eyes wide and recalled the burning eyes of the crew members when they fell in front of him. Each of those eyes seemed to tell him, "Live, live, live. Yes, live on for you. I want to live." Dawes shouted, shaking his fist violently. "The goal has been achieved, retreat. Kill a Major General Marine, and Marine reinforcements will arrive soon." Lao Sha calmly analyzed the situation. "Hey he he he. But I haven't had enough fun yet." Moria waved his sword, as if he was preparing to fight for 300 rounds. "Molia, listen to Lao Sha this time. If you delay any longer, everyone will suffer. It is an eternal truth to give up when you see good things. If you are too greedy, you will lose everything. Lin Yu knows this very well." "Okay." Moria was not completely reckless. After looking at the situation in front of him, he could only reluctantly agree. Immediately afterwards, the 4 people evacuated from the marine warship calmly. After returning to the pirate ship, they turned the bow and disappeared on the sea. Ahihihi. After arriving on the ship, Moria began to tell the crew about what had just happened on the warship. The crew members also gathered around him very cooperatively, with expressions of admiration on their faces. Dawes sat in the corner of the deck, leaning on the mast, looking up at the sky. He still couldn't forget his crew members. "What are your plans for the future?" Lin Yu walked up to Dawes and handed him a bottle of wine. "Thank you." Dawes thanked him and took the bottle. After taking a few sips, he stopped and answered Lin Yu's words. "I want to continue to stay on this sea and fulfill the unfinished dreams of my partners." "Well, this is a good choice. But you need a partner," Lin Yu reminded. "Partner." Dawes is a little afraid of this word now, and even this word is already a luxury to him. "People like me no longer deserve to have partners," Dawes finally said in a self-deprecating tone. "If you want to be a pirate, get rid of these distracting thoughts as soon as possible, or don't show your face on this sea." At this time, Lao Sha, who did not want to get involved with Moria's nonsense, also came over and said to Dawes. Dawes raised his head and looked at Lao Sha, with confusion on his face. Lin Yu stepped aside with the wine bottle in his hand. The work of the matchmaker had been completed, and he quietly watched the 2 of them build trust, and finally came together and became each other's indispensable companions. If you want to be a pirate, you must always have the thought of losing your companions. No one can be sure that they will always be with you in this life, but this does not weaken the role of your companions. Even if your companions die, they will always be here." Lao Sha sat cross-legged in front of Dawes, covering his chest with his hands, and said as unsmilingly as ever, but the expression on his face looked more serious than before. "You won't understand this feeling." Dawes lowered his head and said in despair. "You are the wrong friend. I can clearly feel your pain. I have experienced the discomfort from every hair on my head." Although Lao Sha's face was expressionless, his words were full of emotion to the extreme. "Can you understand?" Dawes asked. My dream is to conquer the sea, just like Roger One Piece, so I made an appointment with like-minded partners early to go out to sea together. Lao Sha closed his eyes and began to talk about his beginnings. It's a pity that we were full of enthusiasm, but none of us had sailing experience. We encountered a storm on the first night when we went to sea. The ship was torn apart by the storm. A few of us were holding a piece of the hull, floating on the sea like that. Our passion could not save us. At that moment, the naked reality defeated us. We didn't know how long we would be floating on the sea, with no food and no fresh water. The despair will be unforgettable for the rest of our lives. Who knows how many days we floated on the sea. Finally, Moria passed by and rescued me. However, my companions either sank into the sea due to lack of physical strength, or they died of starvation. I was immersed in my own self-blame for a long time. I felt that I had harmed them. If I hadn't brought them out, maybe they wouldn't have died. I thought about it but to no avail, and therefore fell into a dilemma. I don't know where to go. But then I suddenly woke up. Maybe I lived to fulfill the dream of my dead partner. I suddenly felt that I was carrying an extremely huge responsibility. I must live on firmly, carry the blood of my partner, and fulfill the oath we made. The words were finished here. It was the first time that Lao Sha said so many words since that time. He didn't deliberately express anything, as if he was talking about some trivial matters. But the feelings contained in it are sincere and profound. Let me be your partner. Dawes finally responded to him with a firm tone. Then let's leave our footprints on this sea together to prove that we have been here. It was rare for Lao Sha to say such passionate words to others. At this time, Lao Sha had great ideals and ambitions, a clear heart, and clear grievances. However, he experienced the harshness of the world and became a different person. However, more than 10 years later, he will meet a kid, and that funny guy will make him start anew. Finding back his former ideals is not something Lin Yu should worry about. Chapter 21, Food Island. 3 days later, Lin Yu and the others passed by a small island. As pirates, Moria and the others couldn't help but think wrongly. Little ones, what should you do if you encounter a small island? Take out the valuable ones and delete the worthless ones. The pirate crew shouted in joy. To wreak havoc without restraint is what a serious pirate should do. Hey he he he. Come on, kids, whoever finds the treasure on the island belongs to him. Moria said happily. The pirates jumped off the boat one after another and ran towards the island. Lin Yu also landed on the island. After staying on the boat for a long time, he couldn't help but want to take a walk on land. Lao Sha, don't you want to take a walk on the island? Before disembarking, Lin Yu did not forget to call Lao Sha. Bored, too lazy to wander around like a pig. Lao Sha leaned against the hatch and said with a bored expression. Lin Yu smiled, turned around and jumped off the boat. The air on the island is very good. When the sun shines above your head, it upgrades the smell of the surroundings, which is quite pleasant. Lin Yu stood on the coast and stretched, and couldn't help but think that fishing here would be a great life. The waves hit the coast rhythmically, like playing the most gentle concerto in the world. It's so beautiful. It must be great to live here and finally die here. Lin Yu took a deep breath and blurted out with laughter. Come here quickly, I see a team of people pulling a batch of goods. They look very valuable. Suddenly, a pirate mysteriously shouted to everyone. Everyone turned back curiously, and then followed him. They were a group of people who were very incompatible with the surrounding scenery. They dragged their tired pace, wore rags, and struggled to push or pull the goods in their hands. Even looking from a distance, one can see the bleak light of fate shining above their heads. This is simply like a group of walking zombies, giving people the impression of an unusual lack of life. Strange, why do these people look so lost? A pirate who was observing couldn't help but said this. What do you care about this? Everyone rush out and seize their goods to have a look. I guess they are treasures. The pirates couldn't bear it for a long time, and after speaking, they rushed out waving their swords. Ha 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 ha! Keep the valuables and spare your lives! The pirates swarmed up and shouted wildly and wantonly. However, facing the sudden appearance of the pirates, those people just stopped their mechanical advancement, with indifferent expressions on their faces. There was no feeling of fright at all, and the death-like faces made people even wonder if these guys were coming out of the grave. What are their expressions? Did we appear too hastily? Do we need to go back and appear again? A pirate saw the expressions of this group of people and said to his accomplices in disbelief, "Get out of here, they're just scared out of their wits. They don't have any knowledge at all. It's up to me." The pirate said, raised his pistol and pointed it into the sky and pulled the trigger. There was a bang. It frightened the birds in the trees and the wild beasts on the ground, but it did not frighten the group of people in front of them. They still stood there blankly without blinking, their eyes still indifferent, their skinny figures seemed to fall apart if they were blown away. But they stood there like steel. Shouldn't they be frightened by the sound of gunshots and run away with their heads covered, or kneel down and beg for mercy? This is so counterintuitive. Ghost! A pirate couldn't help shouting, turned around and ran away, and then ran into Moria's arms. "Boss, what a ghost!" The pirate reported quickly when he saw it was Moria. "Ghost? It's interesting." Moria was not afraid at all, but found it interesting. He stepped forward and looked at the group of people, and then sneered. "These are not ghosts, they are real people. They are just people who are in despair and about to starve to death." As Moria said this, he walked forward with a strange smile and opened the goods without saying a word. What I saw inside was neither gold nor silver, but actually hot and fragrant food. This food looks very delicious, and it is very ornamental when you look at it up close. It is obvious that the person who made it is very careful. Ha! It smells so good! Moria said, reaching out and picking up a piece, and said to one of the skinny delivery people, "Hey! Do you want to try it?" The man stood there motionless, but the hungry desire in his eyes had betrayed him. Seeing that the man didn't speak, Moria ate the piece of food by himself. Delicious, delicious as never before. Ehehe. It's so delicious. Moria said from the bottom of his heart. This sound attracted the attention of the group of people. They all knew that this food was delicious, but they also knew that they could not eat this food, otherwise they would die. "Are you really not going to eat? It looks like you are very hungry." Moria had already seen through the minds of those people and said confidently. "Those skinny people looked at me and I looked at you." The timidity in their eyes was gradually defeated by the desire of hunger. "Even if you die, you have to be a full man and eat." A voice came out, just like an order, and the group of people immediately swarmed forward. The pirates on the side saw this and joined in the fun. "Give me a piece." "Hey, don't squeeze me, I just want to have a taste." "Wow! This is so delicious." Several people who had eaten the delicacies said intoxicatedly, as if they were in a fairyland. A group of ferocious pirates were conquered by food. "Aha! So comfortable." A group of pirates were lying on the ground, stroking their bulging bellies, very satisfied. However, in stark contrast to the pirates, the group of people transporting goods all looked ashen, as if being full of food and wine was a great sin. "Hey! You've been acting strange since the beginning. What's going on?" Moria asked, looking sharply at the group of people. "The group of people looked at me and I looked at you," the last older man said. "Is this your first time here?" "That's right." Moria nodded. "No wonder." The old man said as if he had confirmed a question in his heart. "What's wrong? Your tone sounds like we shouldn't come." Moria said unhappily, and he heard the unwelcome tone in the old man's tone. "You really shouldn't have come," the old man said with a sigh, but was interrupted by the pirate minions mid-sentence. What? Is there any place where our captain can't come? Mariah slapped the little guy on the hat and scolded him angrily. Can you just listen to what he has to say? I'm sorry, Captain, your dignity cannot be violated. The little guy said shamelessly. Shut up. Moria was too lazy to listen to this unoriginal flattery. Moria motioned to the old man to continue. This island is called Food Island. As the name suggests, it was originally an island rich in food. It used to be a paradise for gourmets all over the world, until the arrival of a person changed everything. Chapter 22 dealing with the dictator on the island. That man claimed to be a noble from the New World, but he didn't have any noble education. He occupied the island arrogantly and unreasonably, and asked us to call him king and surrender to him. From then on, our nightmare began. He was squandering so much that one person could spare the entire population of our island. We all had no food to eat, but we still had to tighten our belts to serve him. In the past year, several residents on the island have starved to death, and young people have been overwhelmed and most of them have fled the island. Now we, the old, the weak, the sick and the disabled, are left with no choice but to sit back and wait for death. After speaking, the old man lowered his head and sighed heavily. The group of people lowered their heads silently, as if they had lowered their heads to their destined fate. Hey! Captain, this man is even more shameless than us pirates. The most we can do is rob our homes, but he came over directly and blatantly. He's so damn cruel. One of the pirates said in an unconvinced tone while picking his teeth. Just because he is a noble from this world, do you dare to be angry and dare not speak out? If he was alone, wouldn't he try to resist? I don't know when Lin Yu came here. It must have been a long time. He was leaning against a tree and asking the old man questions. At the beginning, the young guys on the island came in groups to argue with him, but they didn't even get into his house, and they were beaten back with a bruised nose and a swollen face. The old man also replied incredulously. We saw many of them rushing toward us, and we thought we were dazzled. We didn't react until countless of them rushed up and beat us up, but we had no choice but to run away outnumbered. A slightly younger person who had experienced that resistance and struggle was Kide. Countless him? You have probably met someone with devil fruit ability. Lin Yu nodded, then looked at Mariah, and continued provocatively. This devil fruit ability user is quite new. It would be a pity not to try it out, isn't it, Captain Moria? Hearing what Lin Yu said, Moria's interest was completely aroused. Hey he, I haven't beaten Lao Zi, a new type of ability user. I don't know how it feels. I have to give it a try today anyway. Captain is mighty. The pirates immediately cheered and cheered. Friend, show us a way. Lin Yu pointed at the slightly younger man and said. What? You really want to go find the king, you just can't deal with him. The old man looked at them and poured a basin of cold water on their heads. Captain, you have been underestimated. A pirate crew member approached Moria and said. Hey he. It doesn't matter if he was underestimated, as long as we prove him wrong right away. Moria rolled up his sleeves, looking unstoppable. Old man, please don't underestimate our Captain Moria before it's too late. He is not a good person. How ruthless the king is, this lord will definitely be even more ruthless than him. Lin Yu looked at the old man and said, making him feel particularly reassured. Okay, I'll lead the way for you. If you die anyway, I'll be with you. The slightly younger man stood up bravely, looking like he was ready to die. Relax, friend. We are here to teach a scum a lesson, not to die. You should be more casual and just go on an outing. Lin Yu patted the man on the shoulder and said easily. The man swallowed his saliva and led the way. The king's house is in the center of the island, where there is a freshwater lake, and next to the lake is the so-called king's palace. The houses are luxuriously built and very large, so large that it is completely unnecessary. There are water and flowers around, butterflies flying on the flowers, and birds passing by on the water. The beauty of nature is vividly reflected here. Everything would be perfect if that scumbag king wasn't here. Lin Yu and the others were led to this place, and everything they saw gave them a wonderful feeling as if they had suddenly entered a princess's back garden. This is so beautiful. The pirate crew, who were usually rude and ignorant, were also moved by this scenery. Lin Yu stepped forward, crossed his arms and looked at everything with great appreciation. If he could live here for a lifetime, he would definitely be extremely happy. Just when everyone was intoxicated by the unpretentious beauty in front of them, a window of the palace opened, and a man who was really indescribably ugly, like a puddle of mud thrown to the ground and then picked up from the ground, appeared there now. At the same moment, everyone present saw the extremely ugly man who was incompatible with the picture in front of them. He was like an unexpected mole embedded in the face of a beautiful woman, so dazzling. Vomit. Everyone bent down and made heartbreaking vomiting gestures. Although this was just a tiny bit, the sharp contrast caught everyone off guard, and they could only express it with shocking vomiting. Standing in front of the window, the tall and indescribable man was the king. It was supposed to be mealtime, but he saw a group of strangers making vomiting gestures at him. This extremely insulting behavior was something he would never allow. Who are you? Why are you here? Even though he was extremely angry, he still wanted to ask why he was here first. However, everyone only focused on vomiting, and no one paid any attention to him. Damn it, get these fuckers and arrest them. Upon hearing the king's order, countless people who looked exactly like him poured out of the gate, shouting and rushing towards Lin Yu and the others. Ghost. Just seeing one king made me sick to death, and seeing so many ugly kings rushing towards them at the same time was too suffocating. Moria and his crew couldn't bear to look at the scene in front of them, so they turned around and ran away. They didn't stop until they lost sight of the king's ugly face. At this time, the slightly younger people on the island stared at them with a look of embarrassment and a bit of contempt. Didn't you sound powerful just now? Why are you so coward now? The picture is too lethal and the sensory experience is too poor. Let us slow down. The pirates defended themselves. Hey? Where is Lin Yu? At this time, Moria discovered that Lin Yu was missing. He's not still vomiting there, the pirate guessed in shock. Let's go back and have a look. After regaining their composure, everyone returned the same way. However, when everyone went back, they happened to bump into the king kowtow to Lin Yu with tears in his eyes and beg for mercy. Chapter 23 Food inherited for 800 years. What's going on? Seeing the scene in front of him, these four characters were the only words that surrounded the pirate's mind. Sorry, the fight was settled with one punch. This guy really doesn't know how to fight. Lin Yu scratched his head and said as casually as the wind. Ah! I'm going to inform everyone that the king has been defeated. The slightly younger island resident shouted extremely excitedly, then turned around and ran away. After a while, a group of scrawny villagers swarmed over. They looked at the king kneeling on the ground, then looked at Lin Yu, and fell to the ground with a thud. They spoke respectfully to Lin Yu like a god, as if Lin Yu was their savior. Lin Yu asked them to get up, and then instructed the king who was kneeling on the ground, "Go and tell everyone the promise you just made to me." I saw the king walking up to the residents and speaking respectfully and aggrievedly. I have always been sorry. I will sincerely serve you in the coming days. Please give me your orders. After speaking, the king turned back to look at Lin Yu, his aggrieved eyes seeming to confirm with him whether what he said was right. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. I did everything you told me, so can you untie this thing for me? The king raised the sea tower stone chain in his hand and prayed to Lin Yu. Don't even think about it. Lin Yu refused with a smile. The king sighed with a disappointed look on his face. Lin Yu looked at his appearance. There was a bit of wretchedness in his ugliness, and he felt a little familiar. What's your name? Lin Yu asked him. The young man's name is Gal Dino, a user with wax fruit ability. He usually pretends to be world noble and does some deception everywhere. Dino returned diligently and told Lin Yu without asking. Come out. It turns out that this guy is Mr. 3. I didn't expect that he was so ugly and scary when he was young. Thinking that he will become a right-hand man to help Luffy in the future also makes him have a better impression of him. The people who looked exactly like you just now must have been created by you using the wax fruit ability, right? Lin Yu asked him. That's right. Dino said with a smile. It's quite creative. No. Some small tricks are fine to fool others, but they are useless against masters like you. Dino tried his best to flatter Lin Yu. Okay, take out all the delicious food you occupied and return it to the residents of the island. They have been harmed by you. Lin Yu said in a serious tone. Okay. Dino shouldn't be negligent. The residents of the island were very happy that night. They invited Lin Yu, Moria, and his pirates to hold a large banquet on the island. Brother, you have to drink this drink. Moria raised a toast and invited Lin Yu. Lin Yu drank the wine in his hand without saying a word. Hey he. You are so lovable. Moria was already drunk and said indulgently. You should really come with me to defeat Kaido and then dominate one side. That kind of life is how people like you should live. Moria was very upset about Lin Yu not choosing to join him. Kaido will naturally have someone to teach him a lesson, but not now. There is still one missing link in the gear of fate. Lin Yu took a sip of wine and said meaningfully. What are you talking about, brother? Are you listening to the gods? Moria asked impatiently. I'm saying, the time has come. My Captain Moria. Lin Yu cried. I never care about whether the time is ripe or not. I just do it when I think of it. If I wait for the time to come, I will miss so many happy things in life. Moria drank all the wine in the glass and said happily. By the way, you seem to know the residents of these islands quite well from the beginning. Can you tell me why? Lin Yu took the initiative to change the topic and asked. TCH, what's so difficult about this? Who hasn't been hungry yet? Moria's implication was that he had experienced such a life before. I didn't expect you to have such an experience. Let's talk about it. Lin Yu said interestingly. That happened in the past. When I was a child, I was living on the streets, living with hunger and food every day. At that time, I thought that maybe one day I would starve to death on the streets. Moria's eyes were deep, and that miserable time was clearly imprinted in his heart, and he could never forget it. I see, those days must have been very hard. Lin Yu asked in a very soft voice, as if he was afraid of touching his fragile nerves. Nonsense, it was so miserable at that time. Anyone could bully you and insult you, but you didn't dare to reply, just because you were a beggar, just because you were weak. Facing people like me, what people gave was not caring, you know? But ridicule and cold treatment. Moria's emotions were aroused, and he spoke from the heart. How should I put it? Sometimes the world is so unfair that you have no right to discuss this unfairness. Lin Yu said empathetically. So at that time, I made up my mind that I must become stronger and never be a bug that is stepped on by others. So I survived in that environment, survived strong, and found a group of partners. We have to do it's very simple, just trample the rules of this world under your feet and rub them indiscriminately. Moria became more and more excited as he spoke, and when he finally finished speaking, he dropped the cup in his hand to the ground. What Lin Yu saw was Moria's courage to break the boat. It's no wonder that after his failure in the battle against Kaido, he gave up on himself and became Marine's lackey. It turns out that everything was because I was too serious and didn't know how to start over after losing. Lin Yu sighed softly. He didn't believe in fate, but every time he encountered something worthy of sighing, he would curse, what a damn fate. Here comes today's finale food. the old man on the island said loudly, suddenly bringing Lin Yu, who was immersed in unfair fate, back to reality. Wow! It feels so good. Everyone gathered around the big table of delicious food, their eyes gleaming. The aroma exuded by the food is really unprecedented. When you smell this aroma, the aroma goes directly to your heart along the nasal cavity, making you fall into a mess in an instant. What's so special about this delicacy? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask the old man. This is a delicacy that has been passed down for 800 years. It was once specially made for the emperors in the palace. The old man said quite proudly. 800 years ago, the palace. Lin Yu murmured to himself, naturally thinking of the D family. Young man, if you don't eat any more, there won't be anything left. Seeing that Lin Yu was still in a daze, the old man reminded him kindly. Lin Yu came back to his senses and saw a group of people devouring food around the table, but there was not much food left on the table. Hey! Leave some for me. With that said, Lin Yu also joined the wolfing army in embarrassment. The old man stood aside with a happy smile. As a chef, of course he was very happy to see that his food was so popular. Chapter 24 Garp Attacks. Marine is here. There is nothing more refreshing than these words early in the morning. Lin Yu and the others woke up from their sleep in a daze. Where's Marine? Where is she? Mariah, who didn't even have time to put on his pants, looked around at the sea. Captain, it's still far away, you don't have to be afraid. The observation pirate put down his telescope and said to Moria. Laozi is not afraid that he will come, but that he will run away, so there is no need to fight, do you understand? Moria said arrogantly. Yes, you are the captain, but you don't have to wear pants, the pirate joked with a smile. TCH, wait until Marine gets closer and then report it. Really, this little thing will disturb Laozi's sleep. After Moria finished speaking, he fell to the ground lazily, snoring the moment he fell, which was seamless. Lin Yu, who was woken up, had no intention of sleeping. He stood up and walked to the beach. On the distant sea level, the shadow of a warship can indeed be seen. Marine's movements are really fast. Lin Yu frowned and muttered quietly. I just don't know who will come this time. I hope it's not a powerful person, otherwise it will be another headache. However, as soon as Lin Yu finished muttering something ominous, the pirate who was observing with a telescope panicked. It's the marine hero, Card. Garb. Oh. I'm really afraid of what will happen. Lin Yu said with speechless contempt. What? Garb. Moria sat up from the ground like a spring. That's right, the captain is Garb. You can see it very clearly through the telescope. He is standing on the bow of the ship menacingly. Observe the pirate running over. Captain, this is a big deal. Garp is the one who pushed Roger One Piece into desperate situations many times. I'm afraid we are no match. The pirate crew quickly gathered around and said to Moria, as if they were afraid that he would get hot-headed, hard steel Garp. Now is not the time to fight Garp. Moria said with great self-knowledge. After hearing Moria's rational words, all the crew members breathed a sigh of relief. What? Are you scared after seeing Garp? It's really useless. Lao Shan next to him was gearing up, looking eager to try. All the crew members suddenly became nervous again. When one captain is at peace, there is another captain to deal with. The pirates on this ship are the most difficult to deal with. Captain Shat. All the crew members looked at Lao Sha together, with their hands clasped on their chests, and their big eyes shining with prayer. TCH, if it weren't for the fact that I had to conserve my strength to deal with Whitebeard, I would have had to fight the so-called marine hero today. Lao Sha said with disdain. The heavy breathing made the crew members break out in cold sweat. Little ones, everyone who is still awake should be awake and awake. We won't cause any trouble today. We will just apply oil on the soles of our feet and set off. Moria waved his hand and said to everyone. "Captain, which direction are we heading?" the crew member asked. "South. North." A question, the two captains answered at the same time. "Pirates, you look at me and I look at you, feeling a bit of a bad atmosphere." "Hey! Sandman, are you deliberately going against me?" Moria exerted all his authority and looked at Lao Sha oppressively. "Whitebeard is in the north, of course he has to go north. Not to be outdone." Lao Sha immediately replied. "Who said we were going to find Whitebeard? We are going to Wano country to beat Kaido." Moria corrected. "Tch, I don't like characters like Kaido. Whitebeard is the most worthy man to conquer right now." Lao Sha looked at him coldly, his tone firm and not allowing for refutation. "Listen, we are going south." Moria gritted his teeth and pointed at Lao Sha's nose. "I hate it when people point their fingers at my nose. I advise you to put it down quickly to avoid disaster. Also, north." Lao Sha first made threatening remarks about Mariah pointing at his nose, and then reinterpreted his point of view. "Sandman, since we are still arguing, why don't we have a fight, and whoever wins will listen to whoever wins?" Moria said fiercely. "Whoever is afraid of whom? If you want to fight, just take action. I will accompany you at any time." Lao Sha responded to his invitation to fight slowly without any panic. The two people, who were at war with each other, gradually started to get into stance as they spoke, and were about to fight again. "No, what are you two captains doing? The marine led by Garp will be here soon to start this useless internal strife." The pirate crew begged bitterly. They knew deeply that once the two captains started fighting, Marine would gain and they would all suffer. At this time, Lin Yu stood aside without saying a word of advice, just waiting for something silently in his heart. "I have a way." A sharp but slightly old voice, with a hint of obscenity in it, floated to everyone's ears like the curve of the waves. When he heard this voice for the first time, a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. "Everything is a fateful encounter." Then he said quietly. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Gardino. He was dragging the sea tower stone chain and walking hard, like a fed fly. The moment they saw Dino, everyone couldn't help but cover their mouths, fearing that the food they ate yesterday would come out of their mouths after a night of digestion. "I have a way." After Dino approached, he emphasized his purpose again. Dino said that he has a boat, which is not a luxury boat, but it is no problem to ride the wind and waves. Now that there are two boats, the question of south or north is solved. Lao Sha, Dawes, and a small number of pirate crew members boarded Tino's ship, while Moria led most of the crew members to pilot the pirate ship that originally belonged to him. Dino walked up to Lin Yu at this time and said with a playful smile, "I have promised you that I will do what you said. Now you can give me the sea tower stone chain, right?" It turned out that Lin Yu had the idea of asking Dino to donate his ship, which could not only promote the established fate, but also solve the immediate crisis. The time of separation has come. Although Moria and Lao Sha always had disputes and even got into fights along the way, Cha-Cha also established more or less a bond. When Moria and Lao Sha got on the boat respectively, they stopped in unison and looked at each other. "Hey! Sandman, are you leaving without saying goodbye?" Moria said still arrogantly. "Next time we meet, I will beat you all over the place." Lao Sha said seriously. "Humph, to be honest, you are simply overestimating your abilities when you hit Whitebeard. If you lose, don't cry. You can come to Wano country to find me, and I can give you the title of an important minister." He 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 he. On this occasion of separation, Mariah still did not forget to tease Lao Sha to his heart's content. "Hey! Let's see." Lao Sha was too lazy to argue with him anymore and turned around and got on the boat. There is no blessing in the friendship of pirates, and there is no goodbye in the farewell of pirates. Chapter 25 Breaking into the Marine Warship Alone. Moria and Lao Sha boarded the ship one after another. In the end, only Lin Yu stood there, motionless. "Hey, what are you doing standing around? Get on the boat quickly, we don't have time to waste time." Moria stood on the bow of the ship and shouted to Lin Yu. At the same time, Lao Sha also stood on the bow of the boat and stared closely at Lin Yu, as if he already knew his thoughts and decisions without saying a word. "You guys should leave quickly. I won't board the ship. Garp is already in front of you. If you don't stop those Marines, you won't be able to leave smoothly. Just say goodbye here," Lin Yu said with extraordinary rationality. After speaking, he grinned, as if to say, "Live the life you want and don't care about me." "Hey! What are you talking about? We are partners. In these few days, we get along very harmoniously and happily, right?" Mariah slapped his hands on the fence hard and shouted at Lin Yu. "That's right." Lin Yu, who was standing there, said quietly and calmly. "Then let's go together," Moria said willfully and decisively, like a rebellious child, which made people feel cute. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. He really couldn't say no words to reject him. That would be too heartbreaking. "You guy, don't put on such a cool expression to do things for us, I will be moved to tears, but as a pirate, you can't cry, do you know?" Moria said heartbreakingly. Lin Yu knew that Moonlight Moria in the anime valued the relationship between partners very much, but he did not expect that he would be so attentive, and it would be so emotional to experience it in person. Who says pirates are used to define bad guys? But the more Moria acted like this, the more determined Lin Yu became. Getting on the ship was not the way he should take, his way was in another direction. "That's enough, Moria, respect his choice. This is what a man should do. Don't yell like a dog. Pirates are not like you." Lao Sha couldn't stand it anymore and said to Mariah. His cold words hit Mariah's willful emotions like ice and snow. Moria controlled his emotions and said to Lin Yu calmly, "If you are unhappy outside, come to Wano and find me. Let's drink together until we are unconscious." After saying this, Moglia turned around and walked into the cabin without hearing Lin Yu's response. "Don't die." Lao Sha said goodbye to Lin Yu in one sentence. There was a little tenderness in the words, but that was all. Lin Yu was very satisfied. Waving goodbye, things have changed. Watching Lao Sha and Mariah's boats moving away from each other in the south and north, Lin Yu also felt a little bit reluctant to let go. But life is full of partings, and there will be many unbearable partings in the future. If everyone is sad, there will be no end. Next, let's have a big fight. Lin Yu's eyes shot out with determination as he looked at the approaching Marine warship. At this time, Marine on the warship was paying close attention to the pirates' movements. The pirates escaped in two groups, the forward observation post informed. "Mr. Garp, what should we do?" the sailor asked Garp, who was standing on the deck. "The pirates are so cunning now. Knowing that we only have one warship, they split into two groups and escape. What a good plan." After saying that, Garp stood on the bow and laughed alone. "Mr. Garp, it's time now. It's better to decide which pirate ship is better to chase," the sailor on the side said helplessly. The pirates were dealt with in one fell swoop. Garp was just mid-sentence when he suddenly looked at the sea with stern eyes. "Hey? Something big is coming." As soon as Garp finished speaking, Lin Yu's figure arrived. Lin Yu, who suddenly arrived like a ghost, wearing a mask and a tall posture, stood there arrogantly, giving people a strong sense of oppression. "Who?" The Marines who reacted raised their rifles and pointed them at Lin Yu. "Children, put down your guns. You can't deal with a guy like this with a pistol." Garp looked at Lin Yu and moved his wrists in excitement. The Marines put down their guns obediently, but still stared at the masked man who suddenly came over with vigilant eyes. "Boy, why don't you introduce yourself first? What's your name, what are you here for, why are you wearing a mask, etc." Seeing that Lin Yu didn't say a word, Garp politely took the initiative to ask for advice. It doesn't matter what my name is. I came here just to make a bet with Marine's hero, Mr. Garp. Lin Yu remained calm in the face of danger, and spoke in a crisp and homely voice. Ah. This is not like the style of pirates. Garp looked up to the sky and laughed. Of course, I'm not a pirate to begin with. Lin Yu said frankly. It's novel to be mixed with pirates but not pirates. Garp stared into Lin Yu's eyes with interest. I will treat you as accepting this bet. Lin Yu said in a nonchalant manner. Despicable pirate, Mr. Garp won't bet anything with you. If you know the truth, it would be wise to surrender quickly. The naval officer on the side said with a strong accent. I agreed. What's the bet for? As soon as Hai Bing finished speaking, Garp agreed to Lin Yu's bet. Mr. Garp, we are not here just for fun. Sailor looked at Garp helplessly. Let's just play this game. After the game is over, we can go after the pirates without delay. Garp acted coquettishly for no reason. The sailors present sighed together. At this time, no one could do anything to Mr. Garp. Garp looked at Lin Yu and indicated with his eyes that he could start. The rules are very simple. They say your iron fist is very powerful and you can chase One Piece Roger and Whitebeard all over the world. So today I will challenge your iron fist. If I can catch 3 of your punches, I will ask you to row back. Lin Yu spoke calmly, like a confident businessman selling his products. Ha. However, before Garp could respond, the sailors present burst into laughter. Boy, don't say I haven't warned you before. Not everyone can take Mr. Garp's fist. You overestimate your abilities. There are only a handful of people in this ocean who can withstand Mr. Garp's iron fist. It's obvious that you are seeking your own death. Boy, instead of resisting Mr. Garp's 3 punches, it would be more relaxed and pleasant for you to surrender directly. They originally thought that Lin Yu was setting up a trap, but they didn't expect to hit the muzzle of the gun. Ha. Boy, they all look down on you. But I don't think so. Although I have never seen you, you are actually very strong. Garp felt the beast-like aura emanating from Lin Yu's body and said in an appreciative tone. Chapter 26, 3 punches from you is not too much, right? Mr. Garp, I think we can start. Let's clear the field before we start. After Lin Yu finished speaking, his pupils dilated, and Conqueror's domineering energy surged out of his body like a tide. In the blink of an eye, all the marines on the deck fainted and fell to the ground. The few remaining ones were scratching their heads and confused about the situation. There were only a few people who were not affected, and they looked at Lin Yu with uniform surprise. This man actually has Conqueror's haki. Even Garp, who was standing in front of Lin Yu, was quite surprised, but then he laughed. Ha. It's true. We agreed, only 3 punches. I can't bear any more. Lin Yu modestly stretched out a finger and emphasized in a serious manner. Boy, I'm really looking forward to you. Garp began to move his wrist, and heard the crisp sound of bones rubbing together. Lin Yu dismounted his horse and spread out his fists, followed by a dark domineering energy in the next second. Garp looked at Lin Yu like a Pegasus about to spread its wings and fly high, and grinned, good posture. As he spoke, Garp's thick and porcelain iron fist followed. Bang! The power of the fist exploded, sweeping Lin Yu's body with an overwhelming feeling. The resisting arm in front of him felt numb for a moment, as if the arm no longer belonged to him. Boy, can you withstand this punch that has lasted 40 years? Garp grinned and said with a grin. His fists continued to increase force with no intention of stopping. It's crispy and tingling, it feels okay. Lin Yu responded to Garp with a big smile, and then suddenly bounced his arm hard. Garp didn't expect that Lin Yu still had some strength left in this state, so he easily deflected his fist that continued to strengthen, and he also took a few steps back. What? Mr. Garp was repelled by this guy. It's fake. The few remaining Marines couldn't sit still when they saw this scene. Don't worry, this is just a tentative punch from Mr. Garp. The next punch will definitely knock this fool away, a certain sailor said confidently. Lin Yu stood motionless, which was the biggest mockery to Garp. I saw him move his wrist and speak easily. 2 more punches. Ha! You're quite capable. Garp was still smiling happily. Soon, Garp didn't give Lin Yu a chance to breathe, and the second punch came earlier than expected. This punch was completely different from the one just now. From the beginning, Lin Yu felt a heavy and strenuous feeling. His whole body seemed to be sluggish, and his reaction speed also dropped. At first, Lin Yu tried his best to resist the second punch from the unkind person, but his body still slid backwards and dragged several steps before he reluctantly stopped. The arm also changed from numbness to paralysis. The strong force was directly transmitted from the arm to the skin, bones and blood vessels, and finally spread to the whole body. How's it going? Garp said happily, smiling from the bottom of his heart as always. It's okay. Lin Yu said with some difficulty. That's good. Garp said, suddenly closed his fist and took a few steps back, giving up a good opportunity to pursue the victory with the second punch. What do you mean, it's over? Lin Yu looked at Garp puzzled. Boy, you're still young. It's not worth dying here. Just listen to me and run for your life. I can be careless once and let you go. Garp looked at Lin Yu with appreciation. That's not necessary. Lin Yu looked at Garp with firm eyes. We agreed on 3 punches, even one less punch will not work. Ah ha 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 ha. I like this determination. Hey! Boy, are you interested in joining the Marine? I can teach you step by step and I guarantee to train you into a first-class powerful Marine. Garp said politely. It's better not to use it. Lin Yu said firmly as always. Do you have to take my 3rd punch? Garp confirmed for the last time. Take it. Lin Yu spit out one word. Okay. Garp only replied with an okay. At this time, Marine on the deck held their breath and stared at the 2 men nervously. You must know that this kid has already received 2 punches from Garp. Just these 2 punches can make him show off on the ocean. In this case, where does the reputation of the Marine hero exist, and how should Marine's reputation be saved? Therefore, no matter what the outcome of these 3 punches today, Lin Yu must die here. The remaining Navy soldiers clenched their guns and were ready to shoot Lin Yu at any time. Garp clenched his fists, rarely accumulating strength, and the roaring power of a beast emerged from his body. Just standing in front of him and watching, his posture was completely terrifying. Stand back, Mr. Garp needs to be serious. The sailors said as they had a premonition that something was not going well. Drink. Garp's body suddenly attacked. His figure was domineering, and as soon as he came into contact with Lin Yu, he flew back without resistance. With a bang, his body fell hard into the cabin, and broken pieces of wood were scattered everywhere. Humph! This young boy who overestimates his own abilities dares to provoke a Marine hero. He deserves it. The sailors put down their guns. At this time, they firmly believed that Lin Yu had been beaten into a puddle of meat pie. It's so hard. Garp put down his fist and said as if with lingering fear. Mr. Garp, it must be quite an honor to receive a complaint from you, right? As Lin Yu walked out of the cabin, he moved his wrists with a crackle, and his leisurely pace was really difficult to compare with the embarrassed look just now. What? Are you kidding? He was unscathed. The sailor's jaws almost touched the ground in surprise. Lin Yu walked to where he was just now and stood still, his eyes radiating perseverance as always. He obviously came from the ruins, but he acted like a god descending to earth. Lin Yu was the only one who could do this. Lin Yu's mask disappeared at some point. His originally piercing eyes, coupled with his angular face, naturally made him handsome and unrestrained. In addition, he also revealed a different kind of personality at this moment. Come with contagious bravery. Teach people simply can't help but show admiration and respect for him. He didn't speak, just looked ahead firmly with his eyes. At some point, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as dazzling as the first ray of sunshine in the morning. He actually laughed. Garp murmured in surprise. What surprised him was that Lin Yu's smile was not a smile to celebrate victory, but a fiery smile from the heart. It seemed easy and unsurprising, but it was very tense. I really have you, ha 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 ha. Garp thought, suddenly threw his head back and laughed happily, and then he announced to the sailor. Turn the ship around and return. The domineering voice echoed shockingly throughout the warship. Chapter 27 Misfortunes never come singly. Mr. Garp, he is just a pirate, do you need to keep your promise to him? Yes. Mr. Garp, if you leave this guy alone, it will definitely be a huge trouble in the future. The Marines talked to each other, and they all agreed that there was no need to abide by the pirates' agreement, and arrested Lin Yu. That's enough. As a man, if you don't keep your promise, you are worse than the lowest man. Garp scoffed at their argument. Lin Yu raised his feet and slowly walked towards the bow of the ship. The sailors had been paying attention to Lin Yu, and when he just raised his feet, they raised the guns in their hands at the same time. Mr. Garp, please give the order. The sailors had their fingers on the triggers, ready to fire at any time. If you shoot me today, you will discredit me, so don't ever stay by my side. Garp sat cross-legged on the deck, a determined expression on his face. The sailors reluctantly put down their guns. They knew very well that Mr. Garp was serious at this moment. If they still disobeyed the order, the consequences would be serious. However, the moment Lin Yu jumped off the bow of the boat, a gunshot rang out. Everyone looked shocked. Hey! Why did you shoot? Now let's see how you explain it to Mr. Garp. The sailors rushed to a companion who was holding a gun-raising posture and said that the situation was serious. What's your name? Garp raised his head and stared at the sailor who fired the gun with a murderous look in his eyes. Virgo. The sailor put down his gun and answered Garp expressionlessly. From now on, you are no longer under my command. Garp opened his mouth and shouted angrily. Yes, Mr. Garp. Virgo's kite remained expressionless, with no extra emotion on his rigid face, just like a Shinigami. On the sea, there was no wind at this time and it was calm. Lin Yu was lying on his boat. 7 hours had passed since he broke into the marine warship alone and received Garp's 3 iron fist moves. The wound on the back turned from numbness to tingling, and then from tingling to numbness. His arm was also injured from blocking Garp's iron fist, and he was unable to move for a while. As the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. Lin Yu looked at the sky, with a self-deprecating smile involuntarily appearing on the corner of his mouth. This is the consequence of his insistence on being strong and cool on his own. He thought that the sailors on the warship would definitely obey Garp's orders and not shoot, so he was completely unprepared, but in the end he was overthinking it. It hurts. Lin Yu turned over, feeling a biting pain. He has taken out the warhead from his body, but the wound has not been treated. If it is exposed like this, the risk of infection is very high, and death may be very painful. Damn it, am I going to die here? Lin Yu whispered in a cynical voice. TCH, I've already died once, so what's there to be afraid of? Maybe I can go back in time after death this time. Now that it's time like this, he still doesn't forget to tease himself with a smile. It's almost 5 o'clock now, and the sun is still quite strong. Given the current season, it should be a while before night falls. If he could encounter an island or ship before night fell, he might be able to be saved. However, not long after, what he was waiting for was not salvation, but a waterspout that was rare in this sea area for a century. I saw that the weather changed in a blink of an eye, and the sunset, which could have lasted for a while, disappeared into the clouds. Black clouds, like the rude breath of a big man, rolled out crazily and were so strong that it was suffocating. At this time, the sea surface also trembled, and countless fish jumped out of the water. The scene was very spectacular. Lin Yu didn't know what was going to happen yet, but he could predict that it would definitely not be a good thing. Suddenly, the sea surface on one side suddenly tilted violently, and an invisible huge force seemed to be stirring the sea water. Lin Yu's boat was easily involved in the eddy, and he was like fish on the chopping board, only to be slaughtered. Not long after, a sea spout that shot straight into the sky appeared grandly. In the end, Lin Yu completely disappeared without even having time to say a friendly word like FK. On the other side, on the island closest to the sea spout, the wind and sunshine are still beautiful here, and the sunset is infinitely beautiful. The world is so hierarchical. You have your own storms, and others have their own sunny days. Disasters and happiness will always coexist, and no one will hinder anyone. This island, like all islands, is calm and peaceful. There is a small town on the island with a group of simple residents. The men go fishing and the women are housewives. Harmony is the word that best describes this cookie-cutter island life. The only difference is that there is a boy of about 10 years old on the island. In the future, he will be called a god. His name is Enel. On this day, he went to the beach to pick up shells as usual, picking up shells all the way, and would not stop until he filled his pocket every time. When he was still a long way away from filling his pockets, he found a man lying on the shore. Enel took a closer look and saw a shocking wound on the man's back. Hey, it's so scary. He had never seen anyone injured like this before, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Then, he squatted down, looked at it first, and then carefully stretched out his finger to tentatively poke the man's shoulder. Nothing happens. Are you asleep? Enel, a teenager, had no concept of death in his mind. But you can't sleep here. Enel murmured softly, as if making requests to others made him very shy. The man lying on the ground had long lost consciousness, so how could he still hear his sound like a fly biting? Seeing that the man on the ground had not responded, Enel simply took action and tried several times to lift the man on his shoulders with great effort. His thin body dragged the man forward, stopping step by step. The dim yellow light burned at the far end of the sky, and the remaining sunset stretched the silhouettes of the two people very, very long. Today, his pockets were not filled with shells. Chapter 28 True Friendship. Marine Headquarters. Conference Room. Garp, I heard that you are deflated. Senguo looked sideways at Garp. Ahahaha, I met a nice young man and made a bet, but I lost and was convinced. Garp said frankly that winning or losing is not worth mentioning here. Then you let that pirate go? Sengoku asked sarcastically. That's right. After losing the bet, it would be too rude to lose the promise again. Garp crossed his arms on his chest, quite satisfied, and even said with a bit of pride. Garp, I think you've committed your old habits again. It would be the most disrespectful thing to allow pirates to do evil in this ocean. Sengoku looked at Garp sternly. In his eyes, Garp was like a child who would never grow up, willful and unconstrained. Indeed, but that kid is so good. You didn't see the look in his eyes at that time, otherwise you would have let him go without hesitation. Garp still said with a nonchalant expression. I won't do such a stupid thing. Garp. Sengoku was so angry that he stood up from his chair. That's enough. Are you all free? If you have the energy to argue, why not put it into dealing with pirates? The current Fleet Admiral Cyborg at Marine Headquarters put out the cigarette in his hand with an annoyed look on his face, and said majestically at the same time. Hearing the sound, Sengoku sat down again, but still stared at Garp with a serious expression. There are two important matters in this meeting. One is the disposal arrangements for General Zifa, and the other is the official start of the Shishibukai plan. Cyborg was halfway through speaking. As soon as he opened the file, he saw Garp getting up and preparing to leave. "Hey! Garp, where are you going?" Cyborg asked him seriously. "How can I, Lieutenant General Yuxi, sit here and observe a meeting of this level?" Garp turned his head and said with a nonchalant expression. "Even if you sit here, no one will object." Cyborg said with pure politeness in his tone. "Forget it, there are always some people who will be jealous. It's better to go to the East Daxia Sea for a stroll." Garp said casually. "Garp, why have you been to the East Daxia Sea so frequently recently, and what are your intentions? There are obviously so many pirate-infested sea areas to choose from." Warring States looked at Garp's back coldly, and spoke directly to his heart. "Humph! Don't mind my business." With that said, Garp walked out of the conference room without hesitation. Look, is this the tone he should use when talking to a general? It's simply too rude. Warring States said with a grudge. How long ago? 10 years or 20 years? Sengoku and Garp have always been bitter enemies. They just don't like each other, they compare everything they do, and they can argue for a long time about the smallest things. Even stealing each other's snacks can make them roll up their sleeves and start a fight. It seems ridiculous and annoying to others, but they enjoy it. As time goes by, the relationship between the two has not changed substantially, and they still dislike each other. Until a promotion not long ago broke this delicate relationship. During the Warring States period, he was promoted from lieutenant general to general, and Garp was originally going to become a general, but he unexpectedly and coldly refused the promotion. This incident made Senguo very upset. During these years of fighting between the two, no one had the upper hand, and now suddenly he was ahead in level. However, this does not make him happy, because the reason why he can take the lead at this point is not because of his strength, but because Garp actively withdraws. This kind of lead is tantamount to an insult to him. Why did you refuse the promotion? Is your purpose of becoming a marine just to become a lieutenant general? That day, Sengoku found Garp and screamed heartbreakingly at him, obviously feeling his true feelings. You are very noisy. Garp answered him casually, picking his ears. Only by gaining more power can we implement the true justice in our hearts, otherwise we can only be pawns at the mercy of others. You told me this, and now you have violated it in front of me. Sengoku grabbed Garp's collar and asked impulsively. Warring States, I'm really sorry. Those were passionate words I followed when I was young. Now they seem so childish. You can even interpret them as ignorance. I thought you had forgotten it a long time ago, but I didn't expect you still remember it. It seems like you haven't grown up. The smile on Garp's face disappeared completely at some point, and his serious look was also extremely manly. Garp, do you know what it means to not forget your original intention? Are you the kind of person who forgets your roots? I absolutely don't believe it. Warring States gritted his teeth and said, not believing that Garp could abandon his passion so ruthlessly. Times have changed, and we alone cannot change the status quo. I have set my sights on the younger generations, so I have no intention of being a general. It is too boring to become the lackey of the Tianlong people and act as a pawn for them. Garp was sober in the world and said clearly. I see, do you want to take a back seat? Can you get what you want? Sengoku let go of Garp's collar, a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. I hope so. Garp straightened his messy collar and said without any confidence. With your fighting power, the Tianlong people will not give up their control over you. Before leaving, Warring States said these words to him cruelly. Since this chat, the relationship between the two has entered a period of ice. In the past, when the two of them argued, it was probably more because they were used to it, and it could only be a superficial dispute. Since then, the dispute between the two has turned into a spiritual confrontation and a real dispute. In the past, they may have been sworn enemies who never fought or loved each other, but now they are like old enemies who have never interacted with each other. This seemingly unfavorable situation will actually not last long, and a turning point will come soon. On an uninhabited island thousands of miles away from marine headquarters. Lin Yu opened his eyes. The pain seemed to lessen for him. The sky was so gray that I couldn't tell what time it was. There are vague signs of people living here, but these signs are vague and fragmented, as if you need to use your eyes to piece them together for a while to find them. The four sides are made of a row of wooden boards pieced together to form a wall, but the arrangement of the wooden boards is too playful and casual, as the endless gaps of various sizes clearly illustrate this point. The roof is even more ridiculous, if it can even be called a roof. There was just a rag scrawled on top, occupying almost half of the empty space. Looking up, you could have a panoramic view of the night sky. Just as Lin Yu was observing his surroundings, he heard a strange and twisted sound. This is the sound of gate of opening. Chapter 29 Enel from Sky Island. The moonlight shines through the clouds, looking cautious. A frail figure dragged his tired steps into the house that he barely called home. The gate of opening closes with a harsh sound. He quietly walked to the corner and squatted down, gently patting the dust off his body. His clothes were very torn and dirty, but they were the only clothes he had. "Child, did you save me?" Lin Yu suddenly asked. He was startled and turned his head to stare at Lin Yu, his eyes showing his natural fear of people. "Don't show this expression. I won't hurt you. It's boring." Lin Yu looked at him with a heartbreaking look. In the end, what made him not afraid was not Lin Yu's lack of harm, but the particularly thick and gentle voice after being injured. He grinned with an innocent smile, so pure that it was suffocating. "This." He took out a pile of food from the cloth bag on his chest and placed it in front of Lin Yu, looking inexplicably excited. "What's your name?" Lin Yu looked at his thin face, which showed too much suffering. "Enel." He bit his finger and thought for a moment before replying. "What, Enel? Ah, it hurts." When Lin Yu heard these three words, he was shaken up. At the same time, the wound on his back was involved, and he couldn't help shouting. "Enel comes from the Sky Island." He patted his chest, pointed to the sky, and then said, "That's right, you come from Sky Island, and you will become the god of Sky Island in the future, and then you will be dragged off the altar by a fool." Lin Yu thought sadly. "Your wound looks terrible. You need to eat a lot to recover." Enel said simply. "You can eat it. I can just look at the night sky above my head now." Lin Yu said calmly, due to excessive blood loss, he now only feels weak and intoxicated. Enel supported his face with his fists and sat next to him, with a confused expression on his face, unable to understand what he said. The quiet and deep night sky has healing power. This is what Enel can't figure out even if he tries hard. "Then watch carefully. But be careful not to die. I heard that the injured are the closest to death." Enel's innocent words hit Lin Yu's face like morning rain and dew, making him sober and making him feel happy. "Don't worry, I won't die," Lin Yu said confidently. "That's good." Enel seemed to really believe Kide. The night around them also became very gentle, the starry sky was twinkling, the wind was blowing slightly, the night was really sultry. Lin Yu never expected that he would meet young Enel under such circumstances. This man called God appeared early and left hastily. It seems that the drama of life did not give him many opportunities to appear. Such a proud and arrogant person turned out to be so cute when he was a child. Growing up is really a sharp knife. Early the next morning, Lin Yu recovered very well, his arms could move freely, and the wounds on his back began to scab, with no signs of infection. Fortunately, he was unfortunate. "It would be nice if I could have some wine," Lin Yu thought greedily. "Are you awake again? In addition to the time last night, this is the second time you have woken up." Enel appeared in front of Lin Yu with his head tilted. "Yes, I'm awake again," Lin Yu said melancholy. The word awake is not a good thing in the eyes of adults. If possible, Please let me continue to live in a daze. This is what a qualified adult would think about. By the way, I am Enel from Sky Island. He repeated this sentence again, this time with a bit of mischief. It is not only a repetition of one's name and origin, full of personality, but also a substitute for greetings in the morning, full of playfulness and cuteness. How did you get the injury on your face? Lin Yu then discovered that his face was bruised, and it was obvious that he had been beaten up. I originally stole the food, but then I felt guilty, so I went to the store to explain everything, and the store beat me like this. Enel pointed to his beaten face, not feeling sad at all, and his tone was full of joy, as if he had won a certificate. Lin Yu smiled, and Enel couldn't help but laugh too. The laughter of the two became louder and louder, reverberating in this unseemly house. Little beggar, get out of here quickly. I heard that you stole things from the town. Come out and let me beat you up. A young voice shouted outside the drafty house. When Enel heard this voice, he couldn't help but trembled all over, as if he had heard a fatal judgment. You stay here and don't make a sound. The man outside is scary. Enel put his hand to his mouth and made a hissing gesture. Where are you going? Lin Yu asked knowingly as Enel turned to leave. I'm going to negotiate with that guy. If it's something like this, I'll just get a beating from him. Enel said matter-of-factly, and after finishing speaking, he sniffed the snot from his nose confidently. Really? Lin Yu stared at him, as if to confirm whether he was trying to show off. Don't worry. He will just give me a beating and he can't do anything to me. Don't forget that I am Enel, from Sky Island. His tone was so stubborn that it was impossible to refute. Lin Yu said no more, and Enel walked out of the house. What are you doing so procrastinatingly? Are you thinking of making excuses? When Enel came out, a fat kid standing at the door pointed at him and said fiercely. There are several other children of the same age standing next to the fat child. They are all dressed in bright clothes and are white and fat. At first glance, they look like they are idle all day long and only eat hard food. Enel from Sky Island. He said this. In fact, when he said this now, he was just expressing his apology. What? Who wants to hear your name and where you come from? Please tell me everything about your stealing. The fat kid shouted impatiently. But, Enel comes from an empty island. When he was anxious, he only remembered this sentence and said this sentence. You idiot, idiot. The fat kid couldn't stand Enel's cowardly voice and pushed him to the ground. Enel fell heavily to the ground and felt dizzy. My dad said that for someone like you, who was abandoned by his parents, has no one to care for him, no one loves him, and cannot feel the warmth, he will definitely end up being a pirate in the future. The fat kid talks freely and says whatever hurts the most. After hearing this, Enel, who was lying on the ground, shook his head alone and muttered in the negative, Enel from the Sky Island. Chapter 30 Learning the Heart Network. Do you know what I'm going to do in the future? I'm going to join Marine. I'll practice my skills first to deal with guys like you who will become pirates sooner or later. The fat kid said proudly. As he said this, several children surrounded Enel and started punching and kicking him. The door of the dilapidated house opened at some point. Lin Yu slowly walked out, then found a stone at the door and sat down slowly. Hey! Stop! Lin Yu's voice was very shallow, but it was extremely penetrating and intimidating. It was like a snake spitting out its core, silent and scary. Several children stopped moving their hands and feet and looked up at Lin Yu. What? It turns out to be an injured beggar. What advice do you have? When the fat kid saw Lin Yu interrupting, he looked very unhappy, and his displeasure was full of disdain. Lin Yu showed a pale smile. Go home. You are a stinky beggar, but you still want to command us. Lin Yu's tone was very much like a father asking his son. This is the most annoying thing for a rebellious child. I'm kindly advising you. I don't want to be acquainted with you. Go home, right away. Lin Yu said firmly, and this time he sounded like a big brother. Several children also ignored Enel on the ground and came straight to Lin Yu. I've never seen a beggar like you before. Are you from this town? The child pointed at Lin Yu angrily and asked. Coincidentally, people seem to be talking to him in this tone a lot recently, and now even children are doing this to him. Lin Yu smiled and said politely, I just came yesterday. Please give me your advice. What? He's actually an outsider, just like the little beggar on the ground. Could he be the little beggar's father? Looking at how embarrassed the two of them are, they are probably father and son. The children started talking at once, their voices sarcastic. Then are you the father of the little beggar? The fat kid asked Lin Yu seriously. Enel. Lin Yu lowered his head and said firmly. What? The children didn't understand. His name is Enel, not little beggar. Didn't your mother tell you that giving people random nicknames will make them cross-eyed? As he spoke, Lin Yu suddenly raised his head and made a cross-eyed look, and continued talking. Just like this. The children took a step back in fright, and then burst into laughter at Lin Yu's appearance. Ha 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 ha. This person looks like a fool. Laugh. If you laugh again, you will end up like this. Lin Yu said to them expressionlessly. When several children heard this, they quickly covered their mouths and did not dare to laugh anymore. I've only heard that telling lies will make your nose grow, but I've never heard that giving people nicknames will make them cross-eyed. You really believe it? This fool is just alarmist. Yes. He must have lied to us. He is the father of the little beggar. It would not be surprising if he tells any lies. The children discussed each other at every turn, and did not take Lin Yu seriously at all. Lin Yu disliked these chirping children more and more. He originally liked quietness, especially now that he was injured, his need for quietness was even greater. Okay, you little brats, if you don't leave, I will hang you up and dry you into small fishes one by one and serve them with wine. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he cast a very vicious look at them. He will really do this, run. The children believed it and turned around and ran away. After all the children ran away, Lin Yu sat on the stone, quietly looked at Enel who was struggling skillfully from the ground, and said hello. The weather is pretty good today. Enel came to him, dusted himself meticulously, and asked him curiously. Does giving someone a nickname really make you cross-eyed? I lied to them, ha 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 ha. Lin Yu laughed. I guess so. They give people nicknames everywhere, but they don't have cross eyes. Enel said seriously. Are you often bullied by them? Lin Yu asked, looking for the root of his words. I said I came from Kobo, but they didn't believe me. I fought with them once, but I didn't beat them. From then on, they always beat me, and the beatings were really painful. Enel said, rubbing the wounds on his face, but did not show any sadness. Sooner or later I will return to Sky Island. Finally, Enel continued with conviction. I can teach you a move to ensure that they can never hit you again. Lin Yu stretched out a finger and said confidently. How can you avoid all their punches and kicks with just one move? Enel didn't believe it. This move is called Hard Internet Cafe. He can predict the opponent's attack in advance and then evade it in time. Lin Yu was talking about the domineering power of seeing and hearing. It's not very powerful to predict in advance. Enel bit his finger and thought for a long time before realizing it. It's most suitable for self-defense. Lin Yu recommended. Teach me quickly. I am Enel from Sky Island. Whenever he is excited, he will introduce himself with this sentence. That day, Enel studied the heart network with Lin Yu. Although he was young, he was very smart and had strong comprehension ability. He even had some fighting consciousness. I don't know if it was because he was often beaten. By the afternoon, when the afterglow of the setting sun had not yet dissipated, Enel had basically mastered the heart network. Watch my hands, Lin Yu said, throwing the stones in his hand and hitting Enel. Just when the stone was about to hit his forehead, he tilted his head and dodged it handsomely. Lin Yu didn't throw this stone casually. He used it with some force, which was almost comparable to a bullet. Not bad. You have basically understood the heart network. If you apply it more in the future, you will become more and more proficient, Lin Yu said with satisfaction. Enel from Sky Island. He happily ran to Lin Yu, his face filled with unprecedented excitement. Come on, come with me to the beach for a walk before the sunset disappears. Lin Yu took Enel's little hand and walked towards the seaside. The tide swept over and over again, rushing towards the coast, and then rushed back quickly. At the end of the sea, there is a dim and sad sunset, which can never be dispersed. The wind that day was indescribably comfortable, and it disturbed Ha's sorrow and melancholy. My name is Enel, from Kindle. Enel beside Lin Yu repeated the empty introduction, as if sighing at the scenery in front of him. Lin Yu's heart seemed particularly at ease in this unobtrusive silence. It's like suddenly returning to the original life on the island. However, before he could enjoy this quietness for too long, a burst of worldly noises came from all directions. Is this the guy? Yes. That's right, Dad, it's him, he's a pirate. It looks like he was injured. He must have been chased by Marine and got injured and escaped here. He is only one person, there is no need for us to be afraid of him. Yes, let's rush forward together and kill him. I saw the residents of the small town walking towards the seaside carrying fire sticks, shovels, and other miscellaneous things. Chapter 31 The Trouble That Follows You Everywhere. You are the notorious pirate, right? A group of villagers came behind Lin Yu and opened the gate of opening to the mountain road unceremoniously. Most of these questions have no technical content. You got the wrong person. Lin Yu turned around and told them calmly. Stop making excuses, you despicable pirate. People clamored that they would not trust Lin Yu at all. No, he is not a pirate. Enel stood in front of Lin Yu with his hands open and explained hard. You kid, you are the one who rescued this pirate. We kindly took you in and let you survive on the island. Is this how you repay us? People stared at Enel with bloodthirsty eyes, as if they had done so much favor to him before. Enel shook his head, trying to explain but unable to formulate any words. Lin Yu saw that Enel was trembling with fear. Perhaps he had never seen such a battle before, but he still stood in front of him without hesitation. Fear is a reaction that everyone will have, and taking responsibility is a man's patent. That's enough, come stand behind me. Lin Yu pulled Enel behind him and protected him with his arms. Whether it's a pirate or an ordinary person. No matter who I am, I don't want to hurt you, and I'm too lazy to hurt you. Please let me live a quiet life here for a few days, and then I will leave. Lin Yu raised his eyes and looked at everyone, with firm eyes and an indifferent expression that did not allow for refutation. People were obviously shocked by Lin Yu's expression and tone, and they all wondered whether what he said was true. As a human being in 2 lifetimes, Lin Yu knew that people's hearts are the most fickle. The stronger you are, the weaker the opponent will be. The weaker you are, the stronger the other will be. So the simplest way to solve the problem is to be decisive and ruthless. Dad, don't let this pirate go, capture him and hand him over to Marine. At this time, an ignorant child said something arrogant, causing people who were originally thinking cautiously to wake up instantly. Don't be fooled by the pirate's clever words. When he recovers from his injuries, he will attract his companions, and we will all be defeated by then. People shouted and stood up, and saw 2 big men picking up the poles in their hands and rushing towards Lin Yu first. The grinning expression seemed to be filled with deep hatred. Lin Yu's injuries were almost healed, and it was easy to deal with these villagers. He opened his eyes piercingly, using only 1/10 of Conqueror's domineering energy, and the big men charging in front of him fell to the ground without any warning. What? What happened? What extraordinary thing did he do? Damn it, I didn't see anything. He was obviously just standing there motionless. Why did he subdue two strong men? When people saw this, they didn't know what was going on, and they were extremely panicked for a time. Pirates have always been a symbol of evil. People who have never seen pirates describe them as demonic beings who are cruel and emotionless. I finally saw it today. Are pirates really such powerful and invincible beings? It is puzzling, causing fear and oppression. Even if you are facing a seriously injured pirate, can you only accept defeat? Should I beg for mercy or do something else? Suddenly, countless questions appeared in the minds of the villagers. There was a bang. The fire stick in a person's hand fell to the ground. The sound was extremely clear and sharp among the villagers who had quieted down. It's time to wake up. How could they possibly defeat such a person? Everyone, run! Then such a classic line came out from the crowd. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of villagers dispersed and disappeared without a trace. Before leaving, they did not forget to grab the feet of the two fallen men and drag them away together. People hid in their homes like the plague and closed their doors and windows. In the blink of an eye, the streets were deserted. I have to say, these people are quite humorous. Lin Yu said helplessly. They all left in a whoosh. Enel's voice was filled with confusion, and he made a gesture of leaving in a hurry. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu couldn't help laughing when he saw Enel's posture. The setting sun behind him has completely disappeared at the end of the sky, and the distance has begun to turn pitch black, and everything here will soon disappear into the night. The day ended like this. Let's go. Lin Yu took Enel's hand and walked towards home. Are the prejudices in people's hearts really a big mountain? Yep, who can figure this out? At night, lying in that shabby house, Lin Yu and Enel looked at the night sky full of stars. Will the people in this town drive us away? Enel asked. No. They usually bully the weak and respect the strong, even if the strong is a complete bad guy. Lin Yu said kind with a calm voice. Are we the bad guys? Enel simply continued to ask. It's a pity that we are not. Lin Yu smiled slightly after speaking. Hey! It's a pity that I can't be a bad guy. Enel seemed to have no idea what a bad guy was, so he said regretfully. Yes. It's a pity that I can't be a bad guy. Lin Yu sighed. In the past, he believed in justice, but then he despised justice. He finally saw the face of justice clearly and followed his will. Go to sleep. Let's do something big tomorrow. Lin Yu said to Enel. What's the big deal? Enel asked interestingly. Demolish the house. No. Enel sat up from the ground as if he was frightened. However, early the next morning, with a loud noise, this unseemly house finally collapsed. So sad, so regretful, so reluctant to leave. Enel could not describe his feelings. Hey! Are you going to cry over a house like this? It's outrageous. Lin Yu clapped his hands, seeming very satisfied with his behavior of demolishing the house. When he woke up this morning, he already felt that all his injuries were healed, and he had endless energy all over his body. Although he is very bad, at least I built it with my own hands. It is so sad to be destroyed in front of my eyes. Enel pouted and looked at Lin Yu complainingly. Lin Yu put his hands on his hips, raised his head and laughed frankly. Don't worry, I will build you a real home, guaranteed to be 1,000 times better than yours. I don't need it. Enel ran to Lin Yu and beat his thigh crazily with his fist to show his resistance. Lin Yu picked up Enel and said, Boy, don't be ignorant. Next, come with me to find wood. You must listen to my command today. After saying that, his body jumped high into the air with a whoosh. Chapter 32 Interlude. The island is cigar-shaped, with the town only occupying half of it and the other half being forest. There are wild beasts, towering trees, edible wild fruits, and inedible poisonous mushrooms. The place is quite big and interesting. Lin Yu jumped easily among the branches, put his hand on his forehead, and looked into the distance. Yo ho ho! It's so spectacular! Lin Yu couldn't help shouting. Enel was being held by Lin Yu in his hand. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was a little shocked and couldn't help but said the sentence of self-introduction. Enel from Sky Island. Haha. These are all good trees. If you cut a few down, you can build a warm home for you. Lin Yu said excitedly, as if warmth was already in his heart. A warm home sounds really good. Enel said longingly, with an expression of envy on his face, wanting to get it right away. Then let's do it. Lin Yu said, jumping off the branch. Ah! Enel, who was carried by Lin Yu in his hand, felt his body falling rapidly, and cried out with tears running out of his nose. The entire forest was shrouded in dense branches and leaves, with only a little sunlight shining through the gaps. Walking in such a dark forest, you can hear the roar of wild beasts from time to time. The men in the town come here every day to cut firewood. They usually travel in groups, and it is too dangerous for them to go alone. However, even when traveling together, there are still unlucky people who are injured after being attacked by wild beasts. Ah! It's a lion ape. It can eat people. Carbine, run! At this moment, an urgent cry suddenly echoed from the dense forest. Lin Yu, who was also in the forest, heard it clearly. His eyes immediately looked in the direction where the sound came from. Without saying a word, Lin Yu held Enel in one hand and rushed towards the place where the sound came from. After a while, he saw a group of people and a ferocious beast. A child was lying on the ground, and a ferocious beast was approaching the child step by step, about to open its bloody mouth and swallow him. At the same time, several grown men stood aside, but did not dare to step forward to stop him. Cabin, run quickly, people shouted. However, the child named Cabin was so frightened that he lay motionless on the ground and couldn't even cry. He just stared at the slowly approaching beast with his eyes wide open, unable to hear any sounds from the outside world. At this time, a man standing by finally couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to save people even if he died. However, before the man could take a step forward, there was a whooshing sound, and a speeding figure shot out, arriving in front of the beast in an instant. Danger! This man is going to die. He dares to face the lion and ape at such a close distance. He is going to be torn apart. After people saw the figure of that person clearly, they couldn't help but said with regret. Facing the figure that appeared in front of him and blocked his meal, the beast looked very manic. He roared and waved his huge palm like a slap to the person in front of him. It's over, I will become a meat pie after this palm. People can already imagine the next ending. No, Big Brother can definitely deal with that ugly one. Enel's voice came. Yes, this smooth figure was Lin Yu who came after hearing the sound. The lion ape's big palm attacked arbitrarily. But Lin Yu raised his arm and blocked it easily. Ha! It's much worse than Garp's fist. Lin Yu said with a sarcastic smile. Perhaps discovering Lin Yu's ridicule, the lion ape became even more furious. I saw it punching its chest twice with both fists, raising its head and roaring, making the whole forest seem to shake. It's so noisy. Can you calm down for a while? Lin Yu asked the lion ape unhappily. The lion ape stopped shouting, clenched his fists, and struck out with both fists at the same time. This time, the force was overwhelming, and it was visible to the naked eye that it was much stronger than the casual slap just now. Lin Yu smiled slightly, and with just a slight tilt of his body, he had already escaped the lion ape's attack. At the same time, he swept out with his whip leg and hit it in the stomach. His leg was like a cannonball, hitting the lion ape's belly so hard that the whole belly was sunken. The lion ape screamed and fell backwards far away. Just protect this forest for me. If you dare to do anything hurtful again, I will roast you and eat you. Lin Yu said coldly to the lion ape on the ground. The lion ape seemed to really understand Lin Yu's words, and quickly struggled up and jumped deep into the forest. Hey! Kid, are you okay? Lin Yu turned around, looked at the child still lying on the ground, and asked coldly with concern. As if waking up from a dream, the child opened his mouth and cried in a high-pitched voice. It's so noisy! Lin Yu said impatiently, picking his ears. After the men in the town saw Lin Yu's face clearly, they couldn't help but trembled in fright. It's actually that pirate. Isn't he a bad guy? But in the dangerous situation just now, he rushed forward without hesitation. It was also a manly act. Then should we say thank you to him? I think even so, I can't thank such a person. A pirate is a pirate. Just because he punishes evil and promotes good does not mean that he is really good. Maybe he is pretending. Yes, yes. Pirates have always been the most cunning, you can't believe it. These elderly men were talking endlessly like village women, forgetting the frightened child who was still crying. Lin Yu picked up the crying child on the ground and threw it to the men. Hey! How can you bring a child to a place like this? It's so outrageous. After Lin Yu threw the child away, he said with moderate anger on his face. One of the men caught the child thrown by Lin Yu and quickly protected it in his arms. This man is really barbaric. He treats a child like this. I really saw him right. Walk quickly, walk quickly. He looks more fierce than the lion ape just now. Several men walked out of the forest with their children. You little brat, I said you weren't allowed to come, but you insist on coming. If something happened just now, how are you going to explain it to your parents? As I walked, I could still hear the men chattering and complaining. Brother, are you okay? Enel stepped forward, looked at him and asked with concern. Hey, how could a little beast hurt me? Lin Yu said with a confident smile. Big brother is so awesome. Enel clapped his hands and shouted happily. Okay, a small incident almost delayed the big thing we were going to do today. As he spoke, Lin Yu continued to walk with Enel in the forest, looking for suitable trees, without mentioning the ungrateful people just now. Chapter 33 Rebuilding the Cabin. When it was almost noon, Lin Yu took a fancy to a towering tree. The wood was indeed of the highest quality, and he liked it very much. But, how should I cut it down and take it back? Even if 100 people come, I can't move this big thing. Enel bit his finger, looked up at the towering trees that stretched as far as the eye could see, and said with despair in his voice. No, 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 I am enough. Lin Yu said confidently while wagging his finger. Enel looked at him with suspicion. This is much bigger than the beast just now, and it will crush you. TCH, just watch. Lin Yu said, waving his hand to him, stand away and watch my operation. Enel took a few steps back obediently. Lin Yu clenched his fists, stepped away from his horse, took a deep breath in a decent manner, and then punched out. The fist hit the tree steadily, but there was no reaction at first. How embarrassing! Enel couldn't help sticking out his tongue. However, the next second, there was only a click, and the entire tree slowly fell. Enel's mouth opened wide in shock. The towering trees fell neatly backwards, causing huge turmoil in the entire forest. Countless birds and beasts flew away and fled. Even the residents in the town outside the forest heard the grand noise and came out of their homes one after another, thinking it was an earthquake. Ha 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 ha. It seems a bit too much. Lin Yu looked at the fallen towering tree. The trace of the fall directly opened a path in the forest. When the light shined in, a straight trace was clearly visible. Wow! How did you do that? Enel was still astonished and couldn't open his mouth from ear to ear. Whatever you think in your heart, you can do with your hands. Lin Yu said easily. In the end, Lin Yu carried the towering tree alone and walked towards the town, while Enel rode on the tree with great scenery, smiling broadly. When Lin Yu swaggered through the market carrying the behemoth, everyone in the town was stunned. This man is a monster. There are actually such powerful human beings. We wanted to offend such a guy in the first place. We really overestimated our capabilities. We're lucky that he didn't hurt us. Don't be too happy too early. Maybe one day he will have a whim, and all of us may suffer. I really hope this monster gets out of here soon. The villagers hid at home, watching Lin Yu from the windows, and talked a lot about him and his behavior. Okay, we're here, come down. Lin Yu reminded Enel when they came to the ruins of the small dilapidated house. Enel crawled down from the towering tree cautiously like a caterpillar. Lin Yu immediately relieved himself of the burden, and seemed to be just right without blushing and out of breath. We don't have the tools to cut wood. Enel and Lin squatted in front of the towering tree, staring at each other. I'll come as soon as I go. Lin Yu said, got up and walked away. After a while he came back with a wooden tool in his hand. What do you want to do? Enel asked, staring at the thing in Lin Yu's hand in disbelief. I'm cutting wood. Lin Yu said matter-of-factly. If you cut wood with wood, will the wood be willing? Enel said incredulously. It's not about the wood. As he spoke, Lin Yu integrated his armed domineering energy into the wood in his hand, and then assumed a decent slashing posture. Drink! After a powerful roar, the towering tree in front of him was cut into several pieces. It's extremely fast and stable, and it's as easy as cutting tofu. Wow! Enel looked at the smooth surface of the wood and couldn't help but feel excited. Ha ha ha! It's very simple. Lin Yu said proudly. To build a small wooden house, only half a tree is enough. Lin Yu plans to sell the remaining wood in the town to get some money, which he can use to buy some nails. Lin Yu held the extra wood and knocked on the door from door to door, but there was no gate of opening. Even if there was, as soon as he saw Lin Yu, he immediately closed the door as if he had seen a devil. These people are really out of touch. This is fine wood, why don't you sell it cheaply? Lin Yu scratched his head. The whole street had already been sold, and not a single piece of wood on his body was sold. Hey! I bought your wood. Just when Lin Yu was about to return disappointed, a kind-hearted voice came to the door. Lin Yu turned around and saw a big man with a kind face. I heard that you saved my son today. The big man asked as he handed the money to Lin Yu and took the wood in his hand. It turns out that kid is your child, and he can really cry. Lin Yu only wanted to sell the wood and didn't want to be thanked for saving people. I think I should say thank you, thank you. The big man said with a slight hesitation. Forget it, I don't mean well, I just like to compete with wild beasts. Lin Yu looked down upon this kind of reluctant gratitude. He would rather be misunderstood than need this kind of gratitude that was similar to charity. This wood is considered top grade, and it's perfect for making tables and chairs. After walking a few steps, Lin Yu turned back and reminded him politely. After Lin Yu left, the big man was a little ashamed. Since he wanted to thank others, why was he so timid? If he is really a pirate and has such great power, why is he still so kind? He can definitely be more arrogant. I always feel like something is wrong. The big man stood there holding the wood in confusion, as if he couldn't figure it out. Are there really good pirates in the world? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The big man seemed to have thought of some paradox and tried his best to deny himself in his heart. Lin Yu took the money in exchange for the wood, turned around and walked into the hardware store in the town. Boss, bring me a pack of nails. Lin Yu said as soon as he entered the door. Okay. The shop owner replied, but as soon as he turned his head and saw that the person coming was Lin Yu, his expression immediately changed. Ah! It's you. What are you doing here? The store owner asked Lin Yu in a panic. Didn't I say? Buy nails. Lin Yu looked at him intently. Nails? I don't have nails here. The boss opened his eyes and told lies. What's in your hand? Lin Yu stared at the bag of nails in the boss's hand and said seriously. "This is not for sale," the boss said, putting the bag of nails in his hand into the cabinet. "Why not sell it? My things will not be sold if they say they are not for sale." "I'm afraid I don't have money, right?" "I do." Lin Yu took out the bailey he had just exchanged for wood and put it in front of the boss. "We don't sell pirate items in this store. Go somewhere else." The store was as smelly and hard as a stone in a latrine and insisted not to sell Lin Yu. "If you don't sell me, then I will have to call my pirate brothers. First, they will destroy your shop, and then I will tie you up and throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. This feeling is very fun." Lin Yu smiled slightly, like an evil spirit, like a ghost. Most people would be scared to death after seeing his malicious smile and those vicious words. "The pirate who suffered 1,000 cuts, I provoked you." The shop owner was really frightened. "I want you to sell me a bag of nails. I won't ask my accomplices to smash up your shop and kidnap you to feed the fish. Tell me how good the conditions are." Lin Yu continued to say evilly. Take it, it doesn't cost you a penny, just don't come back again." The shop owner was already so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. He quickly took out the bag of nails from the cabinet and placed it in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled slightly, put down bailey in his hand, picked up the bag of nails, and said politely before leaving, "Thank you." "Thank you, this pirate is too incompetent." When Lin Yu walked away, the shop owner couldn't help but said sarcastically. Chapter 34 The Tavern Owner, a middle-aged uncle with a story. After a busy day, the cabin on the beach is finally completed. From a distance, it looks very exquisite. "Wow! Like a delicious piece of cake." Enel clapped his hands and said happily, although he had never seen a cake, let alone eaten it. Lin Yu put his hands on his hips and looked at his masterpiece proudly. "I'm such a genius. Ha 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 ha." Enel laughed too. The laughter of the two people rose slowly in the cool night air, colliding, meeting and separating. Late at night, only the pubs in the town were still brightly lit. Looking at the unique dim light is really alluring. Before you even get close, you can hear the lively atmosphere inside overflowing, like a bowl of boiling fish soup. "Yo! Good evening everyone." When Lin Yu stepped into the tavern, it suddenly became quiet. He had to take responsibility for the sudden end to the hustle and bustle, so he greeted everyone relaxedly. The entire pub seemed to have stopped time, and everyone looked at Lin Yu quietly. When Lin Yu slowly walked in and sat down at the bar, everyone came back to their senses. The next second, half of the guests in the tavern got up and left, and the remaining ones sat far away from Lin Yu. "Boss, if you can, please serve me something with alcohol," Lin Yu said strangely, like someone who hadn't been home for a long time. Standing at the bar is a middle-aged uncle with short hair, a beard, and a shocking scar on his eye, full of vicissitudes of life. The middle-aged uncle carefully wiped the wine glass in his hand while observing Lin Yu. He has seen too many people and too many things in his half-life. No insidious and cunning person can escape his eyes, and he will not miss every ray of kindness. Finally, the middle-aged uncle placed a glass of rum in front of Lin Yu. "Thank you." Lin Yu accepted it with a smile. However, other guests present seemed to be concerned about this scene. "Boss, you shouldn't give alcohol to outsiders," someone said seriously. "Those who come here are guests, and if they are guests, they will have wine to drink. This is the rule of our restaurant." The middle-aged uncle stood dignifiedly at the counter and said elegantly, "But he is a pirate." People finally said the most taboo word. When the person next to him shouted the word pirate, Lin Yu had already finished the glass of wine in one gulp. "Ha! What a good wine!" Lin Yu put down his wine glass and said happily. Then, without saying a word, he put all the money he had left from selling wood on the table, got up and walked out of the hotel. The owner of this store is a nice person and he doesn't want to cause trouble to others. Wait a minute. The middle-aged man's hoarse voice stopped him. When Lin Yu turned around, he saw a bottle of rum thrown towards him. He easily reached out to catch it, and then stared closely at the middle-aged uncle, seeming to ask with his eyes what it meant. The money you put on the table can buy another bottle. The middle-aged uncle said clearly. Boss, you don't have to be like this. Lin Yu gratefully weighed the wine in his hand. Those who open a tavern must keep their accounts clear, otherwise they are not worthy of opening a tavern. The middle-aged uncle said it forcefully, and he was also a very principled person. Thank you. Lin Yu smiled slightly and shook the wine in his hand as a farewell. I hate pirates, but I don't hate you. Next time I have a chance, please come late at night and I'll treat you. The middle-aged uncle looked at Lin Yu's every move, which was decent and gentle, and said with great admiration. Lin Yu nodded and walked out of the tavern. Boss, I advise you not to get too close to this guy, there will be no good results. That's right, pirates are pirates, and no amount of superficial efforts can cover up their crimes. We should find a way to drive him away. Don't be stupid. He has strange powers and can make people faint suddenly. It's better not to mess with him. Hey! How come in this world the bad guys are always strong and the good guys are powerless? The patrons in the tavern, after drinking a few glasses of wine, talk about the ugliness of the world and the sinister nature of the human heart in order to appear sensible. However, they do not know that they are also deeply involved in the same intrigues among all living beings. Only the owner of the tavern, the middle-aged uncle, was sober and didn't say anything. He just wiped the cup in his hand elegantly. There are many stories about him, and they never need to be evaporated with alcohol, let alone modified with the rhetoric that comes out of his mouth. He hated pirates from the beginning, but he could also tell which type of pirate he should hate. Yes, pirates are also classified. He only learned this from a pirate more than 10 years ago. That person was the future One Piece Roger. It was really an interesting coincidence. When he was young, his family was killed by pirates. He was seriously injured and narrowly escaped, and then determined to become a marine. When he became an adult, he got his wish and began his experience of catching pirates on this ocean. Among his contemporaries, there were two marine companions who impressed him the most. These two people were Garp and Sengoku. The two of them were so capable that they were almost the role models and shadows of all marines at that time. That was a gap that was simply unsurmountable. In an unexpected operation, their warship ran aground on a small island. It was a completely deserted island, a lifeless island of souls with no food or fresh water, and no distress signal could be sent out. They were trapped on the island for more than a month, and all their companions died one after another. Only he was still lingering. Just when he had given up hope, a pirate ship appeared on the coast. He didn't expect that he would die in the hands of pirates in the end. What a fate, he thought desperately. However, the pirates did not harm him and even saved him. He remembered that when he opened his eyes, Roger's smiling face was facing him. It was really a very warm face. Just like the first ray of sunshine in the morning. At that moment, he really felt that Roger was the savior who had arrived. Next to Roger stood a man with his hands in his trouser pockets and a calm face. This man did not forget to remind Roger cautiously. Hey! Roger! You have to think clearly, you are saving Marine. Only later did he learn that this calm man with the necessary ruthlessness in his words was none other than Rayleigh, the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. However, Roger answered him very frankly, what about Marine? He is almost dead. If the opponent is dead, then what's the fun? That was more than 10 years ago, before the Valley of the Gods incident happened. And Roger had just made his mark in the pirate world. To this day, this incident is what he hates the most. He really wishes he had died instead of being saved by Roger. Because after Roger rescued him, he turned around and reported Roger's location to the Marine headquarters, and the Marine headquarters dispatched Garp and Sengoku, who were in the spotlight at the time. I heard that the siege almost drove Roger to death. Although Roger escaped by chance in the end, it became a permanent psychological trauma for him. He could not forgive himself, and finally had to leave Marine, shrink to this small island, and open a tavern in obscurity. Chapter 35 Things That Cannot Be Changed. Walking out of the door of the tavern, the quiet street was palely illuminated by the moonlight, giving it a unique flavor. Lin Yu walked alone to the beach house, and drank all the rum in his hand into his stomach in just a few sips. There is nothing in the world that can compare to a night of drinking and singing. The streets that night were so similar to the streets on the island where I first lived. Memories came to Lin Yu's mind again. I wonder how everyone is living on the new island. I wonder if Xiao Ai's tavern has been built. I really miss them a little. But the road ahead looks long, and I can't help but think about what I will do in the future. Lin Yu came to the beach while thinking wildly. He saw Enel squatting at the door of the newly built cabin, with his hands on his cheeks and humming a little song he picked up somewhere. I've been waiting for you for so long that I started calling you ABD in my heart. As soon as Enel saw Lin Yu walking slowly and leisurely, he stood up and pointed at him seriously. Why don't you go to bed and are just waiting here? Lin Yu wanted to have a drink while he was sleeping. I got up to pee and found you missing. I thought you were going to disappear forever. BD. Enel walked up to Lin Yu and punched Lin Yu in the body. This complaining blow made Lin Yu a little heartbroken. When he got closer, Lin Yu discovered that Enel's face was still stained with tears. After spending so many lonely nights, this little guy finally found someone who was willing to accompany him and be his friend, but he didn't want to lose him suddenly again, which would be very painful. Tonight, they couldn't see the stars in the sky when they lay down, but the stars were still there in their dreams. The next morning, it was another sunny day. Brother, I don't know why. After getting this cabin, I feel full of strength. I seem to have a sense of belonging all of a sudden. Enel put his hands on his hips and said with overwhelming confidence. Lin Yu looked up at him while sharpening the wooden stick in his hand, and then smiled. Then tell me what a sense of belonging is. A sense of belonging? It's like I picked up shells for a day and came back with a full load. It must be like this. Enel put his hands on his chest and asked Lin Yu eagerly. Lin Yu nodded and only focused on the work in his hands. If you don't answer, do you agree? Or do you disagree? It's really a headache. Enel pouted and stared at Lin Yu sideways, looking naughty and cute. Ha 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 ha. You little naughty boy. Lin Yu reached out and touched his head, and the sun hit the two of them just at this moment. The rolling waves, the wooden house and the sunshine, the coast and the beach, and the two people under the bright sunshine, constitute a picture of love that is so beautiful that people cannot bear to break it. There will always be scenes like this in your life that will give you goosebumps once you touch them, making them unforgettable and making you wish you could stay in this moment forever. Okay, with the interference of you little brat, the fishing rod is finally ready. Lin Yu put down his tools, blew through the sawdust, and looked at the long-lost thing in his hands with satisfaction. What? It looks really ugly. It's far worse than the ones sold in stores in town. Enel struck with a smile. Whether something works well or not depends on whether it can catch fish. Today I will open your eyes. Lin Yu would never tolerate others laughing at his fishing rod, even a kid who didn't understand the market. Let's go. Lin Yu and the others were driving a simple wooden boat, preparing to go around the back of the island to fish. Why do we have to go far away from the nearest and go around to the back of the island? Enel sat cross-legged on the boat and asked puzzledly. Because in the sea close to the town, the fish there have learned to be smart and no longer bite the hook casually. Even if they can catch fish, they are just fledgling fish. Lin Yu explained carefully while fiddling with the fishing line. I see. Enel pretended to understand, but whether he really understood or not is unknown. Fishing is something that requires concentration and patience. If you are too impatient and focus too much on gains and losses, you will miss the fun of fishing. When are we going back? Enel asked impatiently not long after arriving at the destination. It's still early. Lin Yu put down the fishing line and replied casually. What shall we have for dinner tonight? Enel asked. Just eat fish. Eat whatever fish you catch. Lin Yu replied comfortably. What if I don't catch anything? Enel put his hands on his face and looked at the quiet sea. Then think of a way to catch it. Lin Yu replied confidently. Brother, it's so boring. After a while, Enel couldn't help but say. Yeah. Yes. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and feel the sunshine and the ocean. Maybe you won't be bored anymore. Enel did as he was told. Still boring? Then do it a few more times. Listen to what I say. You will face such boring moments many times in your life in the future. Remember not to be defeated by this boredom and become its slave. You must learn to control it. A boring state, take advantage of it. Listening to Lin Yu's words, Enel was almost asleep. Are you listening? Lin Yu asked him. Your words are obscure and difficult to understand. They feel as bitter as medicine. I don't want to hear them. Enel looked troubled. Enel, actually I want to tell you, you have to be kind. Halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped. Looking at Enel's childish face in front of him, how could he possibly say those words? If the mistake is made later, how can you ask the person concerned what to do before making the mistake? This seems to be a paradox, somewhat unnecessary, or something made out of nothing and contrary to common sense. Lin Yu wanted to help Enel, hoping that he would not become the ruthless god on the empty island in the future. He knew that his meager hope would definitely fail, but he still couldn't help but want to get involved. The law of the world is that even if you know the outcome of many things, you may not be able to change it. If you try desperately to change it, you are afraid that it will destroy the balance of things and both sides will suffer in the end. Even if he is a time traveler, he should not ignore the feelings of the person involved and interfere with other people's hearts. This is too overbearing. Hey, forget it. Lin Yu sighed. Whatever. Enel came over and asked. Just be yourself from now on. Lin Yu said calmly. I've always been myself. Enel said confidently. Hey. A fish bit the hook. Lin Yu stared at the water and said warily. Really? Come on. Today's dinner is here. Enel stared at the sea with wide eyes. Don't worry, wait a little longer, wait for it to relax its vigilance. Lin Yu said, and after a few seconds, he slowly retracted the rod, then fiercely retracted the line, and a colorful Madara fish jumped out of the water. Enel immediately shouted happily from the side. Bang! 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 A series of uneasy explosions suddenly sounded on the island. Lin Yu and Enel immediately turned around. What happened on the island? Seeing a few plumes of thick smoke rising from the direction of the island town, the two had a premonition that something bad was going on. Chapter 36 Transporting Thunder Fruit. Ha 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 ha. Come on, family members, take them all, rob them all, burn them all. No one will be left behind. A group of crazy guys rushed off the docked pirate ship. Explosions immediately sounded in every corner of the town. The pirate with a sinister face laughed wantonly, held a machete in his hand, and killed people on sight, just like Yama coming out of hell. The pirates are coming, run! The villagers exclaimed repeatedly, causing women and children to cry. The originally peaceful island fell into a sea of fire in an instant. Above the sea of fire, projected were the ferocious smiling faces of the pirates. Ha 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 ha! Brother Sparrow, sailing on the sea these days is almost killing me. Brother Sparrow, why does Mom want you to personally deliver the devil fruit this time? This job is too boring. The two pirates snuggled up to Charlotte Sparrow and said flatteringly. Humph! Because this devil fruit is not ordinary. It has the ability to destroy the world. Of course, Mom must pay attention to it. Sparrow raised a finger and said arrogantly. Brother, what devil fruit has such power? The little pirate asked curiously. Logia, thunder fruit. Sparrow said clearly. It's Logia, and it's thunder. The pirate gangster was shocked and defeated. Humph! If the Big Mom pirates can obtain this devil fruit, their strength will undoubtedly increase, and new generals will definitely be born. Sparrow opened his hands and smiled triumphantly. The pirates were burning, killing and looting in the town, and they were so crazy that the destructive emotions that had been suppressed for several days burst out in an instant and were out of control. Stop it! Suddenly, a thunderous sound broke through the sea of fire and pierced the eardrums of all the pirates. The pirates looked around and saw the middle-aged man in the tavern with a dark face walking out of the ruins. The domineering figure of Justice was no less impressive than the crazy evil pirate in front of him. Where did this monkey come from? The sound is really harsh. Sparrow's sharp eyes were directed at the middle-aged uncle, and his voice was full of contempt. As soon as he finished speaking, several pirate minions rushed towards the middle-aged uncle with their swords raised and shouting. The uncle is different from other villagers. He has seen many such battles when he was a marine and is no longer afraid of them. He raised his fist, which was as hard and heavy as a stone, and smashed it into the face of the rushing pirate. The pirates screamed and flew backwards, and one of them fell hard in front of Sparrow. What are you doing, idiot? Sparrow yelled at the pirate who fell in front of him in embarrassment. Brother, that guy is a tough guy. The pirate replied aggrievedly, covering his swollen face. Humph! An amateur show was screwed up by a country man. I want you to look good. Sparrow stared at the middle-aged man fiercely and spoke word by word. Are you the leader of this group of pirates? And take your accomplices and get off the island. The middle-aged uncle gritted his teeth and said to Sparrow, who was walking towards him. His voice was full of majesty and almost commanding. Who are you ordering? Stinky monkey! Sparrow shouted unhappily, and then waved the candy stick in his hand. Watch your move, candy virgin! A surging sea of candy overflowed from Sparrow's feet and instantly attacked the middle-aged uncle. What is this? The middle-aged uncle looked confused and did not hide from the surging sea of candy. The sticky candy trapped his legs in an instant, and he realized the seriousness of the matter. Damn it, I can't move. Ha 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 ha. Don't even think about running away if you get entangled with my candy virgin. Sparrow stretched out his fingers and put them on his mouth, laughing sinisterly without any hesitation. Get out of here. Is this the power of the devil fruit? The middle-aged uncle realized that what was under his feet was no ordinary candy. Ha 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 ha. You know a lot, don't you? You are also very skilled. If you want to join us, all you need to do is kill a citizen of this town and satisfy this condition. Sparrow said in an extremely perverted manner. Dream. Despicable pirates. As a once just marine, I have sworn hatred with you. The middle-aged uncle clenched his fists and shouted heartbreakingly. The image of his family being killed by pirates has been lingering in his mind, and he will never forget this hatred. You said you had been a marine. Sparrow's voice became murderous. Yes, I was once a partner of Justice. Get off this island if you have the sense. Even though the middle-aged uncle has reached this point, he still speaks threatening words without hesitation. Then you must have been stained with the blood of our pirates. Oh! I can't let you join now. And you must die here today. Sparrow suddenly opened his eyes wide, revealing his beast-like bloodthirsty fangs. Stop talking nonsense. The middle-aged uncle clenched his fists and stood there, staring at the pirates around him with sharp eyes. He never showed any fear when he came out. Family members, let's move on to the last part of our amateur entertainment program, setting off fireworks. Sparrow raised his hand and pointed directly at the middle-aged man trapped in the current of candy. The next second, the pirates understood each other tacitly, took out their pistols and hand cannons, and aimed them at the target. Then, what are you waiting for? Fire! Perospero said lightly, playfully, and bloodthirsty. Bang bang bang! A series of gunshots fired one after another, hitting the middle-aged uncle one after another. The next moment, a giant great fireball ignited where the middle-aged uncle was. Ahahaha! This is the fate of stupid and ridiculous people. When you go to hell, you'd better remember that the mom pirates are not easy to mess with. Perospero spread his hands arrogantly and said with a sideways smile. It's you who deserve to go to hell. Suddenly, in the smoke and dust that had not yet dispersed, an extremely sharp and clear sound sounded. Hey? Who? All the pirates were confused. It's me who wants you to look good next. Lin Yu's smiling face was the first to catch everyone's attention. What, a young boy, the pirates exclaimed. I didn't expect you to have this kind of habit. Do you like to appear at such critical moments? The middle-aged uncle broke free from Candy's control with Lin Yu's help. It's just a coincidence. You don't think I'm that ridiculous guy who hides behind and counts the time to appear at the important moment, do you? Lin Yu laughed and retorted, seemingly as if he and the middle-aged uncle were old friends for many years. Two arrogant monkeys want you to look good. Perospero clenched the candy bar in his hand and shouted violently. Chapter 37. As long as what I say is harsh enough, I won't be embarrassed. Shoot, shoot these monkeys. The pirates raised their guns and quickly fired back at Lin Yu and the middle-aged uncle. Lin Yu dodged to avoid, his body as light as a willow leaf, and he dodged the first round of attacks with ease. Before the enemy's second wave of attacks arrived, he picked up the stones on the ground and threw them casually. Then the pirates were heard falling to the ground amidst screams. Everyone get out of the way, this guy let me do it. Perospero realized that Lin Yu had extraordinary skills and did not dare to neglect. As he spoke, he waved the candy stick in his hand and summoned a sea of candy. Go! Candy Virgin, tangle with that lively monkey for me. Lin Yu looked at the surging sea of candy and smiled slightly. He was familiar with this trick. I saw him teleporting, coming to Perospero, reaching out and grabbing the other man's neck. To deal with you, an auxiliary mage, the best way is to use close combat. Brother Perospero. Seeing their boss being restrained by Lin Yu, the remaining pirates shouted in despair. Damn it, you made me cringe in front of the kids, go to hell. Perospero's eyes widened, and he continued to shout, Candy bomb. There was a sticky explosion and the sound of soft and waxy bullets. Countless pieces of candy slime exploded and scattered like bullets, leaving the surrounding area in a mess. After the sweet pink gunpowder smoke passed, Lin Yu was seen escaping unscathed, but there was a lot of candy stuck to his body, which was sticky and uncomfortable. What an unforgettable day! Lin Yu shook the candy in his hand, never expecting that one day he would be attacked by candy cannonballs. You, who are you? When he saw Lin Yu, who was unharmed, Perospero gasped and said with wide eyes in shock. If you want to ask me where I came from, let him answer you. With that said, Lin Yu took out Enel from behind. I saw Enel being carried in his hands, holding an inexplicable fruit in his hands and eating it deliciously. Yo! My name is Enel, Enel from Sky Island. Enel, who appeared in front of everyone, raised his hand and greeted everyone. However, Perospero looked at the fruit in Enel's hand and felt inexplicably familiar. Hey! I seem to have seen this somewhere. It seems to be the thunder fruit. When the words thunder fruit were spoken, Perospero shuddered and then hurriedly groped for his pocket. It should have been bulging, but now it was shriveled. Ah! This brat ate my thunder fruit. Perospero held his head and shouted in shock. It must have been blown out when I just launched the candy bomb. Damn it, give me back the thunder fruit. Perospero rushed up crying. But he was kicked away by Lin Yu, and at the same time he coldly joked, "It seems that you have lost your wife and your troops. How dare you steal the devil fruit from the New World Big Mom pirates?" Sparrow lay on the ground and gritted his teeth and said in hatred, "Since the Battle of the Valley of Gods 10 years ago, the Rocks pirates have been disbanded, and many crew members on the ship, after 10 years of hard work, have become famous and have their own pirate groups. Among them are the Whitebeard pirates, Kaido pirates, and Big Mom pirates who are currently active on the ocean. Since the disbandment of the Roger pirates and the arrest of Golden Beard, these 3 pirate groups have become the undisputed overlords of the New World. The most conspicuous among them is the Big Mom pirates, because he is the only female among these overlords, and all the crew members of her pirate group are her children, and they are absolutely loyal to her. As a woman, it is not easy but also admirable to be able to carve out a world of her own in the ocean dominated by men and firmly consolidate it. The dignified anti-pirates actually went to this unknown island and bullied a group of unarmed residents. If word spread, it would make people laugh." As he spoke, Lin Yu covered his mouth and smiled, and continued, "Ha ha ha ha. No, my teeth are going to fall out from laughing now. What's even more ridiculous is that he was beaten to the ground by a young man whom he had never heard of before, looking as embarrassed as a dog. Big brother. This kid is the pirate boy who singled out the 3 lieutenant generals and Zifa of the Marine headquarters before." At this time, a pirate ganger handed the newspaper to Sparrow. "What? It turns out it's him, so no wonder he's not afraid of the Big Mom pirates. After all, he's the man who dares to challenge the most powerful force in the Marine headquarters alone. Damn it, he's really on the wrong side of the gun." Sparrow muttered to himself. "Brother, what should we do now?" the pirate leader asked in confusion. "Retreat," Sparrow said coldly and unwillingly. "Retreat," the pirate gangster confirmed. "You must know that as a pirate group like Big Mom wants to hang out in the New World, the issue of face and dignity is the most important. To retreat without saying a word today would undoubtedly be a shameful incident to Shi Chui. Tch. Face is not worth mentioning in the face of life and death. Mom is so obsessed with face, otherwise she should have become a being that surpasses Whitebeard." Sparrow's cunning heart is at work. He firmly believes that a man should be able to bend and stretch, and it is completely unnecessary to blindly adhere to certain moral principles. "Listen, we are not calling this a retreat, but a smart evasion to avoid unnecessary casualties. This is a great and wise choice. Do you understand?" Sparrow said solemnly to the pirate minions beside him. The pirates nodded in understanding. Before leaving, Sparrow looked at Lin Yu and said to him pretending to be friendly, "You're welcome to come to New World when you have time. That's where people like you should stay. Also, don't say that you have any issues with the Big Mom pirates, otherwise you won't be able to make friends. They are clearly fleeing, but they still say such provocative words. Is this the strength of the New World pirates? This stuff is really annoying." Lin Yu didn't reply, because he didn't have time to listen to Sparrow's last words. He only focused on dealing with the sticky candies on his body. "Brother, that kid seems to be ignoring you." The pirate gangster came to Sparrow's side and reminded him. "Hey! That's why he's afraid of me." Sparrow couldn't find any embarrassment for himself, but the embarrassment still covered his entire face, causing him to have to step on the wooden planks under his feet when he got on the boat. Clicking sound. And as soon as he got on the boat, he said to his men in a warning tone, "Listen clearly to me. No one is allowed to spread what happened today, or I will turn him into a candy statue. Do you hear me?" "Yes." The group of pirates agreed fearfully. Chapter 38. The moment of separation always comes later. The flames of destruction have been extinguished by the intervention of justice, but just when everything is calm, what kind of disaster is brewing? The desolate sunset, together with the pirate ships on the horizon, disappeared without a trace. Later, dark night will appear domineeringly as an aloof person. This is a natural step that no one can stop, just like everyone's life cannot be interfered by outsiders. Lin Yu looked at Enel, who had finished eating the devil fruit in his hand. The gears of fate had begun to turn abruptly. Everything was in place, just waiting for an order for everyone to rush to the battlefield. Seeing the dust settle, seeing the thieves leaving, seeing their homes in ruins, the villagers in the town slowly walked out to the streets, with despair written on their faces. Destruction is like a willful child. You find him annoying, but there is no way to punish him, because he is the destruction itself, and destruction is his duty. This is the man who attracted the pirates. He is the beacon that guides the devil. He is the culprit of this disaster. People pointed at Lin Yu and used unwarranted abuse to release the anger that had no place in their hearts. It was he who saved us and helped us drive away the pirates. This ironclad fact happened right under our noses. But there were also people who said this in a deep voice that sounded like they were broken by liver and gallbladder. Well, tell us, those easy to deceive people, what your intentions are. Everyone looked at Lin Yu, with sadness, anger, gratitude, and sympathy in their eyes. Lin Yu raised his head and took a deep breath. Night had fallen quietly without realizing it. In the end, people did not thank Lin Yu, nor did they blame Lin Yu. People chose to ignore the remaining feelings. Let's go have a drink. The middle-aged uncle walked up to Lin Yu, his expression as calm as ever. He was truly a man who had experienced strong winds and waves, and was not affected by the situation in front of him. The two sat on the grass on the street, and the middle-aged man immediately took out 2 bottles of rum from his arms. Drinking with the smell of gunpowder smoke, this is what the damn life should really taste like. I hate pirates, the middle-aged man said after a sip of wine. Yet, Lin Yu responded to him while drinking. Except for Roger, I hate all those so-called maritime overlords, including Whitebeards and Goldenbeards. The middle-aged uncle spoke firmly and arrogantly. Have you ever dealt with Roger? Lin Yu asked. He once saved my life. The middle-aged uncle replied. Really? But he made me miserable. Lin Yu smiled lightly, with no intention of complaining in or out of his voice. And I'm very sorry for him. The middle-aged uncle still harbors feelings for him. He will never be able to let go of Roger who betrayed him for redemption. Ha 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 ha. It's really interesting, both Roger and you are very interesting. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he drank the rum in the bottle in a cheerful mood. Roger cannot be called a pirate or One Piece. He is more like an adventurer and a wayward child. Even at the moment of his execution, he was still teasing this man with his naughtiness. World. The middle-aged uncle saw it thoroughly and spoke clearly. He really turned the world upside down. Lin Yu said with an interesting expression. What about you? Are you going to turn this world upside down? The middle-aged uncle asked casually. Why do you ask? I see the same qualities as Roger in you. The middle-aged uncle looked at him sideways and said sincerely. Ha 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 ha. Roger is Roger, and I am me. I have my own way to go. At the moment, I have no idea of turning the world upside down. However, an unstable element has been born. In the near future, he is destined to influence the pattern of the world. Lin Yu smiled confidently, with an evil charm that predicted everything, making it unpredictable. But there are always times when you can't help it. I have seen too many people drifting away from their original ideals. The middle-aged uncle said to Lin Yu tentatively, as if he wanted to see how far he had decided. I won't make any passionate promises, that means nothing. Lin Yu used his own personalized answer to deal with the middle-aged uncle's temptation. I said it too arrogantly, and now I feel deflated, ha 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 ha. The middle-aged uncle laughed at himself. It's nothing. Lin Yu politely smoothed the loopholes in the other party's words. The night is getting darker and darker, and pedestrians are coming and going on the street. They are busy saving their homes that are riddled with holes. Where will you go next? The middle-aged uncle finally asked. Who knows, this ocean is so vast, there will always be a place for me to stay. Lin Yu looked frankly at the sea shrouded in dense darkness. Let's go, that trivial life is still waiting for me to live. The middle-aged uncle picked up the empty wine bottle and walked back. He is also a master who doesn't like to say goodbye, Lin Yu thought as he watched the majestic figure gradually disappear into the darkness. The small wooden house on the beach stood alone, like a quiet and sensible child. Lin Yu carried the sleeping Enel on his back and slowly walked towards the cabin. The moonlight illuminated the road under their feet. This journey was a bit difficult. After putting Enel on the bed, Lin Yu exited the cabin alone. He came to a stone at the door, sat down cross-legged without saying a word, supported his cheek with his hands, and looked at the sea in the distance that shimmered under the moonlight. Listening to the sound of the waves, rising and falling together, has a rhythm that cannot be broken by anything, and it is also a comfortable enjoyment. How should I say goodbye to Enel? He thought about this question over and over in his mind. Although they had only been together for a few days, he had to say that he got along very well with this little guy, and this kid was still his savior. I really want to watch him grow up and then prevent him from becoming that arrogant god. This might be a good idea. Lin Yu thought of this, but then smiled and shook his head. This growth should not be guarded by me. He knows very well that he should not interfere with the growth of any character. This is just to satisfy his own desires, which he does not bother to do. Just be yourself. When you become ABD, someone will naturally take care of you for me, ha 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 ha. Lin Yu muttered alone and naturally. Who are you talking to? Enel's voice suddenly came from behind him. Lin Yu turned around and saw him rubbing his eyes and standing at the door of the cabin. Why are you awake? Get up and pee, right? Lin Yu turned to look at Enel with a mocking face. That's not true. Enel said and walked over, then sat next to him with an angry look, and sat cross-legged in the same way as him. You're leaving, aren't you? Enel said to him unceremoniously in an adult tone. He smiled and looked into the distance without speaking. I know that as a man, you have to go to the sea to see what's going on. Going to sea is your only choice. I'm right. Enel was aggressive, like a little tiger showing off his power. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu hugged his feet and leaned forward and back with laughter. Be serious. Don't think that I don't understand anything just because I'm a child. It makes me sad that you underestimate me like this. Enel crossed his arms on his chest, his eyes looking firmer than ever before. Sorry. Lin Yu swallowed his laughter and looked at Enel seriously. You can leave if you want. Don't worry about me. I'm not worth your worry. I've been alone from the beginning. I'm very happy these days, and that's enough. Tears welled up endlessly from Enel's eyes. He seemed to know from the beginning that this encounter would end sooner or later, so he always maintained a willful and indifferent attitude until the moment of separation, when all willfulness and indifference collapsed in an instant. Kid, you'd better tell the truth. You can see through your pretense of being unfeeling at a glance. I really can't cooperate with you. Lin Yu put his hand on his head and spoke emotionally, having already seen through his little thoughts. UBD, I really hope you can stay with me all the time, because it's so happy to be with you. Enel rushed into Lin Yu's arms, grabbed his clothes tightly, and tears burst out, staining the entire night. Chapter 39. Yes, this guy is Lin Yu. Destroyed another town, how awesome. Captain. On the calm sea, a rude voice came from a ship with a floating skull. Ha 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 ha. This uncle has added another highlight to his glorious record. On the boat, I saw a bearded man wearing a red cloak and a fur hat, shouting with great splendor. The captain is mighty, the captain is mighty. A group of crew members were fawning crazily. The captain's nickname is the pointy beard that greases the soles of his feet. He is not very strong, but he is despicable to the extreme. His ability to survive today is all due to this shamelessness. Captain, I have something to say. A pirate crew member came over and said flatteringly, "Tell me about it." Pointy Beard waved his hand, looking happy and extremely generous. "Captain, we were taught a lesson by that pirate hunter a few days ago. The captain promised not to do such things that would damage the town in the future. If he breaks his promise so soon, will he come to us again?" The pirate crew said worriedly. Just because they met a pirate hunter with a knife when they were robbing houses a few days ago. This man's knife was extremely fast. Before they could see the move clearly, they felt a cold wind blowing past and the waistband of their trousers was cut off. In the end, they could only kneel down and beg for mercy. Although the pirate hunter had superb sword skills, he was surprisingly kind-hearted and did not see their ambitions. He only listened to their superficial words that they would change their ways in the future, so he let them go. Ha 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 ha. What are you afraid of? He even dares to believe the pirates begging for mercy. You can see that this man is just a fool, ha 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 ha. The Pointed Beard put his hands on his hips, raised his head and laughed triumphantly. Indeed, that man was so kind to us. I have been a bad guy for so many years, and when I came to him, I felt embarrassed for the first time. The pirate crew scratched their heads and said a little shyly, "Ha ha ha ha. You guys, please remember, our pointy-beard pirates have always been to bully the weak. When facing the strong, we can hide and evade. If we can't avoid, we will learn to obey the weak. Begging for mercy, kowtow a few times, call me grandpa, in exchange for a life, there is nothing else worth it in the world." Pointy Beard began to instill evil ways into his subordinates again. Ha 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 ha. And these pirates listened very seriously, as if they really learned something useful from these nonsense. Don't just laugh. I'm telling you all this just to make you smarter. Sooner or later, our Pointed Beard pirates will grow stronger and develop into a powerful force like Whitebeard. When they join our pirates, the number of people in the bandit group is increasing, and when there are tens of thousands of people, maybe one of you will be the one standing here saying these things about Laozi. The Pointed Beard waved his hand and drew a pie for the minions below with great enthusiasm. To onlookers, these words were too ridiculous, but the pirates who were listening to these words at this moment believed them without any doubt, and regarded these words as wise words, wishing they could bear them in their hearts. So, Pointy Beard was about to deliver his extreme speech again, but was interrupted by a sudden burst of uncoordinated laughter. Ah ha 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 ha! Laughter came from among the pirate crew. Hey! Who is this idiot who laughs like this when I'm talking? The Pointed Beard stared at the pirate crew with seriousness. Ha 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 ha! The laughter seemed to be unable to stop the car. At this time everyone saw clearly who was laughing. It turns out it's you, stupid young man. You're smiling so happily. Do you have anything to say? The Pointed Beard's voice became deeper, carrying a surging murderous intent, and his original smiling face turned into a ruthless and serious face. The pirate crew members on the side were shocked when they saw Pointy Beard speaking with such a tone and expression. He would only speak like this when he wanted to kill someone. Hey! Stop laughing, you guy! Aren't you even happy to see the captain? The pirates around said to the man who couldn't stop laughing. However, the man not only did not stop laughing because of this, but actually laughed even harder. Very good. If there are too many people, it will naturally be difficult to manage them. Occasionally, we have to catch a typical example and have them executed to calm down your reactionary hearts. That's fine. As a captain, I really understand. At this point, while speaking with murderous intent, the Pointed Beard took out the pistol from his waist and pointed it at the man who was still laughing. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, all the pirates were frightened and lay on the deck holding their heads. Ah ha 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 ha! However, what everyone expected was that the laughter was still there, and the person who was laughing was still safe and sound. The pirates raised their heads, looked at the laughing man, then looked behind them, and found a small hole left by a bullet on the deck not far behind him. Did it miss? It makes no sense. If you can't hit it at such a close range, unless it's a blind man, and it's their Captain Jeonbeard who fired the gun himself. Otherwise, I'm not sure, Jeonbeard's marksmanship is still good. There is only one possibility, and that is that their captain, Pointy Beard, made a realistic joke to all of them. But no one has a birthday today. Is it necessary to go to such a high-cost joke? Everyone looked at their captain with a pointed beard in doubt. I saw that Pointy Beard was also confused. He looked at his pistol, then at the smiling crew member sitting on the deck, and then at the others. Damn it! Bang! Bang! Pointy Beard fired 2 more shots, but the situation remained the same. Only the sound of gunshots was heard, no one fell, and the laughter became more intense as if adding fuel to the fire. Shut up! Who the hell brought you on board? Why hasn't Laozi seen you before? The Pointed Beard was completely anxious, threw down his pistol, and roared viciously at the man. The man just sat there laughing and didn't say anything. Hey! What's his name? Tell me who brought him to the boat, or I'll kill you. Pointy Beard asked the pirate next to him like crazy. Captain, I don't know either. This unfortunate guy looks strange. I've never seen him before. The pirate crew member who was asked responded with an aggrieved look. The Pointed Beard didn't believe in evil, so he asked another crew member, but he also didn't know who the person who couldn't stop laughing was. In the end, a huge question mark appeared on all the pirates' heads. Who is this guy? He is not a member of their Pointy Beard pirates at all. All the pirates looked at that man. Under the gaze of everyone, the man finally stopped smiling. When he put away his endless smile, his exquisite facial features appeared in front of everyone. That's right. This guy is Lin Yu. Chapter 40, Fighting If You Don't Agree with Each Other. It has been 5 days since I left Enel. For the past 5 days, Lin Yu had been driving a larger boat as usual, drifting carefree on the sea. It would be great if I could get a fishing rod, and a bottle of Lafite from 1982. Lin Yu lay in the boat and couldn't help but fantasize. It wasn't until a huge shadow cast over that he woke up from his half-dream. Ship? No, big ship. Lin Yu sat up and saw a huge ship passing by. What a big guy! Why don't you go up and take a look? Lin Yu bared his teeth and smiled interestingly. After saying that, his body left his boat with a whoosh and jumped lightly to the huge ship. When I looked up, I saw a skull and skull flag flying above my head. Another dead pirate ship. There are so many pirates these days. Lin Yu thought miserably. Standing on the deck, he suddenly felt at a loss. He was tired of dealing with pirates. None of these guys were law-abiding. And he is the person who least wants to cause trouble. If this continues, his plan will be ruined. Thinking of this, Lin Yu had the idea of getting off the boat and escaping from here. Hey! Don't stand there stupidly. It's time for the captain to speak. If you're late later, the captain will have to shoot you. At this moment, a pirate crew member ran past Lin Yu and shouted to him anxiously. The pirate captain is speaking? Where did this come from? But since I was misunderstood as one of their crew members, why not go and listen to what they said in the internal meeting? In the future, I will always have to deal with pirates in this sea and get to know them better. Maybe it can protect you from lightning. Lin Yu thought thoughtfully, so he raised his feet and followed. Wow, this captain's style is quite unique. He looks like dried chili peppers. Lin Yu couldn't help but complain in his heart when he saw the leader standing with a pointed beard and his dazzling red cloak. Well, everyone, please sit down quickly and stop talking to each other after you are seated. Our 5th meeting of the Pointed Beard Pirates is about to begin. The Pointed Beard waved his hands to the people below, and then conveyed the meeting rules in a vulgar voice. Good guy, why is this field control like a loudspeaker in a village? Lin Yu wanted goosebumps all over the floor when he heard it. Except for Lin Yu, the other pirate crew members were very cooperative after hearing the captain's words. They immediately sat down and quickly shut up, and the scene became quiet instantly. These crew members knew their captain well. Even though he had a mediocre voice, a kind face, and even gave people a sense of kindness without reason, in fact, this guy was the most despicable, shameless, and vile person in the world. He kills people without blinking an eye, and he only kills people who are weaker than him. This person is completely unethical, and he is not ashamed but proud of it. The thing that Pointy Beard is most proud of is that he is despicable and has no bottom line. It is precisely because of this that he has made a name for himself in today's world with so many pirates. To put it bluntly, this guy is just a treacherous person who has no offline experience. He will not be able to make a big impact and will be swallowed up by the torrent of the secular world sooner or later. Lin Yu sat cross-legged among them, supporting his chin with one hand, staring at the pointed beard with bright eyes, ready to listen. Hiccup, ha 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 ha. However, after listening to a few words from Sharp Beard, Lin Yu couldn't help it anymore. He sat there and couldn't stop laughing. It was as if everything around him had become a complete laughing stock in his eyes. In the end, he didn't give up until he was tired of laughing. Okay, it's time to end this. Lin Yu stood up from the deck, wiped the dust from his butt, and said in a top serious voice. What do you mean? What nonsense are you talking about? Pointy Beard stared at Lin Yu impatiently. I've just seen what kind of bastards everyone here is, and I just want to say one thing. Lin Yu stretched out a finger, but did not say any more. Everyone was waiting for him to say those words, but they didn't. What are you talking about? Pointy Beard turned sideways, leaned toward one ear and asked. That's it, everyone. After Lin Yu said that, he jumped upwards. With this jump, he became Lao Gao Lao Gao. Everyone on the deck looked at Lin Yu's solace, confused. Armed and domineering, attached. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a huge fist shadow falling down unceremoniously. Duan. A fragmented sound spread throughout the sea, and even the fish in the sea were stunned. They stopped swaying their little tails and watched a huge ship on the sea fall apart in an instant like fireworks. What a disgusting feeling. Damn it, I will definitely come back. Laozi hasn't conquered this ocean yet. How can we let Laozi fall like this? Ajin, I love you. Iris, you have to be nice in this life, and I will love you again in the next life. I love Treasure, Treasure loves me. At the last moment, these heinous guys shouted the last confession of their lives, which was both funny and infuriating. No matter what, in the end, all the rhetoric bubbled up a few times and fell into nothingness. Lin Yu floated up from the air like a sigh, and landed impartially in his unsightly boat. Everything finally settled. It's not that I want to eliminate harm for the people, but I just want to see you unhappy, that's all. Lin Yu moved his wrist and said coolly with a stingy expression, like an impatient and overbearing president. However, the next second, a flying wooden board fell down and hit him on the head. The sudden blow caught him off guard, and he immediately stuck out his tongue and screamed in pain. After a few days of inactivity, this sudden attack made me feel very strong, but it also made my whole body sore. I need wine to clear my veins. Lin Yu sat on the boat, looking forward while moving his shoulders. But in the vast sea, where can wine come from? Oh! If I had known earlier, I would have grabbed a few bottles of wine on that pirate ship just now. I would have really lost a lot of money. Lin Yu covered his face with his hands, feeling regretful. When he put down his hand, he suddenly found an island appearing at 3 o'clock. It was a bit far away, but it was indeed an island. If there is an island, there are people, and if there are people, there is wine. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu reasoned naturally, and then laughed like a villain. The excitement made him forget the pain in his body for a moment, picked up the paddle in his hand, and rowed towards the island with all his strength. The boat was subjected to a strong thrust that it should not bear, and rushed forward at a high speed, almost falling apart. From a distance, it looks like a speedboat speeding at full speed, which makes people feel frightened. It seems like there are more important things to do than rushing to be reincarnated. Chapter 41. This blind man has good sword skills. Small island. No wind or rain. The air is charming. Really, why is it such a mess and no one is there? What kind of small town is this? It's so unreasonable. Lin Yu stood on the island, looking at the dilapidated town and desolate streets around him, tilting his head and falling into confusion. However, when Lin Yu walked towards the street, if he looked carefully, he could smell an unpleasant smell in the air, which was the faint smell of gunpowder smoke and blood. Is this the place that was destroyed by the pirates with pointy beard? Lin Yu couldn't help but frowned, thinking that it would be better if he could come earlier. It seems that everyone living here should have fled here. Alas! It's such a troubled world. Lin Yu sighed sentimentally. For some reason, he became obsessed with sighing recently. He looked at the signs in the town to see if he could find a tavern. Maybe there was wine there that had not been taken away in time. If he took the opportunity to have a drink, he didn't have to pay. However, when they walked to the end of the town, they didn't find a tavern, but they found a person. The man was sitting by a well. He was about 30 years old. His eyes were closed tightly, and a trace of blood flowed down. It seemed that his eyes had just been destroyed not long ago. His still young face seemed to be covered with vicissitudes of life, and the painful emotions wandered freely on that face, lingering no matter what. I have never seen anyone so frustrated with life. Lin Yu walked forward slowly. The man shook his body sharply, obviously aware that someone was coming, but he didn't say a word from beginning to end. Are you a resident of this island? Lin Yu sat on the ground and stared at the man and asked. The man raised his head, and the flesh on his face trembled mechanically, as if he was irritated and anxious. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu did not continue to ask, but changed the topic, lowered his head and spoke in an approachable and gentle voice. This island is really nice. It's quiet and charming. It looks like a sparkling gem from a distance on the sea. It's a pity that there are no people and no wine, so it seems very boring. Lin Yu held his cheeks with his hands and smiled slightly, as if chatting with the uncles and aunts at the head of the village. They are all dead, they are all dead, screams, cries, moans. Suddenly, the man held his head as if going crazy and spoke random words intermittently, as if he was in purgatory. What's wrong with you? Lin Yu wanted to step forward to help him. But as soon as Lin Yu stepped forward, the man took out a knife from nowhere. Clang! A dark and domineering sword energy slashed at Lin Yu. What the hell? The slash was so fast and urgent that Lin Yu, who was so close in front of him, could not avoid it. In desperation, he crossed his hands in front of him and resisted the sudden blow with his armed domineering aura. Although he resisted the blow, his entire body passively slid back several meters. Hey, hey, hey! This guy is no ordinary person. Lin Yu looked at the shocking slash marks on the ground, and he was still a little scared. If it were a little later, he might be dead. You're such an unkind uncle. You suddenly took action without even saying hello. Lin Yu stared at the person not far away with a serious look, ready for another silent attack at any time. He's not dead. I clearly had a murderous intention just now. Why can't I kill someone? Damn it! Don't be merciful anymore, don't be so damn weak anymore. Take your life, pirate. The man struggled to stand up from the ground. The way he held the knife in his backhand looked very skillful. He was undoubtedly a first-class master. Why are you talking nonsense? I'm not a pirate. Lin Yu's voice contained rare anger. How many times have I thought of him as a pirate? But now, even a blind man who can't see anything actually thinks of him as a pirate. Is there anything wrong with this? Boy, you shouldn't go and come back. I won't follow your tricks again. My next attacks will be full of killing moves. The man's voice was hoarse and heart-wrenching, as if he had cried for 3 days and 3 nights after losing his lover. It seems that the misunderstanding has been concluded like this. Since we can't explain clearly, let's start fighting. Let the fists be the reason. Lin Yu moved his wrists, looking eager to try, with an expression that showed he was not afraid of anything. The tone is a little firmer than before, but that's it for now. Pay for the blood debt you committed with your life. The man looked like a burly figure, but in fact he was extremely fast. 1 second he was still in the same place, and the next second he flew forward and slashed forward with his sword. I owe others a few belly and a glass of wine, but I never owe a blood debt. Lin Yu was prepared and answered calmly while punching the speeding blade. The 2 attacks collided arrogantly, sharp sparks scattered in all directions, and the dark domineering energy spread wantonly around the 2 of them. The scene exploded like never before. Uncle, your sword skills are good. Lin Yu couldn't help but admire when he saw that this man was obviously blind, but his posture and sword skills were all accurate. Are you being underestimated? Humph. Try this trick. The man mistakenly thought that Lin Yu was mocking him by saying this. The knife in his hand suddenly became colder, and he swung it out with all his strength and recklessness. Lin Yu didn't want to bear this brute force, so he took a few steps back. But as soon as he stood firm, an inexplicable gravity suddenly hit him. What the hell? A feeling of powerlessness swept through Lin Yu's body, as if he was in deep sea water. Gravity knife, tiger. The man roared out his skill. As soon as Lin Yu heard this, he immediately guessed the identity of this person. This guy is Fujitora in his youth. Damn it, was he so strong when he was young? He has hidden it deep enough for so many years. I must discuss with him how he did it later. At this critical moment, Lin Yu did not forget to think jokingly. At this distracted moment, Lin Yu's body was like a piece of cloth, being pulled wantonly by gravity. Bang! Gravity was detonated, and the sound of explosions spread throughout the island. This was Fujitora's full blow, not a child's play. When the air wave of the explosion reflected on him, he knew that everything was over. He slowly put away the knife. His expression did not bring much joy because of the victory, but instead looked more and more sad. For him now, there is no joy in anything, because he really can't forgive himself for the mistake he made. Too many people have died, now it's my turn. Fujitora smiled and sat down on the ground, ready to wait for the fate of his fate. I think you must have taken the wrong medicine today, or else you lost a bet. Lin Yu's sharp figure came out of the dust. There is a big problem with your judgment. After saying that, Lin Yu opened his eyes wide, and the conqueror's domineering energy radiated out wantonly, and the entire island seemed to tremble. Chapter 42 Inexplicable Sense of Responsibility. Conqueror's Dominance. Fujitora, who was sitting on the ground, smiled and said with his mouth open in surprise. Yet. What's wrong, are you surprised? Lin Yu admitted confidently with one hand on his hips. You are not those despicable pirates. Fujitora said suddenly, his voice beginning to sound apologetic. TCH. No matter which group of pirates you are talking about, I can responsibly tell you that I am not one, because I am not a pirate at all. This series of misunderstandings every day almost broke Lin Yu. I see, since I'm so ridiculous, then please kill me. Fujitora said, grabbed the knife and threw it at Lin Yu. The blade stabbed steadily into the ground only a few centimeters away from him. What are you doing? What are you doing? Is this how you apologize? Die to apologize? You have made so many mistakes in your long life, and how many lives do you have to use to make amends? Lin Yu yelled at him seriously. Fujitora was shocked. He didn't expect that a person he met suddenly could speak so profoundly, which made him feel even more ashamed. I made a mistake. I don't know what kind of expert you are. Tell me and let me pay my respects. Fujitora lowered his head and said in a sincere tone. Exalted person? Ha 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 ha. I'm just a member of the secular world. How can I be an expert? Lin Yu said moderately while sitting cross-legged opposite him. Okay, it really doesn't matter who I am. I want to know why you are sitting here and what happened to this island. Just from your nonsense, I seem to have noticed something bad. I mean, tell me if you want. Lin Yu stared at the blind Fujitora closely, as if he couldn't wait to capture some information from that face. Why? Fujitora sighed heavily, and then began to tell his story. He is a swordsman. He has been a swordsman from the beginning. He doesn't know when he became like this. In this ruthless sea, the knife became his only friend. He believed that the knife in his arms had feelings. Every time he slashed or waved, the knife was talking to him. Goodwill is the essence of swordsmanship. Killing the target is the most pungent mockery of the swordsman. This has always been his code of conduct. Impress the world with gentle sword skills, stare at the last darkness of the world with dark eyes, pluck out the seeds of light, and sow them on the earth. The knife does not necessarily bring only killing, it can also bring bright hope. This is his ideal, to cut off things that do nothing and cut off thoughts of desire. In this way, he walked through this lonely sea with a belief that no one could understand. Not long ago, he encountered a group of pirates who were burning, killing and looting. He took action. It only happened in a moment and it was not troublesome. Those pirates were afraid of his power, and they knelt down and begged for mercy. God was kind enough to teach him how to hurt these people. So he let these people go. But a few days later, when he arrived at the island, he saw the scene he least wanted to see. A town destroyed by pirates suddenly appeared before his eyes, with dead people lying on the ground, as if it was the greatest mockery of the despicable human heart. And what caused all this was the group of pirates he had let go before. When he knew this, he felt an inexplicable fear, and his spiritual world collapsed instantly. Becoming unable to support his fragile soul in an instant. He buried those people one by one, and in the process, his heart was broken bit by bit. Finally, he came to the end of the street, sat on the ground, and destroyed his eyes, hoping to cut off the images of those dead people. However, even if the light connected with this world is cut off, those painful pictures still appear clearly in my mind, and they are frighteningly clear. He just sat there motionless, without eating or drinking, waiting for death to come slowly. It was the only confession of death he could make. Until Lin Yu's appearance broke everything for him. That's it. After Fujitora finished speaking, Lin Yu said in a low voice, as if he felt very much about this matter. It seems that there is something wrong with the ideals I have implemented. I have always been on the wrong path, so there is no need to continue on. Fujitora said desperately, his voice seemed to turn into dust as soon as he said it, and he was extremely humble. It's not over yet. You're only halfway through the journey, and there's still a long way to go before the end. Don't think that you can't see the end, so you doubt whether your choice is good or not. Lin Yu punched the ground and said loudly. You must know that Fujitora's smile will also play a vital role in the future direction of the world. Where Marine's justice and evil should go will be implemented by this person. In summary, he is an indispensable spice in this fight for justice. I have seen so much evil in the world, so much that it makes people numb. I can't cut it all with just my knife. Fujitora said with difficulty, and frowned, showing an extremely painful and weak look. The answer lies in the future. The seeds of light have already sprouted and are just waiting to bloom and bear fruit. It would be really ridiculous if you gave up now. Lin Yu stood up from the ground and said with uncontrollable excitement. He felt an invisible force filling him, making him try his best to persuade this man who was frustrated with life. It's like a sense of mission. Maybe this is the reason why he traveled here. Really? Fujitora raised his head, and the expression on his face changed to surprise and confusion, and finally to expectation and yearning. If you don't believe it, how about we take a gamble? Lin Yu said confidently. Fujitora, a lonely swordsman, whose only hobby is gambling, when Lin Yu said these words, all his senses were aroused. How to bet? Just bet on the next direction of this era. Since you succumb to what you see now, you are completely disappointed with this era, right? Lin Yu stared at him frankly, without covering up. Fujitora didn't reply, so he took it as his default. Then I tell you that all the answers are hidden in the future. The key to liberating the shackles and constraints of this era is in the hands of the future generation. My position is that I have full confidence in this era. As a person who knows everything, Lin Yu naturally speaks very confidently, and every word is sonorous and powerful, making it impossible to doubt. Listening to Lin Yu's words, through his dark eyes, he seemed to feel a ray of light. Although it flashed by, it was worthy of belief. I'll bet with you. He agreed readily. Ha 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 ha. It would be great if there was wine at this time. Lin Yu said with an ointment. I know a place where there is wine. Fujitora suddenly raised his head and said. You said so, wouldn't it be a sin not to take me there? Lin Yu's eyes shone, and he had never looked forward to wine so much. At the end of the town, in a lonely open space, there is a cellar, which is filled with dusty wines. Cheers! Lin Yu and Fujitora unceremoniously took out the wine from the cellar, and you drank one glass at a time. Chapter 43. Become a disciple of Fujitora and learn 2 sword skills for fun. Your sword skills are really sharp. Lin Yu drank the little wine left in the bottle in one gulp, and his whole mouth was bulging. It's a pity that I can't match your armed dominance. After Fujitora finished speaking, he smiled interestingly and continued drinking. I didn't let you praise me. Lin Yu changed his face wantonly. You were the one who praised me first, I was just accompanying you. Fujitora said in a polite way. Ha 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 ha. By the way, who learned your cool sword skills from? Lin Yu approached Fujitora and asked interestingly. There are 2 types of swordsmen in this world. One is those who study hard and the other is innate understanding. Fujitora analyzed confidently. Oh? Which one do you belong to? Lin Yu asked impatiently before he could swallow the sip of wine in his mouth. It's a pity that I have both. Fujitora said strangely. What you said is strange. You have both. Why do you add the word pity in front of it? Isn't this unnecessary? You are still pretentious. Lin Yu's face was flushed, and he pointed at him with a drunken smile. With both talent and hard work, it is indeed gratifying to be able to easily join the ranks of the strong. But if you take a closer look, you will find that no matter how strong you are, there is still no way to compete with this fighting against the laws of the world. You are still nothing compared to the rules of this era. This feeling is especially ironic for the strong. Fujitora took advantage of the wine to express his dissatisfaction with secular ethics. Ouch! You still want to fight with the laws of the world, you are so big-hearted. Lin Yu teased drunkenly. Isn't it possible? The celestial dragons are called godlike beings, aren't they also afraid of rocks? Fujitora looked drunk and honest, but his words were still harsh. But do you know the final outcome of rocks? Lin Yu retorted. You know, after the Valley of Gods was completely defeated, all the legends were wiped out, as if that person never existed in the world. Fujitora had to say softly. That's it. Lin Yu spread his hands and said matter-of-factly. Can we just surrender to the laws of this world? Fujitora clenched his fists, and the wine bottle in his hand instantly shattered into slag. Of course not, but to wait and see what happens, and wait for the turn of fate. The bell of the times does not ring casually. It is a great cause that can only be accomplished by gathering the shouts of countless people. If the world can't even wait for this, then he shouldn't be called a strong person, but just a casual passerby, and life will become boring. Lin Yu raised the wine bottle to the sky, as if he wanted to drink against the bright moon. Waiting? This is a delicate word. It is difficult to explain clearly. It is both mysterious and popular. It seems profound but meaningless. After Fujitora said that, he picked up another bottle of wine, as if he would not return until he was drunk. I can tell you something. You may not believe in this era, but you must believe in me. Lin Yu gave him a thumbs up and smiled as warmly as the sun. Ha 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 ha. Fujitora was greatly affected by his tone and couldn't help but laugh to the sky. After laughing, he changed to a serious tone and said, "From your tone, you seem to hold the secret of this era, so who are you?" Fujitora began to be full of curiosity about Lin Yu. Although he was blind, he could still feel the light radiating from Lin Yu's body, which was so hot. I said, "I'm just an ordinary little person in the world, just a passerby, really not worth mentioning." Lin Yu leaned against the wall, looking at the dim sky, wondering when it had started to get dark. Dark night is approaching. But judging from the feeling your skills and conversation give me, you can't be considered ordinary at all. After Fujitora finished speaking, he twitched the corner of his mouth, and his serious face seemed to say that I am not stupid. Even if I can't see things, I can clearly feel whether you are ordinary or not. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu wanted to use a smile to explain away, but felt that it was too perfunctory, so he said, "I just know a little about the laws of fate, and I happen to have a few tricks in my hands. Do you think I am so extraordinary? That would make you look too superficial." This answer seems to be more perfunctory than just smiling, but although it is still perfunctory, the perfunctory quality has at least improved, giving people a high-end feeling, which should be considered good. "Since you don't want to say it, I won't force it," Fujitora said in a moderate tone, while taking a sip of strong wine without any scruples. Seeing that he stopped asking questions, Lin Yu felt a little guilty, so he took the initiative to change the subject. "I really appreciate your swordsmanship. There is a beast-like strength in your domineering attitude. Your movements are crisp and neat, without any tricks. You are so handsome." Lin Yu spoke freely and poured out accurate words of praise without hesitation. "When I hold the knife in my hand, it feels like it has grown in my heart. Every time I swing it, my mind and heart are united. As long as the knife is in my hand, I am full of confidence and seem to have endless power." Fujitora said, holding the knife placed aside, stroking it gently and affectionately, like a mother stroking her son's hair, full of love. "Is this the aura of a powerful swordsman? It is so gentle that it is impossible to associate it with an ordinary swordsman. Hey! How about you teach me a couple of moves? I've also dreamed of being a swordsman before." Lin Yu recalled the way Fujitora slashed with a knife just now, and couldn't help but feel envious. "Ha ha ha ha, if you want to learn, I can accept you as my apprentice," Fujitora said unceremoniously. He was very satisfied with having such an apprentice. After saying that, Fujitora stood up from the spot with the blade in hand. As soon as he stood up, the extremely oppressive feeling in his body came out like a flood. Feeling such a formal momentum, Lin Yu couldn't help but take a few steps back to make room for this strong pressure. "I'll teach you a beginner's sword technique first. How about it?" Fujitora's voice began to have a cold flavor. "Are you handsome? If you're not handsome, you won't learn." Lin Yu raised his head and said arrogantly and nobly. "Quite picky, keep an eye on it." Fujitora said, the hand holding the knife suddenly exerted force, and a slash was quickly swung out. The wall next to them was split into two in the next second, and the other half of the wall reacted after a moment of delay. Then collapsed suddenly. It was a beautiful blow, delivered so quickly and so neatly that one couldn't help but praise it or two. Chapter 44 Early Morning, Sunshine, Pirate Ship. "It's indeed a handsome blow," Lin Yu said with an exaggerated thumbs up. "Did you see clearly?" Fujitora asked in a low voice, as if the momentum of the sword swing had not disappeared. "I didn't see it clearly at all," Lin Yu said frankly while shaking his head. Draw the sword, and then swing it, it's very simple, just like this. After saying that, Fujitora suddenly made a move to draw the sword at him. The slash approached Lin Yu instantly. His body's detection nerves were running wildly, and finally he raised his hand to block the slash. You should be able to see clearly now, right? Fujitora asked with satisfaction. Of course I can see clearly. If I can't see clearly, my life will be dead. Lin Yu moved his wrist. Because he had the experience of being suddenly attacked, Lin Yu was not overly surprised this time. Okay, now that you can see it clearly, let's try it. Fujitora said immediately without precaution. Just use this as a knife first. Lin Yu picked up a wooden stick from the ground and said. Then, he imitated Fujitora's posture and made a gesture of drawing a sword, but it looked much clumsier. Watch out, Lin Yu's version draws his sword and slashes, making a brilliant debut. He screamed out in surprise, then pulled out the wooden stick and struck it out. However, the wooden stick broke into two pieces as soon as he swung it out. Ouch! It seems that using a wooden stick won't work. It will break as soon as you exert force. Lin Yu dropped the half of the wooden stick in his hand and complained angrily. The problem is not with the stick, but with you. Fujitora on the side held his knife in his arms, calmly feeling the strength of Lin Yu when he swung the stick just now, and finally analyzed. What can be broken is the stick. Lin Yu was puzzled. To wield a sword, you can't just use brute force, but also use the power of the spirit of the sword. Only in this way can you control the weapon in your hand, and your cuts will have a soul. Fujitora's words struck a deep chord in Lin Yu's heart, and he was deeply impressed, but he immediately showed an unconvinced expression. Why didn't you say anything just now? If I tell you from the beginning, you will only be more confused, and you won't care, so you won't listen. Only after experiencing failure can you truly accept the church with an open mind. Fujitora's words certainly have their reasons. When it comes to sword skills, few people can be more profound than him. Ha! You underestimate me too much. Lin Yu showed a domineering expression and continued, let me show you my true strength. As soon as he finished speaking with great arrogance, he turned around and picked up a branch again in a humiliating manner. This time, I saw Lin Yu's eyes as bright as a torch, his expression solemn, and his posture, whether viewed from up close or from a distance, much more domineering than before. He was indeed serious. The man who faced the three top lieutenants alone was back again. Watch the moves, draw your sword and strike. Lin Yu shouted, determined to win. Snap! An extremely embarrassing sound. The branch in his hand broke again, this time directly into 3 sections. It's really embarrassing, but at least the number of breaks this time is more than before, which can be considered an improvement. Lin Yu walked aside silently, squatted down, and drew circles on the ground with the half-broken wooden stick in his hand. The situation was extremely desolate and pitiful, as if a child's stubborn heart had been attacked like never before. Ha 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 ha! Fujitora's ridicule came without hesitation, and then filled the surroundings of Lin Yu wantonly. It seems that my dream of becoming a swordsman has come to nothing. Lin Yu shook his head in disappointment. Being a swordsman is very tiring. You can't do without the annoying fighting and killing. It's a blessing to be able to do it. Fujitora stopped laughing and said amiably. Thank you for your neat comfort. I feel a lot better. Lin Yu stood up from the ground and said sincerely. The night was getting darker, and only the moonlight shone brightly on them, making the relationship between the two more and more intimate. Just rest on this island today. The two of them talked and found an empty room that was no longer occupied. Light the oil lamp, and the cool light dances around to illuminate the general outline of the interior of the room. The decoration inside the house is very simple and plain, full of the atmosphere of peaceful life, and you can even detect a smell of fireworks. The person must have left not long ago, this was the only answer they could get, and the family must have been in a hurry to leave, even forgetting to take away the family photos on the table. In the photo, a father, a mother, and a laughing son, a very warm and harmonious scene was captured. So happy. Lin Yu looked at the photos on the table and couldn't help but vent his emotions. It's a pity that this happiness lacks people to take care of it, and it has begun to gather dust. Fujitora's words were so sharp that it was shocking. In this age of B, even a peaceful life will be frustrated. Lin Yu sneered, thinking of his peaceful life that was broken for no reason, which was an excellent mockery of this era. The two of them sat on the ground, leaning against the table and chairs. The alcohol followed the blood vessels and reached the brain. Their will gradually weakened and kept falling. A few random bird calls announced the arrival of morning. The sun peeked out of my head, looking cautious. Lin Yu and the two woke up top-heavy. The hangover didn't feel good at all. Their bodies seemed to be hollowed out and they just wanted to pass out. The two looked at each other dryly, and it took a while before they remembered each other's identity. "Good morning." Fujitora's voice was hoarse and he greeted him in a perfunctory manner. "FK this morning. Laozi just wants to sleep." Lin Yu squinted his eyes and said helplessly. "It's already dawn." Fujitora said regretfully, and then stood up. "Okay. This damn stupid morning, I will remember it for the rest of my life." Lin Yu said carefully and stood up from the ground. "Being hungover and sleeping on the floor all night, the moment I stood up, all the bones in my body seemed to fall apart. My mother. Her bones are about to be broken." Lin Yu couldn't help but complain. "You should go out and do some activities. You had so much fun drinking last night." "I haven't been like this for a long time." Fujitora slowly walked out of the house. Although he said that his body could not bear it, his pace was as steady as ever. He did not look like a person who was blind and hungover at all. Lin Yu followed closely. The early morning on the island is also quite good. Although there is no flowers gradually enchanting the eyes, it can still be regarded as white sand embankment in the shade of green poplars. Coupled with the unique sea breeze on the island and the fresh air in the morning, they complement each other perfectly. The whole town is gradually bathed in more and more intense sunshine, and suddenly seems to be alive. Although there are no other residents, it still seems lively. It's really good. Lin Yu was moved by the sunshine and the small town in front of him, and his hangover and body aches seemed to be reduced a bit. "What's that sound? It seems like a crappy pirate ship is coming." Fujitora looked sideways and listened to the movement on the coast not far from the town, and suddenly said something novel. "Chapter 45. This buggy is pretty good and can be dealt with." "You are really right, there is indeed an unsightly pirate ship." Lin Yu looked at the sea and then at Fujitora, his eyes full of confusion. Compared with the pirate ship that suddenly appeared on the coast, he was more concerned about Fujitora's keen senses, which could even detect the movement in the distance so clearly. "Why are you looking at me?" Fujitora noticed Lin Yu's gaze. "It's strange that you can achieve such clarity without seeing things, just by feeling. It's really amazing." Lin Yu couldn't help but said with curiosity and admiration. "It's not a feeling, it's a breath. The surrounding breath can reflect everything." Fujitora corrected strictly. "Is this what a real swordsman says? What an insight." At this time, a man jumped out from the pirate ship docked on the coast. Crunch! I don't know what kind of shoes the man is wearing. When he steps on the ground, he will make a crisp feedback sound, which is quite pleasant to the ear. Lin Yu squinted his eyes and looked at the man. The man walked towards the sun, which was a little too dazzling, and he couldn't see his face clearly for a while. "I will only say this once." However, before the man could finish speaking, his sharp voice was abruptly interrupted. "Ah! Buggy!" Lin Yu pointed at the person who was gradually approaching, and finally saw the other person's appearance clearly, and couldn't help shouting at the same time. "Hey! You actually know me?" Buggy was shocked at first, then suddenly calmed down and said in a deep voice with an expressionless face. "That's right, my name has long been spread in this sea. Being low-key is a luxury for me. Come on, my little fans, whether you want an autograph or a hug, I'll satisfy you today." Looking at Buggy's grinning face, Lin Yu and Fujitora shook their heads in unison, and at the same time stretched out their palms to stop him. "No need. Damn it. This rejection makes me so sad." Buggy touched his chin, looking sentimental. At this time, Buggy is a little less sinister and a little more cute. "You don't need to sign, so just keep the treasures you have. As long as you have the treasures and not your lives, I am quite interesting." Buggy's face changes faster than the sky. 1 second he was still cute and honest, and the next second he looked ferocious. However, his ferocity still lacked some warmth. It was not so scary, but quite funny. "It feels like there is no master, and this face changes faster than your sword skills." Lin Yu poked Fujitora next to him and teased unscrupulously. "Indeed." Fujitora cooperated with his nonsense and nodded seriously. "Hey! I am serious, please cheer up and cooperate, otherwise my knife will not be very sharp." Seeing how careless they were, Buggy couldn't help but take out a few daggers from his body and said in a vicious tone. "Your ship is nice, especially the pirate flag flying wantonly. Did you make it yourself? It looks a bit interesting, it looks like that." Lin Yu did not declare to the person involved, but suddenly changed the topic, which caught people off guard, and almost made Buggy, who was waiting for him, almost dodge. The pirate flag on Buggy's ship was indeed painted by himself. Due to his lack of painting talent and aesthetic standards, from a distance, the pattern on the flag looked like a puddle of dog shit. It was simply too horrible to look at. In short, this painting technique is almost the same as Luffy's. No. Maybe it needs to be improved to a higher level. Ha 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 ha. Are you talking about that pirate flag? It was painted by me. If you are scared, just say so. I won't laugh at you. In the face of praise, Buggy had no resistance. He immediately put away the knife and put his hands on his hips, looking like a successful villain. "Such a handsome boat, how about taking us for a ride?" Lin Yu said unceremoniously. No problem, it's okay." Buggy waved his hands casually, and then suddenly came back to his senses and said seriously, "Wait a minute, do you want to take the opportunity to join my pirate group and go to sea with me to find the big secret treasure? And then become the richest man in the world, right?" Ha 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 ha. "You discovered all our little tricks, I'm so embarrassed." Lin Yu said, imitating Buggy. "Hey! BD, don't imitate me, you will only lose my reputation." Buggy seemed to realize that Lin Yu's pretense was imitating himself, and he clenched his fists at Lin Yu and said in a serious manner. "It was me who made the mistake, ha 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 ha." Lin Yu scratched his head and said with an apologetic smile that he didn't know where he picked it up. "Listen, if you want to join the Buggy Pirates, you must have your own will. I don't want you to become my shadow and lose yourself in the end." Buggy said righteously and solemnly, trying to pretend to be cool, but unfortunately the breeze failed to ruffle his dark blue hair, so it could not make him vicissitudes of life, and he lost some of his flavor. What's more, his face, because of his eye-catching red nose, contained a heavy amount of ridiculousness no matter what expression he made. Lin Yu tried hard to hold back his laughter and prevent himself from bursting out. "It's interesting, but it's too early to tell," Fujitora said calmly from the side. However, his words made Lin Yu unable to hold it in any longer, so he could only laugh up at the sky and burst out. "What's wrong with this guy?" Buggy still looked like he was missing. "Maybe he was carried away by the joy," Fujitora said quietly, still expressionless. Buggy looked at the two of them, they were still unmoved, but they complimented each other, and he was also amused. Ha 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 ha. "You two are really interesting. It's so suitable to be on my boat." That day, Linyu, Buggy, and Fujitora went fishing together. Relying on their own abilities, they almost turned the entire coast over, so they caught a lot of fish, as well as lobsters and crabs. They had a great time, but the fish in the sea were confused and thought the end of the world was coming. Then they set up a fire on the beach, drank wine, ate grilled fish, and even danced in a weird way. Although it is full of ugliness, the taste of freedom is really too charming. Cheers! Another FG great day. Woohoo! I'm so happy to be with you. Buggy put down the bottle, wiped the drink from the corner of his mouth, and said happily. It's just one day, which is too short. There will be more days in the future. It is safer to evaluate after getting along with each other, so as not to be embarrassing. Fujitora spoke calmly as always, drinking gracefully while talking, becoming like a poet and a passerby. Brother, your words sound obscure, but I feel very comfortable. What's going on? Buggy approached Fujitora and said with a wicked smile. Like a primary school student who had just finished a prank. Let me answer you. The reason why you have this bizarre feeling is inseparable from one reason. Linyu held up the wine bottle and suddenly stopped midway through his words. Just tell me what the reason is. Buggy looked anxious and expectant. Cheeb. Linyu said this word clearly and loudly. As he wished, the word flew in the air for a long time and refused to fall, lingering around them. Don't move, let me come over and kill you. Buggy swooped over to him holding a wine bottle. Chapter 46. Today we only talk about ideals. I seem to feel something more wonderful than a big treasure, but I don't seem to feel it. Buggy looked at the wine in the bottle and pondered. The night is like a plump woman, coming quietly and refusing to leave. A bright moon is big and round in the sky. I'm really afraid that it will fall down accidentally. What a heartbreaking galaxy. Linyu put his hands behind his head, looked at the vast night sky leisurely, and said in a low voice. Yeah, another damn night. Buggy hugged the bottle to his chest as if he was holding his empty future, and said sarcastically without knowing the taste. Frustrated people always have trouble getting through the night. Fujitora held his sword blade and leaned against the root of a tree. Darkness enveloped his whole body, making it impossible to see his expression clearly at this moment. A hole, believe it or not, I will tear you into pieces. I only think about getting rich and have no other distractions. How could I be frustrated? Buggy's speech gradually became unclear, and it seemed that alcohol had conquered him. Good night, everyone. After Linyu said this, he closed his eyes with satisfaction. Good night. What is this? Buggy looked confused. But no one answered him. The next day. The same sunshine, the same air, the same hangover, but 3 different people. Set sail, little ones. Buggy stood on the bow of his boat and shouted cheerfully to Linyu and Fujitora, as if he was not setting sail, but going to marry a bride. Linyu and the others were leaning against the side of the boat, looking at the sky-blue ocean, enjoying the sea breeze, and had no time to listen to Buggy's heroic words. The boat, which was neither big nor small, sailed like this without concerted efforts. The sea is surprisingly calm, the sun is warm, and the wind is salty and blows endlessly. Going out to sea on a day like this is so beautiful that you simply don't want it. We are going to the New World, because only when we get there can we find Captain Roger's treasure, ha 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 ha. Buggy waved his arms. Although no one asked him, he still spoke enthusiastically, as if he had obtained some great treasure. My dream is to implement the humblest justice in the world, so that the flowers of freedom can bloom in every corner, and everyone is free from oppression and slavery. Fujitora held his knife and leaned against the stern of the boat. The wind carried the sun, making him gleaming. Coupled with the frank justice revealed in his frank words, it only made people feel like a god. Hey! Are you serious? Brother! Buggy stared at Fujitora seriously and said like a strong man questioning a strong man. I don't tell lies. Fujitora said easily. It's too troublesome to tell lies, it's not as easy as telling the truth. Well, good luck to you, mate. As ridiculous as it sounds, every dream deserves respect. Buggy's characteristics determine that he is a person who cannot be ignored. He is always joking when he should be joking, and he is deadly serious when he should be serious. There is no reason for such a guy to remain anonymous. My dream is to find a quiet island, go fishing on it, bask in the sun, have a drink, and spend the rest of my life. Lin Yu crossed his arms and leaned against the boat, with deep eyes and a look of longing on his face. Hey? Why don't you want treasures or treasures? You don't love money or wealth. You are really scum. Buggy sat down on the deck with his hands on his hips, his face full of dissatisfaction and incomprehension. You don't need to be discouraged. It doesn't matter whether you love money or justice, there is no distinction between high and low, no distinction between high and low. Lin Yu looked back at Buggy, smiled slightly, and said quite reasonably. Really, seeing how you speak so nobly makes my dreams look so shabby in front of you. Buggy looked serious and tried his best to save some face for his dream. Perhaps my wording is too bright. It is just a small desire for peace, and there is nothing righteous and awe-inspiring in it. Fujitora changed his words, which was enough to give Buggy some face. However, although he changed his words, his meaning was still very clear and great. There is no doubt about it. Hey, hey, hey! Don't talk to yourselves there. I'm your captain. How can I accept your sympathy? Please wake up a little bit. Buggy clenched his fists and looked very angry. Then how should we treat you? My beloved Captain Buggy. Lin Yu turned around and said coolly as a gust of wind blowing up a girl's skirt. Insult me, look down on me, and belittle me. You can say whatever you want, but you can't say words to comfort me or sympathize with me. Only in this way can I show my majesty. Buggy said proudly, obviously Roger's influence still remained in his heart. That's it, then you receive it, my beloved Captain Buggy. Lin Yumo said in a daze. This will be the first rule of the Buggy Pirates from now on, don't take the captain seriously. After Buggy finished speaking, he couldn't help but make a yeah gesture. You don't take me seriously in the first place, because I'm blind. Fujitora said straightforwardly. Ah ha 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 ha. I forgot that you are blind, but even so, your cold jokes are not funny at all, ha 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 ha. Buggy said it wasn't funny, but he still laughed to death. Although he kept calling Fujitora blind, he did not insult or look down upon her at all. On the contrary, he still admired Fujitora. A blind man used a knife and went to sea to become a pirate, but he threatened to carry out justice. To Buggy, this guy is as outrageous as Captain Roger. Looking at Lin Yu on the side, his eyes were blazing, and the frank spirit exuding from his body was exactly the same as Captain Roger. Although he always seems to be carefree, there is an unfathomable meaning from time to time, which is simply unpredictable. Buggy looked at the two of them and could only shake his head helplessly. It seems that I have recruited 2 amazing crew members. Not to mention, this medium-sized ship sailed very fast. After a while, the small island behind them was thrown away, and there was no trace of it. After sailing for an unknown amount of time, the wind on the sea disappeared. A dead silence. Lin Yu and Fujitora noticed something at the same time. There seems to be some bad meaning in this silence. Fujitora couldn't help but clenched the knife in his hand, lowered his head slightly, and his whole face was buried in the bleak darkness, which looked very profound. It seems that we have disturbed the rest of a few big guys. It seems that we have to pay a heavy price now. Lin Yu said casually, which was quite serious, but he was not panicked at all. It's possible. Fujitora said, suddenly pulling out the blade in his hand without any warning. And his stern posture domineeringly broke into the eyes of everyone present. This figure full of murderous intent is awe-inspiring and admirable. At this time, layers of waves rippled on the calm sea surface, silently and shockingly. Chapter 47. Let me ask you, what are you doing? What the hell are you doing? If you don't play games with me, I will curse you. Buggy looked at the two people who suddenly stood up and asked inexplicably. Just as he finished speaking, a huge Poseidon slowly appeared behind him. Lin Yu pointed behind Buggy and reminded quietly, "Behind you." "What's behind me?" As he said that, Buggy couldn't help but look back. As soon as he turned around, his eyes were so scared that they almost popped out. See! Poseidon class!" Buggy screamed and backed away. "I'm afraid we have already arrived in hell." Fujitora raised his face that was covered by darkness, and only then could he clearly see the look of expectation on his face. The Windless Zone is a very challenging and dangerous sea area, and Lin Yu and the others are in it at this time. It's not bad to be able to walk through hell. Lin Yu put his hands on his hips and smiled all over his face. "What are you two talking about? We are about to be swallowed by Poseidons, so we can't say anything nice." Buggy was so anxious that he almost collapsed. "Don't worry, Captain Buggy, just leave it to us without worry." Lin Yu turned around and said with a frank smile. "You are like that boy Shanks, talking nonsense with a calm face at such a time." Buggy looked aggrieved and cried, adding a tragic element to his voice before continuing said. "I didn't expect that the great Buggy would die at sea not long after he set sail alone. Captain Roger, I'm here to see you, woo woo woo." The Poseidon, which was overlooking everything happening on the ship, seemed to have lost its patience and rushed down with its mouth wide open. "Ah! I'm going to die, I'm going to die, this uncle's legend has come to an end." Buggy held his head and let out the sharpest scream in history, which echoed endlessly on the calm sea. When Buggy opened his eyes again, he found that he was unharmed, which was a bit surprising. "Is your throat okay, Captain Buggy?" Lin Yu turned around and asked humorously. Buggy saw the most unbelievable thing in his life for the second time. He saw that the Poseidon that had been arrogant just now had been torn into pieces and was falling into the sea. "Ah! What happened? Is it Captain Roger's blessing?" Buggy was startled at first, then suddenly calmed down and touched his chin and began to guess. "Hey! Are you two okay?" After thinking for a while but to no avail, Buggy raised his head and asked Lin Yu and the others with concern. "It's okay, it's just that it's a little noisy to my eardrums." Lin Yu opened his teeth and clawed his ears and said. "It's normal. I've seen Poseidon even bigger than this. The roar it makes can knock down a house. You haven't seen it, and you might not believe it if I tell you." Buggy waved his hands as if he was doing it easily, not realizing that Lin Yu was referring to him when he said noisy, and with his frivolous expression, it seemed that he had completely forgotten how embarrassed he looked just now. "Wow! Maybe we can see the kind of Poseidon you mentioned soon." Lin Yu covered his mouth and snickered. "Ma, see you soon." Buggy seemed to have drank a bottle of water and was told that there was fatal poison in the water. His head turned to Lin Yu intermittently like clockwork. Fear written all over his face. "Coming." Just listen to Fujitora's sharp voice reminding everyone. Whoosh whoosh. Several sounds of breaking through the sea were heard one after another, and within a few seconds, dozens of huge Poseidons surrounded their ship. At the same moment, Buggy's face turned green with fear when he saw this scene. See Poseidon type, there are swarms of Poseidon type, even Captain Roger's appearance is useless now. When Buggy finally recovered from the shock, he stumbled and shouted like this. "This battle is really grand. Don't you think too highly of us?" Lin Yu put his hands in his pockets and stood motionless, speaking frivolously and casually, showing his unscrupulous look to the fullest. "I feel the breath of anger. Their companions were killed by us who are so insignificant. They must be very unwilling to accept this sad and fragile fate. Fujitora's voice is crisp and plaintive, like poetry, like trekking from a very far away place. You two bastards, you actually have the energy to chat at this moment. Damn it. You've actually tricked me. Buggy was scared and angry. One moment he was frightened by the Poseidon in front of him, and the next moment he yelled unwillingly at Lin Yu and the others. He was simply too busy. Good apprentice, don't use Conqueror's haki. If the battle is solved in an instant, it will be meaningless. The fighting spirit and bellicose emotions in Fujitora's body have been aroused. If Lin Yu quickly resolves the battle at this time, he will be very uncomfortable. Do you want to? Lin Yu hesitated, and then spit out an understanding smile from his mouth. Do you want to have a gorgeous dance? Lin Yu's last words were not a question, but an affirmation. This was a romantic tacit understanding between men. Occasionally I want to be passionate. Although I am no longer a teenager, the passion of a teenager always wells up in my heart, which really makes me thirsty and unbearable. With that said, Fujitora put the knife to his chest, and a strong domineering aura began to rise from his body until it gushes out. Hey! Blind uncle, what are you doing? With your knife, you probably can't even scratch the skin of these monsters. Buggy looked at Fujitora's majestic posture and felt the pressure emanating from him, but he still said desperate words. Lin Yu stood aside gracefully and looked at Buggy with a smile on his face. Don't panic, Captain, my master is overly flattering these little guys by using a knife to deal with them. This is not a little guy, it's obviously a giant, okay. I just pretended to be cool with you, and now you're using it on me. Buggy looked at Lin Yu with contempt. Even if you are handsome, you can't speak arrogantly like this regardless of the occasion. Captain! I'm afraid these little beasts have never heard of your reputation. If they knew it was you standing on the ship, they would have run away in a hurry. Lin Yu was quite good at deceiving people, and Buggy believed him. Am I really that powerful? No. Not only did Buggy believe it, he also tried to confirm it with others. If you don't believe me, look at me. Lin Yu said, raised his head and continued to shout to the Poseidons surrounding their ship. Hey! You little beasts, listen, this man standing on the ship is the great Uncle Buggy, the richest people in this ocean in the future. All those who know how to behave, get out of here, otherwise you will be left with nothing to eat. Lin Yu's words did not scare those Poseidons, but they frightened Buggy so much that he broke out in cold sweat. He shouted desperately at Lin Yu, eager to stop him from talking anymore. At the same time, the Poseidons seemed to understand Lin Yu's threatening and provocative words, and they let out bloodthirsty roars, and then rushed towards them crazily. Soon after, Lin Yu suddenly turned back to look at Fujitora, only to see that the aura on Fujitora's body had been raised to the extreme, and there was only one opportunity left. Gravity Knife Wind King. Fujitora said these words coldly with a hoarse voice. Chapter 48 The Greatest Insult Since the Existence of the Windless Zone. A dazzling white light gradually spread and finally disappeared into the sky. The pale slash instantly penetrated all the surrounding Poseidons, as easily as the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Even the clouds in the sky were affected and spread out in a radial pattern, which looked shocking. Wow! What a beautiful move! Lin Yu on the boat couldn't help but applaud. Buggy on the side looked at the scene in front of him, and his jaw dropped to the ground in surprise. He wanted to say something, but couldn't say a word for a while. A little farewell gift. Fujitora said in a deep, magnetic voice, while slowly putting the knife back into its sheath. It's fake. This must be a dream. If it's a dream, wake up quickly. I don't want to live in a dream. Buggy finally woke up and immediately gasped and said in distress. Captain Buggy, this is far from a dream. He can't be more awake than ever. Lin Yu put one hand on the edge of the boat and the other on his hips, saying like a boy next door. You BD blind man, you are so strong and you still want to be my crew member. Are you humiliating me as the captain? Buggy finally recognized the reality and stepped forward without hesitation, grabbing Fujitora's collar and yelling in a serious manner. "I'm sorry." Fujitora's voice contained a hint of tender grievance, which made people moved. "Tch, forget it, I'll let you off this time. Don't hide anything from me, the captain, in the future. Otherwise, we will sever our partnership and drive you off the ship." Buggy clenched his hands into fists and looked as angry as a chihuahua. "Captain Buggy, instead of being furious, let's think about how we can get through the comm zone," Lin Yu said a little playfully, as if he was talking about a trivial matter without any danger. "Hey? Windless zone." Buggy blinked twice and suddenly realized something. "Ah!" A tragic cry penetrated the sky again. Soon after, the three of them were sitting cross-legged on the boat, anxiously discussing strategies. "Aha! I thought about it. When Captain Roger led us across the windless zone, he used the Poseidon class as power." Buggy raised a finger and said happily. "But those Poseidons were subdued just now, and the rest will probably show up in a while." Fujitora is as calm as ever, and this type of calmness is what Buggy doesn't like to see. "It's all UBD who wants to trap us in the windless zone." Buggy waved his fist at Fujitora in the air, his face full of grinning anger. "I have a way," Lin Yu said infinitely leisurely, looking at the tranquil sea. Buggy and Fujitora looked at him at the same time. Lin Yu felt eyes focused on him, so he turned around and said with a smirk. "Without external force, we create our own force to push the ship forward." "Create your own power? Do you mean we go into the sea and push the boat away? This is too ridiculous," Buggy retorted, breathing heavily from both nostrils. "Of course not, it's like this." As he said this, Lin Yu stood up and walked to the stern of the boat. He clenched his fist and swung it forward with all his strength. In an instant, the energy generated by the fist's friction with the air exploded and formed a small repulsive force, giving the ship motionless on the sea some strength to sail forward. "Ah! The ship is moving." Buggy stood up from the deck in surprise. "This method is really willful, but let me get involved here." With that said, Fujitora also got up and came to the stern of the boat. "Aha! Master, do you want to try it too?" Lin Yu waved his fists, seemingly enjoying himself. "Let's take turns. When you get tired, switch to me." Fujitora once again pulled out the knife in his arms and said in a prepared tone. On this day, the number of times I drew the knife seemed to have increased, but not every time I drew the knife with the intention of killing. This feeling was very comfortable. "Master, if I get tired, it won't be your turn, he 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 he." Lin Yu smiled excitedly. Every time he said these shameless words, he felt very happy. After all, bearing pressure is the most worthy thing for a hero to show off. Of course he doesn't think he is a hero, but who doesn't have a heroic dream? Although he has never been a person with lofty ideals and has his own small thoughts, he is willing to do justice occasionally. In short, this is an extremely ordinary person, a small role, although not worth mentioning. After all, his ideal is to become an unknown person who only enjoys the freedom of loneliness. Then let's come together. You are having so much fun, I am so envious that I am drooling. Fujitora grinned, and then swung a flying slash forward. The huge chop and the wind and waves caused by Lin Yu's boxing filled the ship beneath him with power. The ship was galloping forward in the calm windless zone. "Ah ha 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 ha! You two are so awesome! You are worthy of being the subordinates of the great Captain Buggy. Come on guys!" Buggy shouted happily, raising his fists, and then he turned his back and showed a sly smile, which was his original face. "Hee hee ha ha ha! It's great to be able to conquer these two powerful opponents. They seem to be unaware of their own powerful strength. If we can master these two combat powers well, it will not be long before I become the richest man on the sea." Hee 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 hee. Buggy snickered triumphantly, and the calculation in his heart made him excited. "Come on! Come on! Come on, buggy pirates! The more Buggy thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't help jumping on the deck and cheering for Lin Yu and the others. On the calm sea, there is an unstable pirate ship. It is moving like a slug, pitiful and ridiculous. There were 3 people on the boat. They took the danger into their hands and did not take the disaster situation seriously. A few fish that slipped through the net and escaped the laws of the world, relied on their willful abilities to break out of the sea of death, the windless zone, step by step. The arrogant storm hit the 3 of them for a long time without knowing when, hitting the faces of the 3 of them, like an unforgettable expectation of reunion. Ha 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 ha. Kids, we have escaped from the windless zone, which means that the buggy pirates will have an extremely glorious start. Buggy raised his hands above his head, his body so happy that he couldn't help but fall apart. Fujitora and Lin Yu were exhausted and sweating profusely, lying straight on the board of the boat, looking helplessly at the rolling clouds in the sky. I feel tired. Fujitora honestly expressed his true thoughts. I'd like a cup of pearl milk tea. Lin Yu said slightly aggrievedly. Help me have a drink too. Fujitora learned to tease me at some point. Although he is very tired now, he is still in the same mood. Such a sky looks a bit pessimistic. Lin Yu squinted his eyes, and a feeling of déjà vu crept into his heart. The waterspout we experienced last time had clouds like this rolling in the sky. Not long after they finished speaking, they felt the hull of the ship begin to tilt violently, and the entire pirate ship made a creaking sound like it was about to fall apart. Disasters really come one after another, never ending. Chapter 49 Sea Restaurant. The pub is opening with a big bonus today, all the wine can be drank for free. Xiao AI, is it true? Of course. Ha 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 ha. Then I will drink until dawn. On a small island shrouded in sunshine, Xiao AI stood under her tavern, with her hands in front of her, head tilted, and a smile on her face. Lin Yu stood on a small boat, facing the island across the sea. Suddenly, shells struck from all directions, and the island was instantly plunged into a sea of fire. The beautiful picture was swept into the ruthless flames and devoured. The sky went from cloudless to overcast. The sunshine, the island, and the tavern all disappeared in an instant, leaving only Xiao Ai's smiling face lingering in the distance. Please live freely and happily. In the end, only these faint words floated in Lin Yu's mind. Xiao Ai, Xiao Ai. Lin Yu screamed heartbreakingly, and then suddenly opened his eyes. What appeared in front of him was only a blue sea, and he was lying on a wooden board, drifting for who knows how long. Pass through the calm zone and experience vortex storms. He thought of everything, and finally said to himself disappointedly and happily, fortunately, it turned out to be a dream. Xiao Ai, she must be a very cute girl. Fujitora's voice suddenly broke into his ears quietly. Master! Are you okay? Lin Yu then noticed Fujitora beside him, and Buggy who was dragging Fujitora's body limply. We saved a life, took a trip to hell and came back the same way. Fujitora responded with profound words. You said Xiao Ai, haha, the wine she makes is delicious, that's all. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth twitched, revealing a happy smile. Trouble is, at this critical moment of life and death, stop discussing women, you 2 bastards. Buggy lay weakly on the wooden board, with his lower body floating in the seawater, which made him feel very uncomfortable. That's right, we haven't escaped from hell yet. If we float like this, we will die. Fujitora analyzed calmly and reasonably, but his current reasonable analysis is particularly hateful. Blind man, you don't need to state it again, I understand. Buggy said viciously as he was really tired of it. It seems like a ship is coming. Lin Yu said drowsily, looking ahead. What? Where? Buggy's head popped like a spring, looking ahead desperately. However, the sea was empty, not even a seagull. Oops! I was dazzled and saw the wrong thing. Lin Yu closed his eyes and changed his words. A hole, I doubt you did it on purpose. Buggy glared at him fiercely. If it weren't for the inconvenience now, he would definitely take action. It's here, it seems to be a pretty huge ship. Fujitora raised his head, pointed in one direction, and said in a low and sure voice. Hey! You just shamelessly picked up that BD after he finished playing with you. Do you think I will still believe it? Buggy shouted with spittle flying everywhere. But just as he finished speaking, the familiar sound of ships cutting through the waves came over. I saw a luxurious sea restaurant approaching slowly like a behemoth. It's really a huge ship. Wow, it looks very luxurious. Blind man, you are quite capable. Ha 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 ha. Buggy kept patting Fujitora on the back in excitement, and immediately changed his face and praised him. The three of them used their last strength and swam towards the suddenly appeared restaurant on the sea. At this time, in the sea restaurant, although it was broad daylight, the lights were still bright. Although it was not a meal, there were still people coming and going. Noble gentlemen, elegant women, and strong sea warriors, it was really lively. Hey! Is this the famous restaurant on the sea? You are using this kind of garbage to fool customers. How outrageous! As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a plate slamming to the ground was heard, instantly alarming everyone in the restaurant. I saw a man with a small beard, sharp eyes as if he had been squeezed by the door, and a long and flat figure. He didn't look like a good guy whether he looked horizontally or vertically. He said viciously. This man is Pirate Brand. What? Is that Brand, who has 1,000 pirate crews under his command? That's right, it's him. With that unique figure and unforgettable appearance, it must be him. Run, run, this guy can't be offended by anyone but Marine. People in the restaurant talked a lot, and finally they all walked out quickly as if they were running away. The busy restaurant instantly cooled down. Among the few people who stayed here, there were several restaurant waiters, but they looked at me and pushed you, but they didn't dare to go forward to negotiate with Brand. If you don't work, what are you doing here? At this time, a middle-aged waiter came over and asked several waiters who were pushing around. Mr. Ross, Pirate Brand is making a big splash in the restaurant. Go and have a look. When the waiter saw this middle-aged man, he said as if he was seeing a savior. Let me solve it. Ross agreed calmly. Ross has been working in offshore restaurants for half his life and has dealt with all kinds of people. He knows what methods to use with different people, especially when dealing with troublesome customers. He has always been good at it. Sir, I'm really sorry. Because our mistake has caused you a lot of trouble, we will give you a free meal. If you want to eat something else, don't worry. Our store will always give you free meals. Make up for our mistakes. Ross' words were rigorous, and his polite and comfortable words slipped out of his mouth smoothly. Most people would be very willing to cooperate after hearing such words. But the treacherous pirate leader Brand didn't accept this trick at all, and he stared at Rose closely with his small eyes. Do you just want to use this trick to get rid of me? As he spoke, Brand crossed his legs on the dining table and swayed leisurely, as if he would never give up. Even Rose, who was experienced in dealing with this kind of thing, was a little frightened by Brand's eyes at this moment, and he couldn't help but have large beads of sweat on his forehead. This was simply unprecedented. Then, gentlemen, you might as well tell us what you want to do. Ross still pretended to be calm, but when he said this, he felt very unsure. You ask me what I want to do? Then I will tell you with great mercy that I will smash your offshore restaurant that deceives customers. Brand said coldly, only destruction can calm his anger. This, sir, the restaurant on the sea belongs to neither Marine nor pirates. It is a neutral party. It only serves to cook meals for the people on this sea. It is not worth the concern of a big pirate like you. Ross was completely panicked and saw the other party's true intention. It was not to cause trouble at all, but simply to cause destruction. I can smash wherever I want. Don't I need to know the route clearly and say hello first to set a date? Brand said, took out the pistol from his arms and shot Rose mercilessly. Ross fell to the ground unconscious. Humph. The chirping old guy really deserves to die. Brand put away his gun and didn't even look at Rose on the ground. It's so noisy. It's just a late breakfast. How about making such a big noise? Suddenly, a rude and impatient voice came from the corner of the restaurant. Chapter 50. Arrogant people always have a short life. Who? Brand's sharp eyes looked towards the corner where the sound came from, and he asked as seriously as if he found a bug in the dish. What's wrong with this world? There are damn pirates everywhere. These scum shouldn't be alive in the world. The man in the corner lit a cigar, leaned his back on the chair, and then took a deep breath of smoke. The rising smoke was as thick as the confusion in the man's tone and was difficult to dissipate. Do you mean what you said? I heard it all, word for word. Brand stood up slowly, his small eyes bursting with infinite murderous intent. No one had dared to say such high-profile insults in front of him since he was a child. Because as long as anyone dares to neglect him, he will kill that person even to the ends of the earth. Cruelty and ruthlessness are commonplace for Brand. At this time, Brand looked at the person in the corner with his most solemn and ferocious expression, waiting for his answer. If the answer did not suit him at all, he would immediately kill the person. Yes, yes. Finally, from the corner, the man spat out these 4 words. After hearing this, Brand clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead were immediately exposed. You will pay with blood for the words you spoke. I will hang you on the mast of this restaurant on the sea and let you smell the aroma of food and starve to death. Brand said bloodthirsty while walking quickly towards the person in the corner. As soon as he walked up to the man, before he had time to show off his power, the man was already prepared. He took the first step and turned around, revealing a huge steel arm. Ah! BD! Brand was caught off guard, and his little eyes were so frightened that they were twice as big as usual. Before he could react, a huge steel arm caught him alive. Remember not to be so arrogant after going to hell. The man said in a farewell and contemptuous tone, and then the steel arm was extremely charged and finally exploded. Brand's body was hit by the force of the explosion, and his body immediately flew out of the restaurant like a bullet. The pirate leader with 1,000 pirate crew died inexplicably. Not sad at all, not lamentable at all. Wow, General Zifa, who is from the Marine headquarters, actually came to this unknown place to bully a little pirate leader. He is really depraved. The moment Brand's body flew out, a cynical voice came from the door. The sudden cynical voice was right. The person who stood in the restaurant and subdued Brand with one move was none other than Black Arm Zifa. After he lost an arm, he was demoted to Lieutenant General. What's even more ridiculous is that the person who caused these blows to him was actually recruited by Marine to become Shishibukai. The successive blows made him a little frustrated, and he even doubted whether he should persist in his justice. Although he had already told Cyborg that he wanted to leave Marine, he regretted it afterwards. Marine was not something he could just let go of easily. It was his whole dream. Under such circumstances, he accepted the transformation of Marine scientists and installed this sea stone arm on him. At the same time, he also learned from the scientists about something called explosive rock and endpoint. A huge plan emerged in his mind, and the blows of the past few days were instantly forgotten. Marine's justice alone is unreliable. They have many people and they don't work together at all. They always have their own scheming and calculations. He can only rely on himself, and he firmly believes that only his marine justice is the most competent and perfect. If this plan succeeds, all pirates in the New World can be wiped out in one fell swoop. Although innocent people may be hurt, there is no harm in sacrificing a few innocent lives on the road to achieving justice. Zifa had such an extreme plan in his mind that he left the Marine headquarters alone, continued to hold the position of Marine Lieutenant General, and secretly carried out his plan on this ocean. At this time, Zifa in the restaurant couldn't help but raise his head when he heard the familiar teasing voice. I saw 3 people standing calmly at the door. They were Lin Yu, Fujitora, and Buggy. It's true that there are enemies on opposite sides of the road. Zifa's eyes at this time were completely different from the last time he saw Lin Yu. There seemed to be less tenacity and more fortitude in his eyes now. Being able to meet here, I think it's more of fate. Lin Yu said subtly, seeming to be testing the other party's bottom line. You did me a terrible job, and my arm still hurts a lot. Zifa put his hand on his mechanical arm and said with regret and resentment at the same time. You know, I am not the one who cut off your arm. If you are seeking revenge, you should go to Whitebeard. Lin Yu spread his hands and shook the pot helplessly. Hey! This all happened because of you. Do you want to escape from it just like this? Zifa stared at him with a sneer. The expression on his face was very full, making people a little unclear as to what he wanted to express. Want a fight? Now that we have talked about this, there is no point in continuing to talk. It is better to have a quick fight. This is the best solution for men in this ocean. However, to Lin Yu's expectation, after hearing these words, Zifa put away the arrogant and resentful face and sat down slowly. Fight? Fighting with pirates like you is not my current theme. I have more important things to do. Zifa stared at Lin Yu closely. Although he said he would not fight, his aura meant that he was about to start a fight at any time. Aha! That's really great. We didn't come here with the intention of disrupting the situation today. We're just hungry and want to eat some food. It's best if we all live in harmony. Regardless of whether what Zifa said was true or false, Lin Yu regarded him as true, and speculating randomly was not something he would do. Lin Yu and the other 2 sat down. At this time, except for Lin Yu and Fujitora who remained as calm as ever, Buggy among them was already sweating profusely from fear. He was used to being arrogant, but after seeing Zifa's face, he didn't even dare to fart. When he was on Roger's pirate ship, he had seen Marine's black arm Zifa and knew that he had always been cold-blooded and ruthless in dealing with pirates. His powerful strength and immense hatred for pirates make all pirates who have heard of him fear him. I didn't expect to meet General Marine here. It sounds ridiculous, but don't let him discover me, otherwise Lao Zi's pirate career will end here. Buggy lowered his head, muttering to himself carefully and quietly, desperately trying to lower his sense of presence. Captain Buggy, you have been acting strange since the beginning. What's wrong? Just when Buggy wanted to keep a low profile, Lin Yu's loud and solemn voice spoke loudly. As soon as the sound came out, it echoed clearly throughout the entire restaurant.